Locking down the map, giving FB very good map control here.
Taking a look at the clock here, the Rockets on the floor. Pistola's going to pick those up. They want to finish this one strong, 3-0.
It's like Pistola's Master Chief runs faster than everyone. Me and Chris just made eye contact and said, wow, how did he escape that? He runs faster than everyone else.
He takes more bullets as well. I don't know, he might have more health.
Pistola quickly became the wizard because the things that he was able to do didn't really seem possible.
Once they had control of both snipes, though, I feel like they're being a bit more wise with the power weapons. Oh! Fights. Pistola's just dominating.
He's an absolute freak of a Halo player. And when you think of like a wizard, you think someone who has like magical powers, does things that normal human beings can't do.
So when you watched him, you always felt a little excited. Something special is going to happen.
With that sniper rifle in his hands, you have to wonder if he can line up a shot. Pistola!
DMR, great job. A little bit of splash damage there, and now he is rewarded with it.
So many times where he's produced these moments where you're just like, how the hell did he do that? Let's run that back. Let's watch that again.
Pistola, one of the nastiest players on Foundry Map.
I was just getting ready to say, he's so sneaky that he worked out so well for this. Look at this, picking up the triple. He's feeling it right now.
Very impressive opening games, similar to what we saw from the likes of Lux, from the likes of Tox, and I think this is a team we have to be talking about as potential winners. Pistola gets the overkill as well.
For the combo? Oh, he's feeling it. Oh, no. Here comes the Ola Chan. He is so devastating when he has the fan. Oh, and he's going to air back up. Grab that DMR.
Pistola, he was a freak of nature. I felt like it was only a matter of time before he was going to win championships, and I was kind of surprised to see how quickly you had veterans of the team adopting him and bringing him onto their squad.
He's the best one on this team. Okay, we're going to talk him out of this team, and we're going to pick him up on our team. We had to pick him up. We had to.
And it is officially over. Final boss standing up and celebrating. Final boss here, 2010 MLG National Champions.
He comes into the scene in 2007 as this like FFA wizard.
This little kid who is going to beat you up in free-for-all. In every single event, he seemed to get better and better.
Just be careful here. He's with Ola.
There's one for Ola. Royal 2 versus Ola. Royal 2 gets taken down by Ola.
At that point, stay up here. We have to fight out. That's the triple kill from Pistola.
Pistola's elusive playstyle and outgoing personality have made him a favorite among fans and pros. Already a legend, he continues to define his legacy heading into his 15th year of competition.
When you just watch his perspective, you understand why that team is winning and what is going on. You're just like, wow, Pistola did a hell of a lot with that last life.
Ola's going to be the last player alive here on the snipe tower. He manages to pick up a double. He takes down 2 anime players and manages to stay alive momentarily. What is he doing? Oh, my Ola!
Without a shield, he would totally out-BR, out-shoot someone with full shield. He would just somehow always survive and walk away with multi-kills.
Anyone got the return yet? No, not yet. Nico's there.
What a clutch! Ola kills the smoke.
Every time that you get a kill on Pistola, you've earned it. He will tuck his head, he will run away, he will jump around.
I remember watching him and just being like, God, I need to play like that more.
Pistola, though, manages to stay alive long enough to cap the flag. Pistola! Not only that, keeps himself alive.
If you go back and watch your screen on VOD, it was absolutely ridiculous. How do you play so smart? You seem to always put up most kills and least deaths for your team.
He hits the sniper, the killing frenzy! Oh, go on, Ola. Find your triple. It's runway as well.
Sanctuary. This may be the fastest. Check out, I got your Pistola. A triple kill. Extermination. Killing frenzy. 11 kills in a row. The crowd is
This looks like it's going to be it, as the birthday boy is going to put in the 5th and final flag cap. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. You have your 2011 National Champions instinct.
Wow. Pistola has just joined an elite category. He won 2 national championships in a row. In fact, congratulations, members of Instinct.
With an illustrious career dating back to 2007, Pistola has recorded over 20 major event wins across 5 different Halo titles, including national championships in Halo 3 and Halo Reach.
Everything just kind of fell into place. Sweeping the rest of the season, winning 3 in a row, winning the national championship. One of those reasons was because we had Pistola on our team. Hands down. We were in the finals against Instinct during a pit CTF game, and he was just like making his way towards their flag, no-scoping everyone in his path.
Every single game, you have chances for incredible highlight reels to emerge. And generally speaking, they do.
The sniper, but over and over again, you've heard the players from team, oh my gosh!
It's usually the smallest guy on the team playing on, and then you see him go off. You get really excited. It was just like, it was infectious.
Most people, when you put them on that stage, they crumble. Pistola always rose to the occasion.
Pressure's always there, and it's the kind of the fun part about it. It's exciting.
Pistola, he was never motivated by money. He was never motivated by fame. Pistola wanted to be the best player in the room.
I think he's the best Halo player to ever pick up a controller.
I've been doing this for so long, you know. Obviously, when you've been doing something this long, you always have, you know, there's a certain point when you start having doubts about, like, you know, when's my time? When's it up? But I guess it's not yet.
You guys have anything to say about that? I cannot agree more. Please, don't retire anytime soon. I love it.
We built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side.
Flag taken. An electric kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured.
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming, AMD, and the Marines.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Halo Championship Series, the North American Pro Series. We are into week number 3 and we are so glad that you guys are joining us for another week here in Halo. Now, my name is Lotte Van Prague and I'm going to be hosting today, but I do have some pretty amazing gentlemen here to be calling all of the action today. I have Bravo, Onset and Clutch joining me. Now, I'm very blessed right now to be seeing you guys weekly. Of course, you're my mates. You're a bunch of jokers, that's for damn sure. But Bravo, I got to ask you, man, like, having this Pro Series week in, week out, getting to see all of this action, are you still processing the fact that we're seeing some of the best Halo in the world on our screens all the time?
I am. It's great to have this format, like we said in weeks past. Just the fact that we get to have up-and-coming amateur and semi-pro teams just challenging the best in the world week after week. It's pretty amazing. And right now we have some interesting storylines emerging, right? So very different from November and December. You have C9 now on top and a question of Optic, EUnited, FaZe. Which of those will maybe not just be the number 2, but also challenge for the number 1?
Very true. I mean, there really is quite a roller coaster ride of storylines emerging, apart from the fact of Cloud9 being the winners almost every single week so far, the Pro Series. Now, Onset, do you see anybody pushing them off that pedestal anytime soon?
It's certainly going to be a tough thing to do. Cloud9 have looked dominant. That's the scary thing for everyone else, right? Ever since that Raleigh win, it's kind of a surprise when we see them drop maps, let alone series. So for anyone to take them down is going to be certainly a struggle. But if you kind of take ourselves back to the start of Halo Infinite, we were saying very similar things about Optic Gaming, where they went back to back. It was like, who's going to beat them? Who can slow down Lucid? And now the same is being said about Renegade, Stellar, Eco, and Penguin. So it's kind of like their favorites for sure, 100%. But never count out the rest of these teams, especially FaZe. I think they're certainly a team to watch today.
Yeah, for sure. There is definite teams to watch today, absolutely, without a doubt. Now, Clutch, you have been working so hard behind the scenes before the game came out. You had a huge part in kind of looking at this thing from afar. And I want to know, how impressed are you continuously with how the pros pick up this game, learn new things, maybe teach you a couple new things too?
Yeah, it wasn't long for these guys to start teaching me how to play some of these game types, how they express themselves, how fast they can play. I mean, we look at Lucid's gameplay specifically and how quickly he's able to adapt and pick up on the meta. It's actually incredible that the level of the Halo being played already and Halo Infinite is at where it's at. And these guys are pushing the limits. It feels like every single week we're seeing something new, some new strategy, some new meta. Love what we've been able to see with the consistent gameplay that they give us, and hopefully we have some of that in store for today.
I hope so too. Look, I expect nothing but greatness from our pros, and I know today is going to be absolutely incredible. Now, something that I'm really excited about, and I'm sure you guys at home already know about it, but we do have the Cyber Showdown happening right now as an in-game event. It's featuring the new game mode Attrition. If you're not sure what I'm on about, take a look at this.
Enemy lines deleted.
And there you have it, Cyber Showdown with, of course, a new game mode Attrition. It's running across 2 weeks from January 18th to February the 1st. The Cyber Showdown event is going to be inviting you guys to jump into the new Attrition mode to earn free limited time customization rewards. So much to be had here, because for each event challenge completed, you will earn the next reward from your event reward track and unlock more cyber-themed goodness. Absolutely amazing. Of course, it's our new frantic Slayer mode where your lives are shared across your team. Onset, I got to ask you, dude, have you had time to play this? What do you think?
Yeah, I've been playing a little bit of it. It's good fun. I think my favorite thing to do at the moment, because I'm this kind of player, is go as aggressive as possible at the start, throw away a load of deaths, and then just scream at my teammates to revive me, because I still believe in my head that I'm the main character of any game that I'm involved with. But it is a lot of fun, and I think it's always good to see a new spin on Halo, right? And new game types being added, new game modes where we get to experiment a little bit, we see what works, and I think the teams are certainly having a lot of fun. Plus the cosmetics that come alongside it are pretty cool as well. I get to have a mohawk, which as a man who is follically challenged is always cool to have in game.
Love to see the new hair look on you on set. You look
Thank
good
you.
in anything, man. Look good in anything. Now, obviously, it is a competitive 4v4 action, but it has that unique spin on how you operate as a team. And Clutch, I know you've had your fair share on this game even before it came out. So this game mode to you might be a walk in the park. For everyone at home who's still trying to figure out how it works. You got any tips for anybody?
Yeah, I think it's all about weighing the new dynamics in the mode, in the Halo atmosphere, right? Like you know that competitive Halo is always going to be about decision making. You now have a new couple factors to weigh into it. Your life pool, whether or not you're supposed to revive that teammate that's yelling at you like Mark does, to pick him up in a situation where it might not be as good of an idea to do so.
It's always a good play. Always a good play when it's me. You know that, Wes.
And Mark, you said you're the guy on the team that takes the lives. I'm the guy on the team that is wondering where my lives are going because I have one death and now I'm not respawning. So definitely some factors that allow for some teamwork and some new dynamics to come into the Halo gameplay world. And it's more exciting than ever that we're able to kind of implement these kind of designs into the game, seeing how the fan base likes them, seeing how all the different audiences can respond to them.
Love to hear it. Now, of course, Jan 18th to Feb 1st, you guys can get on board with that event, Cyber Showdown, and try that new game mode out. Tell us what you think. Go to social media. Let us know. Well, I'll tell you what, though, an event that I am very much looking forward to is going to be the next LAN event, and that is, of course, in Anaheim. It's our NA regional, and it is happening very, very shortly in a mere couple of weeks. Now, of course, we do have 16 teams playing pool play, and of course, the champ bracket will be there, and 8 teams qualify from Raleigh, with the other 8 teams from online in the open bracket at the end of the month. I got to ask you, Bravo, with this, obviously, this LAN event coming up for NA, who has the best chance of securing their spot in Anaheim, do you think?
And I got to say, it's really the combination of the teams that are able to put on consistent performances over these 4 weeks, I think, is the teams that we're expecting certainly to see there. And I'm also excited just to see how this open qualifier goes, because normally when you go into a LAN event, the open qualifier will determine things like seeds. However, instead, with a limited team pool in Anaheim, this open qualifier is going to determine whether you go to the event or not, which is pretty high stakes. So looking forward to the open qualifier as well.
Oh, me too, man, me too. And obviously, with that in mind, let's talk about why we're here today. And that is, of course, for our North American Pro Series, week number 3. And like Bravo said, you know, he's looking for the consistent teams that are doing well across the board consistently throughout these weeks. Now, you're probably wondering how this works. And if you're new to the Pro Series, then let me explain it for you. Now, of course, our top 8 placing teams from each Pro Series will qualify for the next Pro Series. So it doesn't mean, obviously, going back in history from week 1, if you made top 8, you're not necessarily making the next couple of weeks. You have to earn that placement every single week in the Pro Series. But don't worry, because if you don't make it, you can actually battle it back through the Open Series to qualify as well. 16 double team elimination. We got top 8 placing teams then, of course, automatically qualifying for the next one. So basically, go hard or go home or work harder for the next week. It's pretty simple to follow. Now, we need to talk about some of the teams that we need to watch out for, because we have quite a few of them actually. But one that really does spring to mind right now has got to be Sentinels. Sentinels haven't really been at the kind of forefront of conversation recently, and that could be due to a couple of things. Obviously, they're not really performing to the standard we're used to seeing from a couple of these guys on this roster. Yes, obviously, they've had a few different changes coming forward, Formal coming in for Royal 2, but this team hasn't been up to par. I got to ask you, Onset, what do you make of them right now competitively?
I'm going to use an analogy here from the world of bodybuilding, which is a strange place to take the show early on. I understand that, but there's a bodybuilder back in the day from the, one of the most famous in the world called Dorian Yates, right? And he was known as the Shadow. The reason being, he would train all year away from everyone like a monk, and then he would show up to the Olympia, which is like the biggest, everyone wants to win the Olympia, and he'd win the thing, and then he'd just disappear again. Now, Sentinels kind of give me those vibes at the moment, because they kind of had all these weird team changes which have been forced upon them. Formals had to come in to play in these, the HCS Pro Series to fill in, but they're scrimming with Royal 2, and the results haven't quite been there. but it's all about Anaheim for this lineup. We know that. They're getting to that LAN event, they're going to have their full lineup, and then they're going to get those scrims in, they're going to have all that practice, and they will be the shadow of Anaheim, I think. They're going to turn up, and I think that's where they're really kind of focusing all of their attention towards that LAN event. Having said that, though, we've seen what they can do with Formal as well on this lineup. They can upset any team in the bracket. It's about how they turn up on the day, though. And I think the Sentinels at the moment, they are scary, as always. We know that, but I think they're just lacking that cohesion because they have to keep swapping in Formal and Royal 2, you know, depending on if it's scrims or tournament time.
Yeah, for sure. I think they are definitely lacking that kind of team synergy that I think is very, very important, especially at this level. And having the chop and changes obviously is not going to be ideal for them. But hopefully when Royal 2 is back in the mix, we can see more consistent Sentinels performing roster. But that being said, they still have their struggles on certain maps and modes, and one being Recharge. They are not very good at Recharge in any mode, pretty much. And I got to ask you, Clutch, knowing the ins and outs of the game like you do, why do you think Sentinels might struggle so much on this?
Yeah, I think Mark touched on it just now for a little bit about the inconsistencies of playing with different people, playing with different play styles. I mean, when you don't have that consistent fourth, you're falling behind as far as all the different sorts of practices you're trying to put in as a team. When you're switching out Royal to Informal, it's very difficult to find that set pace, that set play style, that set page, as you will, in order to find that level of success that these other teams don't have to worry about. So that's a moving piece that's always going to change the dynamic of how this team's able to play. Recharge is one of these game modes that I feel like when you have total control, it's these next steps are pretty clear, and a lot of them have to do with aggressiveness, right? We see Cloud9 on a map like Recharge continuously push the 3-cap, and when they get the 3-cap, they try to hold it. They try to push your spawns, split your spawns, get their kills as fast as possible. Teams are also adapting to that. You want to see Sentinels do the same, but they tend to play a little bit slower, so we'll see if they pick up the pace there.
We certainly will be seeing if that happens at all. Now, we need to talk about a team I think that have been kind of, I guess, consistently breaking through the barriers of some of the top spots here, but haven't quite found a rhythm properly yet. And that's Unsigned Talent. And I gotta say, the name is pretty good, bro, because that really is what they are. Like, they're chopping and changing a lot. Talk to me about this roster and kind of where they're at in your head as a competitor.
Yeah, I think the best thing about Unsigned Talent is they're quickly becoming signed talent. I think Mark put it best, calling Unsigned Talent a little bit of a talent factory. You got Flazen going to SSG, you got Suppress going to XSET, and now you have a new roster here as well. This is their third straight appearance, and clearly they're a team that, you know, they were saying, well, let's keep playing, let's keep doing this till they can't ignore us. And unsurprisingly and rightfully so, here we are covering them on the show just because they've been putting in time in, and it seems like each week a teammate is getting picked up onto a top roster. So this right now is kind of your number one team to watch out for if you want to see where the next picks are going to go in terms of orgs picking up Halo players.
That's true. I mean, I feel like they're just like kind of filtering out some of the most incredible talent and pushing them forward to other teams. Right now,
like yeah, it's like its own little feeder system. Like all of the entire juniors feeder system of the HCS right now seems to be going through Unsigned Talent, which, like you said, is probably the most appropriate name you could have for this squad.
It really is. It is. It's definitely the Scouts of Halo, that's for sure. They did lose to Optic though in Elimination round 2, but here's the winners bracket to take a quick look at, because you know every week we start in the semi-finals and we do have those filled in here. So Cloud9 will be versus EUnited. Cloud9 coming off a 2-0 victory with Sentinels. Actually pretty easy games after watching some of the streams there as well. And EUnited 2-1 to XSET. XSET will drop down there, but we do have G2 and FaZe. Now this is fresh hot off the press here. G2 beat Optic 2-0. Yes, the same Optic that was in our grand finals last week. I told you it was a roller coaster. I wasn't lying. FaZe do beat BBG 2-1 though to find themselves in the semi-finals with G2. And then we have our elimination bracket, or as I like to call it, the safety net of our bracket here. Now we do have our elimination round 3 underway very shortly. Space Station versus Optic Gaming. We've got Pioneers versus Sentinels. As you can see, these 4 teams have made their way through elimination round 2. They survived to play another day, or should I say another round. And you know, we have a lot to talk about here because there's a lot of really good teams in this elimination bracket, but I think that is what makes it so damn exciting, because we do get to see that really high level Halo happening all over the bracket, which is just absolutely amazing. It makes for great storylines too. Now, one of the storylines we have to talk about is our first match. That's right, we have a winners semi-final. It's going to be EUnited versus Cloud9. And why not throw in a very important AMD power performance on the one and only Spartan here as well, because he's from EUnited, of course. And I got to say, Spartan right now has really taken on that slaying role for his team. He has been lights out when it comes to slaying away, and actually has been such a huge part of this team's success so far this season. I got to ask you, Clutch, about this. You know, what do you make of Spartan, and more importantly, what he does for his team?
Yeah, I think Spartan is that rock for this team. And if EUnited wants to continue on in this tournament, continue to press, it'll be on the back of Spartan's ability to hang with the other top dog slayers on the other side of the stage, right? When you're taking a look at these stats, it's a 1.35 KD ratio, and that is a big smile on Spartan's face. There's a reason for that. It's because he is fragging with the best of them. He's going to need to be able to keep this performance up if EUnited want any chance to try and take down a team like Cloud9, but it really is going to have to be a collective effort of everyone putting up those stats to be a team like C9.
It really is. I'm going to find out exactly just how they try and do that against C9 in just a moment. We do have our one and only Bravo and Clutch heading up this match, but we do have our NA Pro Series 3 starting right now.
All right, here we go. We got the Halo Pro Series 3. The start, it's going to be in the winners semi-finals right now. We have EUnited on one side, Cloud9, a rematch of the Raleigh Championship Finals, Andy. And I couldn't be more excited to have EUnited have another chance at revenge against this Cloud9 team.
Absolutely. And, you know, that's the case for EUnited as well. That's exactly what they want. EUnited roster, as you heard, maybe as you watch their post-Raleigh doc, really not happy with anything but first place. We're also taking a look here at the game types.
Yeah, taking a look at these game modes, we have Stronghold's Live Fire, which is going to kick this one off. Keeping in mind, Andy, that this is going to be a best of 3. In the winner semifinals, these teams do not have a lot of time in these game modes in just 3 maps in order to separate themselves from one another. What does EUnited need to do in this game 1 to start this series off right and make sure it doesn't get out of their hands fast?
I think they got to reevaluate the approach to Stronghold's Live Fire, first of all, because stats right here showing across the board. Once again, shout out to Matty Rums, Proper, and team for getting us all these stats. 0-3 on Live Fire recently, specifically on Stronghold. That's a 0% win rate for them. So I think they need to really reevaluate how they play this game type. Take a look at the opening strat. What do they need to change up? Because Cloud9 is going to come in with an absolute force, ready to play this game type without a doubt.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with the opening strat comment, right? It's so often we see Cloud9 dictate the pace of the game from start to finish, and it's off the back of those power-ups and power weapons that are right there for you at the start of the game. EUnited need to figure out a way to stop that from happening, get some control themselves. And if you can win game 1, the best thing about this series, Andy, is it's a best of 3 for EUnited, and Cloud9 are known to struggle in their slayers.
Yeah, and look at the top teams falling in these best of 3s, right? I mean, it is an absolute gauntlet. They can end so fast. You already saw Optic losing a series 2-0 earlier in today, in a series they certainly didn't expect to lose. So the sheer fact that you have, like you said, only 3 games here. If EUnited can steal this first one, it means such a big difference for the series. Looking at C9, they're 2-0 on Live Fire Stronghold, so it's not going to be an easy road for them.
No, not at all. And Cloud9's going to have a winning record on probably every map mode combination. So there's probably no bad game map modes for them. It's just a matter of, are they going to start off this tournament hot? Or is there going to be an opportunity to catch them slipping, maybe not as awake, maybe not as ready for a grand finals appearance at this point in the day? Because we know Cloud9, when they wake up, when they get ready, when they get hot, there's almost no stopping them. And here we go. We're into game 1, on to Stellar's point of view already, and pressure is on.
Let's go ahead and see exactly how this opening rush breaks down, just because these early grabs, this early pressure, I think is going to tell us a lot about how this game's going to play out.
Yeah, look at Ryan Noob. He has the snipe. He's trying to get away, but unfortunately, he's got multiple members now of Cloud9 trying to chase him. Ryan Noob is going to be able to get his shield back, it looks like. His team's going to be able to secure B. And EUnited, I mean, so far, so good. You got the first 2 caps. Snipes out of Renegade's hands, so things are looking solid so far.
Yeah, certainly. I think this is exactly how they want to play it. But on the other side, Cloud9, unsurprisingly, playing this a little bit slow. Penguin's going to grab the camo. He's going to take a low route and take his time through this. Cloud9, Clutch, a team that we know does not panic. Look at this, taking his time, trigger discipline here, waiting to engage, trying to take the one shot first, but really trying to slow play this.
Look at how Penguin plays this, though. I love the fact that he gets a couple shots, backs up, and then re-engages here, finds the easy kill on the Nick, gets the heat wave out of EUnited's control, and already a great job by Penguin. Unfortunately, he got traded out, and now Ryan with the heat wave snipe is in a strong position to do some damage here.
I like that play, just like you said, really taking their time, knowing that they've got plenty of time. This is not like Oddball here in Stronghold. You've got all the time on the clock to make the decisions you want. Look at Ryan Noob actually gets the pancake medal instead of just getting the repulsor and cleaning up with the wave. So a nice job there. And just like that, hey, 42-0 in favor of EUnited.
Yeah, Ryan Noob doing such a good job here of controlling both the power weapons, going to stay alive, not rush into anything. I actually love this by him. He is going to have multiple members right now of Cloud9 in his face. We'll see how Ryan is able to play this one out. Finds the first kill on the Renegade, stays alive, dips, dodges through the hole, and if he can kill Penguin, a great repulsor off the map. Ryan Noob doing it all so far for EUnited.
Oh man, it's a great start for Ryan Noob there, doing it and doing it with style as well with that repulsor. Help coming in though for Stellar in the back, but gotta say Ryan Noob's work there with that heat wave, with that repulsor, really locking down B for that entire time. 50-point lead off of the opening for EUnited.
Yeah, great Mangler kill for King Nick to keep numbers in his favor. Unfortunately, he finds too many members of Cloud9 for him to deal with. He gets taken down, now hopping on board with Stellar. He's going to get the comms that Rain's going to be back here weak. Stellar trying to approach Rain, take him down because that snipe's still on the map. You know Stellar wants it in his hands. We know the damage he can do, but he's taken down immediately as well. So EUnited continuing to find trades, continuing to keep the power weapons out of the hands of Cloud9, and that is a winning recipe.
That's 3 dead, 4 dead again momentarily. 2 fresh spawners, but they kill Renegade on the pillars as well. So like you said, really great prioritization there. Look how fast Stellar dies. He's trying to grab the snipe. He thinks it's a 1v1 against Rain cleanup. He dies immediately because they have the pressure from top A sandbags, and this is one heck of a start from EUnited. Very good focus here on B, and they've won the battle so far.
A nice body shot from Spartan is going to force Eco away from Spartan, but unfortunately, he's going to have to deal with Penguin now in his face. Spartan decides to stay alive. He's got 1 bullet to his name, but the repulsor in his back pocket doesn't press the button, can't decide if he wants to hit the melee first, and because of it, Eco gets that kill.
And looks like maybe the shot hitting just a second late there, and a little bit of a contest at the moment, though. So it's really a battle of the repulsors here at B, and I think it's safe to say this is the most effective and impactful we've seen the repulsor off of the opening to a Strongholds game, and so far it's EUnited with the repulsor control and the scoreboard control as well.
Yeah, phenomenal job continuing to trade in their favor. Rain picks up a big kill onto Penguin there, shutting Penguin down. Penguin already with 8 kills. You know you want to stop his momentum from heating up. We've seen how dominant of a player Penguin can be. I love this positioning by Rain, the relocation to get those brute grenades as well to deny those big door players from coming through. I love this by Rain. It's up to the rest of EUnited to try and hold C as Rain plays for information over on B.
Look at the numbers right now. EUnited clearly, I mean, you see it on screen, but you also see it in the stats as well. EUnited just absolutely controlling the board. 2 dead once again momentarily for CUnited. And this tells you how much this game type has changed, because we talked about over the past few weeks how really trapping a team B and locking down B was such a part of the strategy. Nice little pop there in the closet from Ryan Noob and teammates. They're going to clean that one up. Stellar, though, going to sneak away with the camo. Maybe an opportunity, maybe an opening for the side of C9.
What a bit of a blunder from EUnited there. I would have liked to see them try and have some control for camo, but Ryan Noob with the body shot, finished with the battle rifle, showing you that he can do some work with the snipe as well. And this is a phenomenal job so far from EUnited to keep up with the slays of Cloud9. Not only that, but they've doubled the slays right now of Cloud9. EUnited is dominating this game, won so far, not only in the slays, but most importantly in the score line, 149-23. And another headshot from Ryan, anchoring on this bridge position, showing you that when Ryan Noob has the snipe, you should be afraid.
Absolutely running top nest here, using the trick jumps from the bottom as well, hitting the shots, like you said, on dummies, hitting shots from anyone who goes through closet. Ryan Noob all the way flying over to B to help out the team as well. And man, they are all over the map. This is something, look at this. Penguin has no ideas behind him, might even hit this one as well. And Stellar bodies, and it gets cleaned up. Putting on a clinic. It's been a very long time since we've seen a score line like this against Cloud9, especially this early in the bracket.
I mean, 3 members of Cloud9 have 5 kills or less. Taking a look over at EUnited's,
my God,
10, 9 is the least
Oh my God.
on their side. A double kill from Nick on screen is going to secure some more time, some more space for EUnited. And they know Stellar's back pillars. They take him down as well. It's a clean wipe of Cloud9. They're coming off respawn already, but EUnited with 200 points. They have to get a couple more rounds of slays, and they're going to steal this game 1.
EUnited has to be so happy with how they've played this game. They look like they are ready to play here in week number 3. 3, though, on C for C9, so going to be an opportunity, especially if Stellar can get this kill. Maybe an opportunity for a CB hold and a momentary trip cap coming in from Cloud9. And if there's one team that could do it clutch, I know the score's 204 to 35. If there's one team that could bring this back, it's Cloud9.
If you give Cloud9 one set of control, you are risking the game. And right now, Renegade starting to heat up with a double kill on screen. Waiting for this camo is going to be his next play. He's going to be able to activate that one. And now 4 dead for EUnited. They're going to be spawning in a very peculiar situation here. They're going to spawn back pillars. Half the team looks like they're going to B, half the team looks like they're going to C, and Renegade in between them is up to him to stop them. He finds one, but a big kill from Nick, jumping up on that bridge, taking him down, gets not only the camo out of his hands, but snipe as well.
What a moment there, as you could see just out of his vision. Maybe the gun model actually blocking up Nick, just quick jumping up to Nest, and it resulted in a trip cap, a huge swing there, and maybe that was EUnited's way to get out of what could have been a very long C9 run. They'll maintain BC control here, and now potentially the home stretch, the last 30 points for them.
All the information right now King Nick has for his team. He spots multiple members of Cloud9 pushing front house to top middle. It's King Nick's job to stay alive anchor B, and he's got to rely on his teammates to hold C. Rain finds a double in the kill feed. Nick finds a kill of his own, and 3 go down for Cloud9.
Look how disciplined Nick is. You might have caught it last week as well. When he lets his shields recharge, he does not poke at all. He sits still. It looks like he's not moving for a second. He completely lets himself reset. Look, he keeps his eye on A. Sandbags hits a body as well. 243 to 83. This is only moments away.
Rain with another double kill in the kill feed, absolutely going off. It allows King Nick to find a player on pillars, and EUnited are going to take game 1 against Cloud9. And remember, Andy, it's a best of 3. So if you go into Aquarius Slayer and you can take that, you can take down Cloud9 from the winner's bracket.
250 to 83. An unbelievable scoreline. Not the way we expected to start the show, but it's one hell of an opening. EUnited taking down the current favorites and maybe finally getting their revenge from late last year at HCS Raleigh. It is one heck of a game number 1 for Nick, Rain, Ryan Noob, and Spartan.
Yeah. I can't wait to get an opportunity to take a look at these stats, because it really was the EUnited show from start to finish. We highlighted one opportunity it looked like Cloud9 was going to have, and it was immediately erased when King Nick was able to take down Renegade with that camo snipe. And now that we're taking a look at the stats, it really was the Rain and King Nick show. 16, 9, and 7, 19, 8, and 6. And when your Slayers are playing that well, getting those kind of numbers, it makes the objective all too easy.
And man, what a strategy there from EUnited. We talked about how they were 0-3 recently on that game type, and they had to change things up drastically against the recently undefeated in that game type, Cloud9. And that's exactly what they did. I mean, really the early prioritization in B felt like it just caught C9 off guard. C9 continued to push B for it looked like at least 150 point stretch, and kept losing it just because they were unable to get control, as you take a look at some of the highlights.
Yeah, for me, it was really the snipe control and the power weapon control that dictated the entire game. It felt like every single time we switched to an EUnited player, one of them had snipe, and because they're able to immediately hit that body shot with the snipe, not even having to find a pick with the headshot with snipe, but to get that large amount of DPS at the start of the fight allows you to get that first pick. And when you have numbers in Halo Infinite, you can run with it. EUnited showing you that they can do work with the snipe, just like a Renegade, just like a Stellar. When it's in the hands of King Nick, it's good as gold. When it's in the hands of Ryan Noob, you better be aware of where he is and that he can hit the shots as well.
Incredible assist too across the entire game for the side of EUnited. It felt like in this moment here, Nick jumping up to Nest Bridge and Renegade just not seeing it with camo and snipe. An opportunity there. Look at Nick just flying into B, also getting the no-scope on Penguin. You saw Ryan Noob late in the game. Here it is, just jumping up on C-Box. Excuse me, that was a moment earlier, but in the end, 250 to 83. What a scoreline there. Like we said, an upset if we've ever seen one in HCS play. Huge numbers on the board for EUnited. It's one heck of a start. And as you mentioned, Clutch, only now one game away from potentially sending C9 to the losers bracket very early.
And you're also one game away from Cloud9 tying this up and saying, not so fast, EUnited. So right now, it's pedal to the metal. It's focus up. Let's get this job done. We've been trying to do this for a long time, EUnited fans. You got to figure out a way to close the door on this series. Cloud9, you give them an opening, they can take it and run with it. Do not let them gain momentum here. And it's all going to be off the break and the start of this map for this cam.
And guess what? As we take a look at the opening rush here, Cloud9 is 1-1 recently on this game type. EUnited 5-1 in Aquarius Slayer recently. That's an 83% win rate, an opportunity for them to 2-0 here.
Nice job by Kingdom to get Eco out of that window situation. It does look like Camo was in the hands of Penguins, but it's immediately traded. So once again, a phenomenal job. Maybe you didn't get the camo if you're EUnited, but you did get the kill. You were able to trade it out. And now we're going to look at Stellar's point of view. He's got the heat wave in control. So the power weapon on the map, the heat wave, does go into Stellar's hands. Let's see what he can do with it as he's pushing in the closet here. He's going to run into multiple players, taken down, and EUnited's teamwork is showing out.
Picking up where they left off. That's not the first time we're seeing that this series. So much teamwork, so many team shots. Triple kill for Rain, by the way, with that heat wave. That's now not only in the hands of EUnited, but the lead in the hands of EUnited as well. They're continuing where they left off with the team shot. They're 3v1ing, they're 2v1ing, and they're winning these team battles, giving them a little bit of a lead here.
Yeah, Rain does lose a teammate here, so he needs to play his life wisely. Backs up to no shield here. Tries to hold this door with the heat wave. Guesses wrong, though. Plays the 50-50 with which door Cloud9's coming through wrong, and because of it, it's not going to be Cloud9 with the heat wave in control. And Stellar, he has a great idea of where these EUnited players are in that closet.
Renegade now with the heat wave of his own, and one good thing for the side of C9 is they can of course slow this game down much more than you can do on a Strongholds game type, especially Strongholds live fire. So C9 knows they need to bounce back in this series, knows they need to maintain and also regain composure, and a game type like Slayer Aquarius is going to give them just the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, Stellar gets the information that multiple members are pushing his teammate over here in the closet. Stellar makes his way over there. It's actually Renegade on screen. I'm sorry, he finds himself a double with the heat wave, and that double is perfect timing because Camo coming up in 10 seconds is going to be something that Cloud9 want to secure and put to work. It's a tied game at this point, but you know Cloud9, having lost game one, has to figure out a way to create some separation here in game two. They do not want this one to be close. And just as I say that, Spartan somehow gets away with this camouflage from top middle all the way back to a base, secures it, and now he's on the prowl.
Look at the trigger discipline from Spartan. Sees two players, knows that there's no value in shooting from bottom mid, the player that's about to go into utility or to hit up top utility. Instead, just takes his time. Look at this perfect movement from Spartan. Love this route. Just no. Take a look at this. Just cleaning up the one shots on the prowl. Stealthy through the mix with the camo. That gives them an 18-12 lead. Might not be done yet. Picks up a kill on Eco yet and maintains half shield. This is beautiful play from Spartan and the entire EUnited side.
You couldn't have said it better with the trigger discipline, Andy. It's that moment where he chooses not to shoot, give up his location. Cloud9 know he has camo, but have no idea where he is because of the route he took. I love the idea that he was able to patiently play that, find himself the entry frags, and then find himself a 1v1, which he was able to come out on top. Now 6 kills. EUnited have separated themselves from Cloud9. Pressure in the back of the base onto Spartan. A big kill from Stellar, but trades come through on the other side, and Cloud9 continued to just find trades. Not a winning recipe when you're down 5.
No, right here, 22-17. So at this moment, oh boy, the lightning plus the heat wave is going to spell disaster. Bank shot kill for Stellar as Nick's going to come through with that. Also just be a pain in the back of the base. It looked like it might have been another trade. That won't come through. So 2 dead momentarily. Maybe an opportunity for Cloud9 to get some control, but it seems like each time the trades are coming in, just like you said, Clutch, EUnited is there.
Yeah, Rain in a 1v1 from an unsuspecting player coming from the utility somehow finds his way, and his reticle placement's perfect onto Stellar's head, finds that kill, and that could be a big one because Stellar would have locked down this entire side of the map, would have given Cloud9 so much information as to where the remaining members of EUnited are. Camo is coming up in 10 seconds, and you're seeing EUnited start to get pressure from dynamo grenades. This is a tough situation for them to be in, and unfortunately, Cloud9 slay out. 3 go down for EUnited, and with Camo coming up, this could be the turning point to the entire series.
It absolutely could, and this certainly will be a moment that EUnited remembers if that's the case. Cloud9 somehow pick up 4 kills in a row. Oh my god! Eco, though, with the camo, flies into the utility without the information, gets taken down immediately by 3 players at EUnited, and just like that, EUnited with a 4-kill make it 5-kill lead, and they've neutralized that camo. What a swing there, and only about 10 seconds of play.
What an unbelievable play for EUnited to be able to get those trades, find those kills, because another swing moment in the games they find, they clutch out. If you remember the one moment that Cloud9 had in game 1, it was quickly squandered and removed from EUnited. The win condition for Cloud9 is dwindling right now, 33-28. Renegade needs to do something fast, and unfortunately Ryan Noob able to play his life a little bit longer than he wants, but the kill does come through. Another one for Cloud9 as well. Last 2 players alive for EUnited are stuck in a corner, and Renegade looks to press.
My god, talk about the 2 camo plays that we just saw. Just completely polar opposite there. Eco clearly not having the information that he needed. Regardless, though, C9 has fought their way back from that 5-kill deficit. Now just a 1-kill game, so never count this C9 roster out. Renegade's trying to start the aggressions, trying to start with that opening damage here.
Yeah, this is what Cloud9 does best. They get you stuck in this closet, they work their way, they get their damage onto you, and then they collapse. Renegade actually loses 2 teammates, chooses to push anyways, and because of it, he pays for it with his life. And that's a little bit of a blunder, an overstep, some may say, because Renegade really needed to find a way to dwindle this deficit. It's 4 kills, but it's been 4 kills for a long time now. EUnited has done everything right to keep this lead, and now Ryan Noob, sneakily with this commando rifle, looks to push into the closet spot. Stellar, great damage from it. You want to see him stay alive, but unfortunately, he loses a teammate. And Stellar, he tries to flank. He gets taken down with great teamwork once again. The buddy system works out for EUnited.
EUnited is traveling in packs and has absolutely shown on the scoreboard. Good damage once again from Ryan Noob, now 41-36. This is the home stretch of this game, and it's been a little bit of attempted leapfrog from Cloud9. They keep bringing the game back just within 1 kill. Spartan there, unable to get that one. Here's a camo. Here's the opportunity for C9.
Spartan runs out of ammo, and that's such a big kill because Stellar had the camouflage. If Spartan's able to continue to shoot, he probably gets that kill on the Stellar, removes this camo from the situation, but now only down 3 kills. Cloud9 are pushing into the utility closet. Camo does get traded out, though. So a little bit of a blunder there from Cloud9 to had Stellar go in first. He eats the melee, and because of it, EUnited get that camo out of his hands and still have a 2-kill lead.
Spartan there, so patient, just trying to wait to hit the pre-nades in the back of the base. It won't work out for them that time, but like you said, C9 forfeits the camo again, sending that player in first. And just like that, now 44-42, make it 44-43.
Great damage there from Spartan, though. He did everything he could with his life, hit his shots perfectly, but unfortunately, sometimes it's not enough. And against Cloud9, it may not be enough this time because 45-44, Cloud9 have now taken the lead in game 2 for the first time in this series. Cloud9 are looking at a lead and look to push this series the distance. Stellar with the heat wave wants to be aggressive, wants to be that point of contact for his team. He makes his way over to the utility closet, clears it out with his teammate, and now Cloud9 smell blood. They know exactly where EUnited are, and with this heat wave going in first, it's going to be a lot to deal with on the Cloud9's or on the EUnited side.
Keep an eye on the kill feed. If they get the opening damage, this will be the opportunity for C9 to push, and what a C9 move it would be to come back here at the last part of the game. King Nick unable to get away as well right now, 47-45.
47-46, Stellar finds a big kill. Renegade finds 2 in the kill feed, making it 48-47, pays for it with his life. So inch by inch, kill by kill, they get closer to 50, but the game as close as it can possibly be right now. All of EUnited look to be stuck towards the pink side of the map. Stellar gonna readjust, resituate himself over towards the utility closet, and Yellow, he knows he's by himself, but he's got that heat wave that's his best friend right now, doing so much damage. These dynamo grenades from Renegade are coming in, and all these players for EUnited have got to be no shield. The push from Cloud9 is going to be strong.
We've got 49-48 here, only 1 kill to go for C9. They're wrapping around the base trying to find it. Looks like they will be able to do it. They come back, they bring the game back, and they will win it 50-48. They will dodge elimination there to the losers bracket, and instead they will stay alive. It's a very late comeback, but like we said, if there's one team that can do that, it's Cloud9. They will tie the series with a score of 1-1, and we will be headed to a game number 3.
Oh my God, the decisions that were made at the end of that game, EUnited may be kicking themselves. You saw the rotation. They were all stuck that pink side of the map, the heat wave side of the map, and then they decided to rotate into yellow to try and create some space, but Stellar was 1 step ahead of them the entire time. Blocks off yellow util. What that does is It makes EUnited stuck in the flag now. Dynamo grenades coming in, and when you're stuck in the flag, Dynamo grenades coming in, they're chaining off you, your teammates, back to you. It's all she wrote, right? That kind of damage cannot be reciprocated from that side. And it was a phenomenal job of Cloud9 to understand the situation, get the information, and then play the situation perfectly.
Such an interesting game there, and only our first series of the day, tied 1-1. Not what we maybe expected, but we sure are glad that we're here. EUnited and Cloud9 tied 1-1, and it's a huge comeback win from Cloud9. Keep in mind, around the midpoint mark, they were down by 6 kills. As we take a look at some of the highlights from that game and exactly how that went down, because certainly one of the best Aquarius Slayers we've seen in some time, Clutch.
Yeah, absolutely. It's 50-48, as close as it could be, but you just had to feel as many camos were going into Cloud9's hands, there was going to be one that made the difference. There was going to be a certain opportunity with this heat wave. If it kept getting into Renegade's hands, if it got into Stellar's hands too many times, it was going to be too much to deal with. So many times EUnited were able to trade out the camo player efficiently, and that was so big for their opportunity to stay in this, but you can't give that much control to a team like Cloud9. Eventually, they're going to find a way to assert their dominance, and that was exactly what happened here at the end.
This final push, like you said, once those dynamos start ticking, once that heat wave damage was in, they just use a multi-prong attack C9, and they can just choose and poke when you got 4 players in the back of the base, 50-48. And what that tells me, Clutch, I think we just saw C9 playing a little bit more of the aggression, the decision maker, and setting the tone towards the end of the game. And I think we saw a little bit less confidence from EUnited. Yes, they were backed into corners, but we did not see as many players popping up, getting damage from top mid, getting damage onto top mid. It looks like they started to turtle just a little bit too much. They will lose the game, but no time to think about it, because we now go into game number 3 here. It's going to be Bizarre CTF.
Yeah, Bizarre CTF's going to decide this winner's semifinals match. Who's going to make it to the winners finals? Will it be EUnited? Will it be Cloud9? We have one game to decide that from happening. You know, Cloud9 want every opportunity to defend their title. You know, EUnited have been itching, have been crawling to try and get an upset of this magnitude in their careers. And this could be massive for them going forward. And Penguin, we're already hopping on board with him, making his way to the Overshield. Ryan Noob, he's able to get that first kill, immediately traded out. And we'll see this battle for Overshield go down. But with the help of the Dynamo Grenades, you have to think that Eco is going to be able to secure that. And not only that, but switching over to Stellar, he's got rockets in hand as well.
Eco, even though Dynamo did not go exactly where he wanted it to go. Oh boy, it's a great job there in the corner. That's going to be Renegade taking on Spartan, but Spartan was ready for that push here. A little combo comes in from Rain, but instead Penguin's going to be the aggressor there. He'll take that one, and so it's going to be one heck of a game number 3 between these two squads. If you're just joining us, perfect timing. EUnited and C9 tied 1-1 here in game number 3. It's our first series of the day.
So far, so good right now, right? You saw Cloud9 completely dominate the start of this game. They got rockets and Overshield. Both of those kind of got wiped, but as I say that, Cloud9 still look like they're being aggressive, still look like they have an opportunity to successful push here. The flag gets pulled. Eco looks to be aggressive, and a massive one-on-one win from Rain could deny this flag cap from going in, because now Cloud9 do not have the space from the bar to play with. Rain gets numbers in his team's advantage, and that's going to be this flag getting shut down with Spartan being aggressive towards the rocket side of the map.
And I think Rain had help from Spartan, who actually spawned on bottom rocket side. He gave just a few taps to the player that was going into BR, so Rain's able to stay in BR and win that. Nice continued teamwork coming in from the side of EUnited as well. Going to pick up this one, Renegade. Get a little trade there as well. Mangler, not an easy one to do there when you're the one with the Plaza Pistol not even yet charged, but we'll stay neck and neck here. That flag also didn't go. Penguin unable actually to get it off of the BR bridge, surprisingly. So as you said, that flag can go back home. Also, off-screen update coming in. Sentinels has been eliminated, losing 2-1 to Pioneers, not just from the winners bracket. That's an elimination bracket match. Sentinels will go home early this week. Certainly not the performance they were looking for, but resuming this action now. Nick and team going to be setting up for this Overshield.
Yeah, this Overshield could be crucial to the next mid-game situations that we start to see. Looks like 2 go down for Cloud9, and that's an opening for EUnited to get their first power up of the game. Pair it with a grapple. I love this by Ryan to make sure the overextenders and Stellar are cut down from Cloud9, and now you have all of the enemy team in front of you. Let's see what Ryan is able to do with this camo as he pushes into bar, finds himself a Penguin, takes him down, finds himself an Eco, and unfortunately the rest of EUnited not there to help him.
Yeah, it's a good push from Ryan. I think a lot of people are expecting that. Once you have the Overshield, once you get grapple, you kind of just work your way up to bridge angles, and you also check out the BR as well. But it looked like he just didn't have the help he needed. He had great damage and kill on that first one, but Renegade's just going to fly in and wipe that. So need to see a little bit more timing coordination from the side of EUnited to make plays like that work.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. A little bit of an overextension, right? Very easy to do when you're able to traverse the map like Spider-Man. A big battle for shotgun goes down. Trades come through. Ryan Noob and Stellar trading it out. And that Bulldog shotgun can be so powerful. So getting it out of the hands of Ryan Noob was important. We'll see who's able to secure that next. But now on screen, Rain trying to fight for these new sets of rockets that have come up. And it does look like EUnited have made their way over towards the middle of the map, giving themselves a high advantage to try and secure these because they now have the angles in order to help each other.
Stellar with a great angle, but he actually had to about face, so it's actually going to be EUnited that's going to get these rockets pretty cleanly. Renegade actually had to go all the way back, and you have to think he must have taken big damage to back off from rockets the way that he did. Stays alive bottom middle, but in the end, it's EUnited with very good coordination, even though it looked like Cloud9 was going to be able to grab those rockets based on their positions.
Here comes the first push for EUnited into the base of Cloud9 right now. Kingnick's going to lead the charge. He's going to expect this player Penguin to jump up on him. A trade comes through, but trades always will favor the defense. Stellar finds himself one as well. And it is Renegade that's found that shotgun bottom shot. He comes, brings it back all the way to his base, does some work. And now with Overshield starting to spawn, Cloud9 clear out their base to get EUnited on respawn and have secured the second Overshield.
Yeah, certainly this will be a C9 Overshield without a doubt. It pops right now, and Stellar's also just making sure to get some early damage in the back of the base, but needs to be very careful, stay alive. Not worth dying with this map position or at this time, as that Overshield push will be coming in, and wants to make sure he gets out of the way of the angles. And I like the decision there. He wants to get away from the hut and the tree angles, but instead, in doing so, drops down and will force out the trade.
Yeah, the trades always will benefit the defensive team, right? Because you're resetting the map, which is the goal when you're playing from that deficit. Unfortunately, Renegade not letting you reset the map so fast. They try to grapple the flag to themselves into the tree. Penguin actually misses the grapple, goes towards the flag this time, but he does finally secure that flag into the tree, giving his opportunity to Cloud9 to cap this flag once more. The flag being bottom middle, it's run by Penguin. Spartan gets an angle to try and shut him down. Penguin forced to leave the flag behind. The rest of Cloud9 try to fight for the middle of the map, but EUnited look to swarm to try and compete for this return.
Spartan not sure. I was gonna say Penguin's gonna grapple again. Penguin's waiting for that, intentionally sends that flag out so he can get the grapple. There's a trade, but Penguin gets it through the front door, and you had to think that he had one grapple left based on exactly what we saw. Eco's gonna be the one to grab that toss as well, but he knows he has to wait for a little bit of help. Lets his shields recharge. He's gonna pop up. It's an amazing play from Penguin there. C9 will be the first on the board, and what you thought might have been a flag fumble is instead a 200 IQ play coming in from Penguin, just leaving the flag door and flag outside the door, excuse me, and he baits the flag like that, snags it through with the last grapple he had, and they are on the board 1-0.
I mean, you can't talk enough about how important that play was to take Cloud9 into the lead here in game 3. Backs against the wall for both these teams. Penguin not only gets the flag into that door, right? He has the mangler, so he knows he's going to be able to bait it. He knows as soon as he grapples that flag into the doorway, EUnited now has to push. What's better when EUnited has to push is when you have a mangler and you can one-shot melee that first player into the door. Creates a numbers advantage, space for his team, and not only that, but the 1-0 lead. Stellar trying to play his life on screen gets taken down, but EUnited with 6 minutes left, down in this series for the first time. Now, in game 3, they find themselves down 1-0 with Overshield and rockets in hand. This could be the moment that decides, are they going to tie this one up, or are they going to go down swinging?
Here we go now. They've got the kills, 2 dead. Like you said, Overshield pushes well, and Ryan Noob starting that push. There's going to be bottom rocket spawns coming in without a doubt, and here they go. So far, only one alive, excuse me, only one dead still, so they should be able to get this, especially if they get this next kill. Here goes the flag across the halfway mark.
Look at this, though. Eco Smith is at their base, and Renegade is going to be in the bar as well. Renegade gets taken down. Stellar gets taken down. Eco finds a kill in the kill feed, so Ryan Noob, seeing all of this happen, knows that there's no way that Eco's going to stop me, right? Wrong! Eco gets the kill onto the flag carrier. 2 players get stuck in bar, and unfortunately, Eco can't find a second kill, so that is going to be the cap going in the favor of EUnited, punching this one up, tying it up, but not without Eco trying some heroics to stop that one from going in.
Tied 1-1 there, and a nice little double kill comes in from Spartan after grappling down from the bottom double doors. It's an excellent angle and one that they certainly did not expect. Almost gets into a little bit of a weird melee battle. What will win that will maintain control of his own base, and just like you said, tied 1-1 here. Some fantastic flag running and very different flag running in coming in from both sides.
Yeah, great job by everybody on EUnited to come back with the flag, to keep track of all the names, and then to finish Eco off as soon as they were able to get control of their base. Almost a big blunder from them. 3 go down for Cloud9 on screen, though, and Spartan finds himself with the Mangler pushing into bar. A beautiful situation for EUnited fans now that you've tied this game up. You have an opportunity to potentially take the lead. I love that he's slow playing this. He does spot Eco's head. He had to have seen it, right? He hears these steps in the bar, but he's waiting for more players to come. He is going to finally show himself, reveal himself, take down Eco. Eco's like, how in the heck did he get there? And all of a sudden, Spartan now playing his life with Stellar in his face. If he finds 2, that could be the opening 3 go down for Cloud9. A frenzy somehow for Penguin. Wait.
For Spartan, I think, right? No, I think it was carried over from Spartan. It was just a little bit of a metal carryover as we switch POVs. It looked like that would make a lot more sense as well, based on what we saw there on the board, but especially with Penguin's total kill column. So that's going to be Spartan there that was on the frenzy, and really Spartan just making it look like a MLG or HCS Sunday night, spending that much time in the bar as everyone starts to come through, and we're going to stay tied 1-1 here, 3:41 left in the game.
It's just a matter of time. How can these teams try and infiltrate the enemy base? You're seeing EUnited focus on this bar control, but Eco and Renegade have positioned themselves to try and deny this space from being taken. They do lose Renegade, and that's Eco's opportunity to try and capitalize on Renegade's damage. He spots Ryan bottom middle, a big 1v1 win for Eco right now. Rockets are coming up in the next 15 seconds, and the battle for mid control goes on right now.
Big numbers here, as we talked about from Spartan, but also Ryan Noob, 16 kills to his name as well. On the other side, it's Stellar leading the way, 16 and 15. So a lot of these players almost dead even, despite having a lot of kills in the category as well. Stellar just trying to grab control of his opponent's bar now.
Yeah, pay attention. Both teams are really focusing on controlling the enemy team's bar. Stellar now with the same opportunity that we saw Spartan have. Can't find that one shot onto the player. Can't get that last kill. And because of it, a little bit of space is still intact for EUnited. Nick's going to re-challenge it. That's a bad decision, especially against Stellar. He's able to find one. Unfortunately, he's somehow surrounded, but it's bought enough time for the Eco show to come in now. Eco with Rockets finds one. Gets a nice nade, a melee, the grapple. Every button on the controller's pressed, but the kill doesn't come through. And Spartan with a huge kill continues to create space for his team.
It's a huge play from Spartan there, and you had to think a lot of things happened there in rapid succession. Cloud9 loses a player they maybe didn't need to, but then also Eco comes in with those rockets, and you had to think with 1 rocket left, with 2 grapples, as that flag was about to maybe start running, it could have been very different, but Spartan just flies into the tree, and it wasn't the cleanest battle, but regardless, he wins it and helps his team maintain control.
Yeah, Stellar trying to be aggressive, trying to get a pull on this flag, but he knows that he needs his teammates to find some kills. Renegade does get one onto Nick, and somehow Stellar's positioned himself so well while pulling this flag that he's gotten his shield back for a little bit. Does get knocked to no shield once again. The nade kept him a little weak, but the fact that he's still alive and being such a nuisance is forcing all of EUnited to focus on him. Come back to your base. You have to take down Stellar. They finally do. And 3 down for Cloud9. It was actually a complete wipe. Renegade just coming off spawn. EUnited have defended their base properly, and now with mid control, they can look to be aggressive, but with 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock, Andy, it will definitely be next cap wins on a map like Bizarre CTF.
My God, so much to talk about there. You had, first of all, Spartan, for the second time in a row, stopping that flag and making sure to clear out his own back base before pushing out. Great job from Spartan. Then you had Eco grab the overshield. Despite grabbing a double bottom middle, that overshield was melted right away. So good prioritization coming in from EUnited as well. These two teams just back and forth. As you say, next flag certainly going to be the one that takes it. 1 minute on the clock.
You have to play every life like it's your last, like it's the most important life of the series right now. Penguin playing so sneaky right now, taking his time, not going to move until his teammates give him information, and I actually love this by him because he's going to be probably able to catch someone off guard. It's going to be Spartan on the pillars, and that is the first pick that Cloud9 looks to have. You know what happens when Cloud9 find that first pick? It's usually dominoes starting to fall. Ryan Noob goes down. Look at Penguin being aggressive, making his way to the flag, but also looking for the rest of the spawners. 2 dead for EUnited right now, and the last 2 were the ones coming off respawn, so they've staggered the spawns, they've staggered the lives of EUnited, and the flag already pulled into the tree. This could be Cloud9's opportunity to win this game, but he gets taken down. Rain finds the kill. Eco forced to back up. Nades are bountiful in the tree, and Eco needs to play his life here. This flag is all but dead with multiple players watching it. Eco decides to try and get a touch, pays for it with his life.
Look at this, Nick just doing absolutely huge plays. Nick stays alive that long in the tree. That's why this flag has not continued. That's why this flag is just moments away from resetting. No, Renegade gets a touch again. They're going to keep this alive.
Oh my God, Renegade doing everything he can, but it's not enough. 3 members come out of the tree, find themselves going into overtime now that that flag is returned. The pie chart's over. EUnited and Cloud9, not only did this series go the distance, we're going into overtime in game 3. The final cap will decide the winner. And who's going to the winners finals? EUnited and Cloud9. One flag to decide the match.
Nick with huge back-to-back plays there on both of those flag runs. Not only does he stay alive in hut to prevent that flag from leaving the tree, but he also comes back and wins another battle in tree as well. That's going to be an overshield grab for the side of Ryan Noob as well, and maybe this is the momentum, the energy that EUnited needed to close this one out. King Nick going huge at the end of the game to send us to sudden death overtime.
Boom! Ryan finds the first kill with the Rockets. The second Rocket going to be down. Great shots from Stellar. A wild decision from Ryan Noob. Maybe a little bit of an overstep. He tries to find the opening, create the opening himself. Because of a little bit of an overstep, though, he's not able to do too much with those Rockets, only finding one kill. The second Rocket is going to be led to the ground, and Cloud9 successfully defend their base from the grapple Rocket player that was Ryan Noob. A massive play there to trade that out, and these teams' defense standing strong once again.
And 4 minutes on the clock, but you have to think with the way these teams have started to play this game type towards the end of the regulation time, that we might see a flag on the board. Just so much aggression coming in, teams pushing the advantage. You saw earlier Stellar grabbing flags that even when he didn't have the right amount of control that you'd normally see in a bizarre CTF. So lots of aggression here, teams taking the chances. They want to make sure they can close this one out in OT.
How about those shots from Renegade, though? That kill was massive because he lost the first member on his team in that fight, but already 4 go down for EUnited, and it's on the back of that 4 shot from Renegade bottom middle. Now we're watching Penguin fly into the tree, try and press these spawners before they can create too much space. Unfortunately, range shots are too good. They force Penguin out of the fight. Stellar looks to try and capitalize on that situation. Rain does get taken down. Overextenders, spawners from bottom Rockets trying to come back to their base, but 2 get taken down. Perfect teamwork from Cloud9. A perfect flag being run out the big door, and now it's do or die. Last lives for EUnited. Make it or break it. Here comes the series final.
Rain delayed this a lot. Let's see if that's going to give enough time for Ryan, who can try to get an angle. Overshield popping right now as well. This one's going to be big. If Penguin gets this, this should bring this home. Pops it just in time. The flag run will continue.
This is it. Renegade already through the big door with the flag. Nobody on EUnited in a position to stop him. Jumping it up, and that's going to be Cloud9 inch by inch. Renegade with the little bad manners there, showing you I'm comfortably capping this one. I'm comfortably finding myself once again in the winners finals. It's Cloud9 taking our series.
Renegade taking some inspiration there from the NFL, just tiptoes all the way into that final end zone. The flag goes in, they win it in overtime, and it will be just a footnote in the history books, an opportunity for EUnited to send the top team in the world right now, Cloud9, to the elimination bracket, make a big statement ahead of HCS Anaheim. Instead, they will fall, C9 will continue on, and EUnited will have to fight their way through the losers bracket, but you know they're going to be thinking about that game 2, 50-48. Because this series was in their hands. Instead, they will lose in 3 games.
Heartbreaking ways to lose. Not only game 2, but game 3. You got to be kicking yourselves because that was a massive opportunity to get Cloud9 out of the way, at least for now. But Cloud9, I mean, I said it after game 1. You leave that door open a little bit. You just leave it cracked. Cloud9 break through, right? It doesn't take much, but they get the job done on the back of Stellar's 26 kills, 12 assists to match. And although it's just a +3 performance, the space, the timing of these kills, the aggressiveness of Cloud9, that when they get 1 kill, they turn it into 4 dead so continuously that's all it took at the very end there. You saw the swarm onto the base, and unfortunately, EUnited, unable to get Slays just 1 time, cost them the entire series.
You talk about that door just being cracked a bit. I'll tell you what, I know exactly which door you're talking about. That was the big door on Bazaar, and they left it cracked just a little bit, and that's all Penguin needed to zip that flag back through. We'll take a look at some of the highlights there, but my God, C9 pulling this one out 50-48 and then 2-1. Taking a look at the highlights from map number 3. EUnited putting up not just a great fight, but what could have certainly been a series-winning fight in each game.
I just felt that EUnited was going to take this series, especially with how many clutch kills they were getting over and over on the camo players, on the rocket players, just in situations where typically we see Cloud9 just dominate. EUnited found so many opportunities to stay in the series, push it the distance, but like you said, it has to be perfect. You have to have no mistakes. And the second Penguin was able to grapple that flag into his door, you saw the life of Cloud9 start to churn, right? You saw them start to get momentum off that. One great play is all they need to start to convince themselves, hey, we're still the best in the world. This overshowed all but ended this series because they weren't able to take that player down. They weren't able to get Overshield into their own hands. EUnited fell short there at the end, but it was off the brilliance and the consistency that we know Cloud9 to play at, and it looks like it is going to take Perfect Halo to take these guys down.
Yeah, I gotta say, it's definitely gonna take a lot to take them down, but my goodness, were EUnited close to doing so. They looked electric out there is the word I would use to describe them, especially with their hot start on Stronghold's live fire, which honestly was very shocking to me just because I expected that to be a lot closer, but they made it look so easy. Honestly, I want to talk about that because they really had C9's number, and that's the first time we've really seen a team kind of capitalize on what C9 weren't doing so well, and that of course is having the control of our power weapons. You know, that it really did come down to the snipe there and what they were able to do with it, and then really using the rest of the sandbox to their advantage. What did you make of that winning map for EUnited overall?
I think EUnited had a clear strategy on how they wanted to approach map number 1, and I think that was they had to control B for the majority of the game. It was made so much more easy by the fact they had Sniper and Heatwave a lot of the time, plus a Repulsor, plus Spike Grenades, which obviously spawned at the back of B as well, which helped just push those players back who are respawning A, coming through that low door, trying to push across the sandbag. So it was a clear strategy that was just helped by the fact that they were picking up the kills along the way. They kept winning that fight for B over and over again because of it. And then when you've got tower control, you have C, you're going to be constantly forcing spawns back at A, back over towards dummies. And you don't want to be spawning there if you're Cloud9. You're the furthest away from the stronghold. You have to fight uphill. It was perfect execution from EUnited, and it was certainly an impressive way to start the series.
It was indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, C9 had a very impressive end to it, obviously taking that one from EUnited's hands. But somebody who might be able to shed a little bit more light on what happened in map 1 is Penguin from Cloud9. We have one of the players themselves to talk us through that. Penguin, it's so good to have you joining us. Thank you so much for being on the broadcast, and congratulations for another win for your team. We were just kind of breaking down things there on Live Fire Strongholds map 1, which was, I think, a little bit of a shock to some of us just because of how EUnited came out of the gates against you guys. Talk to me about what happened there with your team, because it's not often we see you in these situations going one down like that in a series. Talk to me about the, you know, the mental side of it as a team and how you guys bounce back.
You know, I think that game type in particular is very like setup based. Like you can play it a lot more setup-y than other maps, which are more like free flowing. So I think they kind of just had us on lock like right off the start, and that's like one of their better game types. So they just knew what they were doing the whole time. And honestly, like we came out pretty slow and just kind of got owned. Like straight up, we just got owned. But I got to reset after every game.
Sometimes you got to admit that, right, Penguin? Sometimes one team just plays particularly well. Now, my question to you is, firstly, get yourself in focus. Secondly, it's how do you guys keep clutching up these incredibly tight games? Right at the end, it will be like, I don't know, you'll have a Strongholds game, which is 248 to 248. You win. It's a Slayer game like we just saw that game too, where it's 47-47 and you win. How do you keep doing it? What is the secret to your success there?
I mean, you got to play like the score is like 0-0 at all times, and you want to build yourself a lead. So like we just don't feel the pressure. We just continue to play Halo, you know? Like sometimes you got to slow it down or whatever, but like we're not freaking out. We know how to play Halo. So as long as you remember that in the heat of the moment, like you should be good.
I'll tell you what, you certainly do know how to play Halo. You're teaching me a thing or two. I'll give you that one. Penguin, absolutely amazing job from you guys. And it's cool to see things, you know, getting a little bit heated there, close. You know, I know you're doing it for the fans. I know you really could have just sealed the deal there pretty easily, but we appreciate the entertainment.
United's a really good team. United's a really good team. I think they're underrated by a lot of people.
No, they're a very good team. Like, hey, they were in the grand final with you guys in Raleigh, and we expected a lot out of them, and you guys gave us that. But congratulations and best of luck going forward in the bracket.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much, Penguin. Fantastic to hear from. It's honestly fantastic to hear from any of the players, from any of the teams here, just to get that insight on how they're feeling and really how they operate properly, because, you know, we're breaking things down here on this end, but it's really cool to kind of get inside their mind and figure things out from their perspective. But with that being said, C9 are looking very dominant, even in situations where things might get a little bit shaky. They still manage to clutch up, like Onset said, and as long as if they remember that they can play Halo pretty well, then they seem to be okay, according to Penguin. But, you know, that's going to do it from us right now. We're going to head to a quick break, but when we come back, we are on the elimination side of things in the bracket. We'll see exactly who's going home and who's going forward, so stick with us.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling. United by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Hello, you lovely Halo fans, and welcome back to the HCS NA Pro Series. I don't know what I was about to say then. I was about to say NA North American Pro Series. Just gonna shout out the region of North America. Absolutely amazing. We are actually heavily into our bracket now, and Clutch, we're into our elimination quarterfinals, which means we get to see Optic versus EUnited duke it out. And I just want to say, you know, Optic right now are coming up against EUnited, who's pretty hot off a decent series against Cloud9. They're going to be feeling themselves, and they're going to want to have another chance at playing that Cloud9 roster once again. So Optic have their work out for them. And I got to say, every time I think about Optic and performing really well and trying to sneak a few wins, I think of our USMC service record player, which is going to be Pistola. This guy always seems to stay alive in situations he needs to stay alive in. He's always there to lead the team. He's a fantastic player in terms of experience and what he can do in game. I gotta say, this guy is really a national treasure in terms of Halo. And Clutch, talk to me about him and why he is so special for this roster.
Yeah, national treasure, a national champion back in 2010. Got a few other championships under his belt since then, but overall, Pistola just can do it all, right? And can do it at the highest level, whether it's staying alive, being a nuisance, damage output, just being a main slayer, playing objective. I mean, it really is the full package with him, and he brings so much to a team because of how much presence he forces the other team to have on him at all times. When Pistola is able to stay alive in these situations, we talk about that's his specialty, right? Is being this wizard, getting out of situations, staying alive. When he's able to do that, he creates so much space for the rest of his team based off the distractions that the other team is forced to have onto Pistola just by himself. He's going to need that against this EUnited roster, right? You talked about these two teams coming in, and they're in two different complete situations. One is going to have a lot of momentum behind them through the losers bracket run. The other one just lost immediately to Cloud9, being forced to play again. I expect Pistola in this Optic roster and that's getting hot through the losers bracket to have a great run here.
Yeah, for sure. I think Pistola's going to have some magic up his sleeve, bring out the wizard stuff, you name it. Just do it all against this EUnited roster. Let's take a look at the brackets, though, to see the journey that these guys are going to have to go through if they want to try and get into that grand final. You can see right now in our elimination quarterfinals, we're going to be watching EUnited versus Optic. And then on the other side of things in the quarters, we also have G2 versus Pioneers. Now, I think Brav actually mentioned it in the last cast, but Sentinels did drop out of the tournament completely. They are a goner against Pioneers 2-1, and Pioneers will move on against G2, who I've got to say G2 have had the spot of luck, in fact, as well, beating Optic, in fact, to bring them into the elimination bracket as well. So a lot to be done here in terms of getting to that grand final position, but we've seen it be done before. We'll see the bounce back eventually. It'll just be a question of who that's going to be. Now, we need to quickly talk about these two. I've got to say, both very, very good teams, and Optic having a little bit of a shaky kind of roller coaster moment this season so far. And Bravo, do you think right now Optic are on it? They did fall to G2 previously in the bracket. You know, is that really going to be the kind of mindset that Optic are going to be able to carry forward here in order to beat EUnited? Where do you see them at the moment?
I think Optic's probably still going to be feeling good. I saw scrims this week. You might have caught their phase scrim where they were essentially trading games for the most part. They lost by a few games, but I think Optic is going to be feeling good here. I think they're a really mentally strong team when they're in a tournament. Now, week to week, that might be different, but I think through a tournament, they're really able to sit down, slow down, focus up, and do what they need to do. So I'm not worried about them in terms of mentality or approach. However, we need to see if they have all the pieces of the puzzle together in terms of teamwork and coordination to continue on in this bracket. And you know it's not going to be easy against EUnited.
It certainly will not. Talking about pieces of the puzzle, I couldn't think of a better duo in terms of a jigsaw putting it together and creating a whole picture as Onset and Bravo. So I'm going to hand it over to you guys to get into our limb quarters.
Oh, thanks a lot. That's put a big smile on my face as we get into this series, Andy, and what a series it's going to be as well. And I want to kind of jump off the back of that conversation we were just having as we were, talking about Optic, talking about EUnited, talking about some of the trials and tribulations that Optic have been through in the last couple of weeks, and, including Raleigh itself as well. One thing that I always take away from these situations is the bigger picture, right? You look at Optic. They've been through some tough times. Yes, they got back to that final last week, but then they've dropped back down to the elimination bracket here. Now, one thing that brings a team closer, I always find, is fighting their way out of these kind of situations as a unit and putting in performances once again. Now that Optic have had the experience that maybe they didn't want to have, do you feel like they're a stronger team now they've come out the other side of it?
I absolutely think that can be the case for this Optic side. I think, like you said, resilience and going through battles only builds chemistry. It's going to build character for these individuals as well. And they're going to now look at this series and have to be ready to strap in because EUnited is ready to play. We just saw them almost nearly 2 kills away from 2-0ing C9. And now they find themselves in the elimination bracket. Optic needs to make sure they are ready to face a very hot EUnited.
Yes, they do indeed. And if you thought that first series of the day was pretty hot, as you say, Andy, then this one's going to be just a similar temperature as well. We're going to start off with the POV of the man that we were talking about before this series got underway in Pistola. Kills being traded across the board straight away from both teams as 2 players will fall either side here for Optic and EU.
Yeah, it's going to be hot. It's going to be spicy. This is what we came for. First series of the day, as you say, was incredible. I think this one is going to be no exception to that list here. Aquarius CTF going to be our game number 1. We're finally seeing a camo go in for Lucid. It's going to be a late pop for him.
Lucid moving across top pink here. APG picking up a kill is going to give Optic a little bit of space to play with. And when you've got the camouflage as well, it's going to be... Lucid has a pretty clear path towards that flag. Of course, the objective to get that one back to your base. And look at the information that's being gathered here. One player seems to have spotted him out, but the commander in hand is going to start melting. Rain does drop a grenade, but will be dropped into the respawn screen as well. Lucid playing his life beautifully here. Here's Nick to try and take him down, but Trippy's going to be there for the trade.
EUnited with a very good answer there. A double kill in the end for Trippy as he'll pick up that one. Really good control, really good presence there in the back of the base. They are able to eagle eye the camo. First of all, credit to Rain. He eagle eyes the camo. That's what allows multiple players to push into the back of the base and pick up those kills.
EUnited doing a pretty good job, I would say, to kind of stifle the push that was coming in from Optic. I wonder if Lucid maybe had an opportunity to get that flag moving a little bit earlier. Yes, you've got camo. Yes, you want to play for kills, but you create that little bit of a distraction with the flag being moved off of its stand, off of its home, then all of a sudden EUnited have some different questions to answer. But now the question is being asked, where are you going to go off respawn EUnited? As you say, Andy, 4 dead, the flag already through the closet.
Spartan's still dead. He still hasn't spawned. Now they're up. So Ola just playing it so disciplined. He even strong sides away through the utility, even though there's only 1 player alive, just making making sure to play this as disciplined as he can. There's not even a tag, not even a tap on the way home. Optic is the first to strike in game number 1.
As clean as a whistle, that flag cap coming in from Optic Gaming. It shows that they've been waiting for EUnited to turn up, and they've been welcoming. I'll get there eventually, Andy, them to the party. As Pistola now has to play a little bit of defense on his side of the map. Trippy picks up 1 though, which is going to allow maybe a little bit of space to be created. Here's Ryanoob inside of the closet. 3 falling for EUnited. Ryanoob last player alive, and Pistola is on the hunt.
Ryanoob with a dynamo to the face against Ola. APG sneaks away with the camo. That's going to be first camo for the side of Optic. You saw, excuse me, for the side of Optic. You saw EUnited grab that one earlier on. Now we'll see finally Lucid able to grab that first one, and now Nick can't stay alive in the utility. Big thrust there, 3 dead for EUnited.
Rhino coming off a spawn. Trippy trying to keep the pressure on, but look at the flood now from Optic inside the base. Rain's on respawn. Spartan's just popped back into the game, and he's already being met with BR bullets into his chest. Rain going to be pushing down Bomb Car. That's such an important kill there onto Trippy. That's going to allow EUnited to at least get some semblance of map control, but the next few kills are vital for where that flag ends up.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on this. All 4 alive for Optic momentarily. 1 dead for EUnited, 2 dead for EUnited, 2 dead for each side now. That flag's still going to be out.
Rain trying to get across to it. Pistola and Trippy there. There's Nick, and there's a little cheeky touch coming from Pistola as well to keep that flag alive. 2 players from EUnited are in the vicinity, though, to get that flag back to base. Lucid is last alive alongside APG. For Optic, big BR window coming in from APG. He retreats towards his base to stay alive, but 3 dead for EUnited. He's going to have all the time that he needs.
Great call from you on set. That kill from Rain against Trippy. Trippy had the sidekick. It was bottom dynamos. That kill from Rain is the only reason that flag did not go home. Those 1v1s when you're maybe the last player or one of the last 2 alive and your opponent is running the flag, those are the difference maker, especially when they're won at the halfway mark on the map. Because of that play, we will stay at 1-0 in favor of Optic Gaming.
APG now looking to continue what has been a pretty good start for him in this game. 9-5 on the statistics. A little bit of damage being done with that sidekick. Here's Spartan going to be trading out a kill with Trippy. 2 players from EUnited trapped in the base. You can see that APG just got focused there as every single player from EUnited communicated his position to make sure he was taken down. But that play from APG pushing up, being aggressive, and distracting those players from EUnited has allowed Pistola now to get that camo into his hands.
Lots to talk about there. You got 3 camos in a row for Optic, first of all. Also, look at the fridge angle that we saw from Lucid to see up into the flag. Really great angle there. Like you said, that secures the 3rd camo for Ola now, and he's able to just poke around the corner with teammates. They need a few more kills, though, of course, before they can start this run, and actually, flag being run on the other side as well.
Camo going to expire here for Pistola as well, so Optic not going to have the power up to play with. They still do have the heat wave, though. Rain picking up a kill in the feed. That's where these kills for is going to be vital, because as we saw, that flag is going to be moving from EUnited as well. Lucid picks up the kill and sends it back home. And that little play from Lucid, it cannot be understated there, Andy. If that flag does not get sent home and a touch comes in, that's a free run for EUnited back to the closet.
I mean, look at this. Everyone already here in utility, already here in their opponent's closet, just like you say. The fact that they were ready to run this. Lucid being only 1 of 2 alive, and he jumps on that return. This flag would already be home, so right away, really good play there from Lucid in a disadvantageous situation, making sure that flag comes back home and his team can reset a bit.
EUnited's slaying prowess has been pretty impressive so far. The one player maybe an exception to that is the man stuck on a breadstick right now, which is Nick. 1 and 8 for him. Maybe not the game he wants, but 8 assists. Currently leading the lobby, so certainly still damage output coming in from Nick. But Rain's going to be moving towards the Dynamos now. He's going to pick up an easy one-shot kill onto the player who was kind of hovering about the area. 2 players trapped inside of the utility now. Those Dynamo grenades are going to be taken away, but there's Trippy again, and a couple of vital battles already taking place, Car 1.
Yeah, pretty disproportionate kills on the side of EUnited. Like you say, 1 and 9 from Nick and 3 here and 11 from Ryanoob. Both of them certainly leading their team in assists, but not really what you expect to see all the time. Trippy off screen, though, is able to pick up a double kill. That's 3 dead momentarily for EUnited.
Trippy just trying to stay alive long enough for those dynamos to pop up, and you can see he was just a fraction of a second away from being able to get those into his hands. Spartan now pushing down, but he's going to get stuck by Lucid. A good trade coming in from the Optic player. Whenever you're in a situation like that, Andy, and you get away with taking someone with you to the death screen, it's always a good feeling.
So there's camo bottom middle. I had to wonder, you didn't see it on Ola's body. That's because he died mid-fall, so it actually fell a little bit lower on bottom middle. That means Rain's going to grab that camo. It will be the first camo of the game for EUnited.
Let's see what they can do with it then. Optic, like you say, have had control of the camo for some time. Emperor Palpatine introduces himself to top pink, and Rain lets the damage take place before he finishes off the kill. 1-0 still to Optic in this game, but this is an opportunity. Look at the players here from Optic. Rain has a flank, but they've already sniffed him out by the looks of things. APG stays alive long enough, maybe to get some damage down and the trade to come in, but Rhino also there to keep the pressure on.
Great play from Optic. They didn't let a player push in utility. If you sit on that doorway and you just eagle eye a camo and you start to shoot the second they pop in, that player will not be able to do damage in utility. That's exactly what Optic shut down just now.
Look at this push coming in from EUnited though. Trippy gets taken down in the back of the base. Lucid has the heat wave and he also has a flank on these players. It's a 2v2 on the map at the moment. APG will slow down the run though from EUnited. A vital kill from him. Lucid jumping on the return. Pistola with him as well. Here's a thrust coming in, which is going to keep the player alive. And Rhino's actually going to try and skip past the players now inside of the closet, and the utility picks up a kill. Spartan should be taken down as well. You can see that Lucid at the moment is just head on a swivel trying to do what he can to clear these players out.
Lucid, really interesting plays here. Does not want to trade here. Such a wise play. He just stays alive. He takes certain angles. He takes certain routes to make sure that he's not in a melee trade battle so that he can lock down that corner of the map. Eventually, that flag will come back home. Really heads-up play by Lucid. That might not look that flashy on paper, but the way that he decided to angle himself and approach those battles made sure that that flag came back home safely.
Yeah, if you want to wonder why that's so good, imagine you're on the side of Optic, right? On the side of EUnited. Every time Lucid was called out, by the end of the sentence, he's in a different position. He's in a relocated and they cannot find that kill. So Lucid doing a great job, like you mentioned, to just make sure he doesn't trade to stay alive and just keep that flag from going back to the base. But with 3 minutes and around 45 seconds left in this game, number one, it's still Optic with just that one flag advantage.
By the way, Ola with the 4th camo for Optic. We haven't seen him on screen yet to see exactly where he is. There he is, just staying alive down there on bottom middle. Flag is being ran across. They should be able to bring this back.
Rhino picks up one, but it's not going to be enough as Optic double their lead. 3.5 minutes to go. And with the way this game has been going so far, we haven't seen too much from EUnited as far as action is concerned. Inside of that Optic gaming base, they seem to just be getting caught inside of the closet a little bit too much. I'd like to see them maybe have one player take a few angles front base here, Andy, just cause some distractions to allow those players to extend into the flag.
Looks like, if I'm not mistaken, we'll see exactly what happens here, but looks like not good on the side of the scoreboard. Players are going to slow down here, and Optic's going to be very happy that that flag went in. You see a little bit of crouching going on here as we see a player did a drop on the side of EUnited. So we'll get back into that as soon as we can. But Optic going to be very happy with that reset coming in. Just the fact that they did get that second flag in. We'll have to wait for the decision, of course, but it looks like we'll start that game with some sort of lead for Optic in the form of 2 flags, however that takes. But Optic gaming looking very strong. Onset, you had just said the fact that we're not seeing a lot from EUnited in terms of getting that flag out of utility, getting it past the closet.
Yeah, I think there's a few things to look at there in that game from EUnited's POV in comparison to how Optic were playing it. One thing that was very good from Optic is we've seen a lot of the control all about, you know, the Dynamo side of the map, right? And flags being run through there, control, you know, both utilities. It's kind of the strategy we've seen develop so far. I like how Optic were overextending on Pink a lot of the time to get inside of the base and then kind of pinch a little bit more than EUnited were. You can see the issue for EUnited, right, Andy? They were inside of the closet, but when you're in the closet and you've got angles from Optic on the P side or inside their base, you can't really get out because there's only 2 doors to kind of escape from. So EUnited needs to take a few more angles, I think, to put the pressure onto Optic inside of the base.
Yeah, the closet runs great when you have the numbers to do it and when you're thinking way past the closet and utility, right? The utility run really isn't a pause run. You don't want to drop the flag in utility and then have to continue to slay. It's more so we already have top mid angles. We already have control of Dynamo side entirely. Let's get the flag through closet. And then maybe you drop around the mid mark. Maybe you drop and shoot to their bottom mid. Maybe you pinch their closet door. Maybe you also shoot across top mid. But it's not really what we're seeing from EUnited, where they're running it into closet and they have more slaying to do. That's very difficult to do. Whereas when you look at Optics runs that game, much more slay heavy. They have more numbers. They're able to get the flag quickly across. And it really is an indication of the likelihood of the flag coming across. If it's dropped in utility for any significant amount of time, there's a much lower percentage, much lower likelihood that that flag's going to come in.
Yeah, sorry. I was going to say one thing that's also kind of underrated, I think, about the overextension on the P side of the map as well, is how quickly you can make it. We've seen how fast you can drop slide across any map on Halo Infinite, right? And when you've got these huge ramps on the P side of the map, then you really can just get from point A to point B. Like you say, it's like watching me go down a water slide. You know, it's quick. Trust me,
it's fast.
Point A to point B gets. There's not a lot of time between A and B, and you know, it's such a good way to get behind enemy lines and get inside of the base. And I think we're going to see teams do that a little bit more. And I think Optic has showing already a little bit of an evolution on what we've seen at the start of Halo Infinite on how they want to approach this particular game type.
Absolutely. I mean, especially when you got players like Lucid and Trippy just playing Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. When they spawn in the fridge, they just right across the map and they're already in your fridge. And I think more and more players are continuing to pick up even more drop slides, even more curb slides on the map that they can use. So the speed of the utility run, it kind of is on an inverted slope when you look at the speed at which players are able to get across pink. So that run becomes less and less valuable as you have players that are mastering Halo Infinite's movement more and more, without a doubt. But it's a great start to our game number 1 between these two teams for sure.
Well, it's looking like League Ops have given us the decision on what's going to be happening. We're going to have a full replay by the looks of things, where Optic will need 3 flags and EUnited will need 5. So a 2 flag advantage, as you would expect, for Optic Gaming in this game, having been 2-0 up before. Unfortunately, we had the problems that we did see in front of us. So what do you think about EUnited's chance now? I think it's probably the best kind of thing that could have happened to be EUnited, to be honest with you, because there was only around 3.5 minutes left in the game. Now they have a chance to maybe claw their way back into this.
Yeah, it gives them a little bit extra time. I'm just thankful that there was no flag mid-run. Always a bit more painful to see a player drop when there's a flag developing or something. We were lucky that we were at more of a... What's that?
I said no one wants that.
No.
Like, it's horrible. Especially if you're the player running the flag, right? And you're like, hey, because let's be honest, one of the best feelings in Halo is when you got the flag in your hands, you're running home, and you just kind of like, it's like almost in a movie, like
it's all slow motion.
Like Con Air, you know, Con Air when he jumps through the window and gets up and the hair's going and all of that. That's kind of thing. I mean, I can't really relate, as I get it, I don't have any, but it's never a good feeling, Andy. But one good feeling is when we get more Halo, and we do get some more Halo now.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. I think Optic is not going to be, on the back foot at all here with the time. Sure, they'd love to have 3 minutes on the clock here, but with the amount of time, I think Optic has proven that they really are feeling comfortable in this game type. They know exactly what to do. They're prioritizing the right kills. One thing we should point out, though, there were multiple instances on set where Lucid saved the day with the heat wave, say in utility, or other players on Optic were able to stay alive just long enough to make sure that other players were spawning and able to put pressure on utility during a flag run. Optic cannot rely on those moments to come through each time. And as we've seen in other series with other teams, when you start to see moments like that where there's a hero saving the day multiple times throughout a game, it can oftentimes be a sign that this team is very close, the opposing team is very close to striking. So we're going to keep an eye on that. If EUnited is able to get 3 dead, maybe they don't get the flag run, but they get 3 dead again, we need to look at that, because you can't rely, like we said, in a full replay on the clock, you cannot rely on these heroes with the power weapons saving the day. We're going to need to say Optic play even a little bit more control. Otherwise, EUnited is very close to getting a flag home.
Yeah, I think it's a really great point. You know, Lucid doesn't make 2 plays in that. It could have been 2-2 quite happily with those closet runs that did come in. And maybe that's something that EUnited need to be aware of as well. You know, you need to maybe just commit 2 players and just say, hey, I'll challenge you. We get a 1-for-1 trade across the board. We're happy with that because Lucid's down, the heat wave's down, and we have that flag across the halfway mark. But there's so many moments that you can pick away from that game number 1 that were pivotal to what actually happened with the objective, right? You look at that 1v1 that was down bottom card, the 1v1 with the sidekick in the hands of, I think it was Rain who managed to pick up the kill on
Rain versus Trippy, yeah.
Like you said, in the middle of the game, that kill doesn't happen. There's not that butterfly effect, right, of everything that happens after it. That's how tight all of these teams that we're seeing are. You look at that first series that we saw between EUnited and Cloud9, it's those small moments, those small wins and decisions that favor one team or the other that seem to be separating the teams that win the series at the moment.
Yeah, that's the incredible thing about Halo Infinite right now. The exact skill gap in this game, and then the exact skill gap between these teams. We've talked about this in other games. You also hear about in other esports, how little moments might make up a match, but it's hard to think about a time in competitive Halo history where that has been more true than it is right now, just because of how these maps are playing, with how close these games are. You saw 50-48 in the last game. You also saw a 2-1 flag in our first series. There really are these pivotal moments that are becoming game defining, and you hear that a lot, as I said, but it really is true right now in Halo Infinite. So keep an eye on those key 1v1s in these games, and we'll help, of course, identify those as the games go, because these players are stepping up in huge scenarios. They're winning 1v2s that they maybe shouldn't. They're taking super creative routes to create chances that wouldn't have been there otherwise. So it's a pretty exciting time in Halo Infinite for sure.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to highlight the amount of pressure that's on the players throughout a series as well. You know, when you know that every single play that you make in a series at the moment could be the difference between you winning and losing a game. It's not a nice place to be, but it's also what the players live for, right? That pressure, those moments where you do come out on the good side of it and you create those opportunities for your teams. Well, thank you for staying with us, everybody. I should say that because unfortunate that we had this little restart that has occurred, but Optic versus EUnited will be restarting now. Format reset, but Optic only need 3 flags. EUnited will need 5.
And that means Optic's going to have the foot on the gas right away. They're going to want to get an early flag in, maybe early 2 flags, just to get themselves even more of a cushion here. They're not going to sit back. They're not going to play defense. We got a full time on the clock here. Let's take a look at how this opening rush goes.
Well, Pistola's going to be the man we watch. The eyes of his battle rifle to start off once more. Early on here, it's going to be Rain. He picks up a double kill right at the start. This Pistola's going to run into his own grenade. That is not good play from Pistola, I have to say it. As he tried to use that thrust to survive as long as he could. APG going to be last alive now. Spartan already trying to collapse here for EUnited. This is a much better start for them.
Yeah, definitely lots going on there off of that opening there. Not what you expect to see, as Spartan knows that he can't get anything going just yet. It was a 2v2 momentarily, thinking about trying to make something happen there, but knows he needs a few more kills before he's able to start this flag run. First, wasn't going to be APG, and based on APG's I wouldn't quite call it victory crouching here, but momentary waiting, it looks like there's going to be another game issue as well. Based on the fact that we have all 8 players in onset, I think it's safe to say that there you go. Finally, thought it might have been a settings issue, but we actually do see a player drop on the side of Optic Gaming, unfortunately. So no damage done overall in terms of the scoreboard, as we see the players awkwardly dancing around there, not sure what to do. Some crouching, a little bit of shooting, a little bit of antics there that might have looked like a moment out of Red versus Blue for a few seconds there, but luckily no harm done on the scoreboard, aside from the fact that we have to wait one more time to get officially into our game number 1.
Hey, you were talking about Halo after parties at the bar and a little bit earlier in the first series. They are the exact moves that Andy Dudinsky makes after.
That's true.
Yeah, it's literally the same speed as well.
It's true. I would say APG on the center. We'll call it not just bottom mid there on the thrust. It's kind of center dance floor.
Yeah,
that was a dance floor. We have seen some wild moves on the Sunday nights of MLG and HCS events, without a doubt. And that did look awkwardly similar to the things that we have seen some people pull on set. You're right.
It's almost as blurry as well the longer it goes on, but that's a story for another time. If you obviously want to be involved, hopefully we get people back at LAN events very soon. Anaheim's just around the corner. Let's talk about Anaheim, because we fly through these shows usually and we don't have the opportunity to kind of just take a second and pause and look ahead to our next LAN event. What are your thoughts on the teams going into it? C9, I think, I don't want to speak for you, but undisputedly probably the favorites going in. What do you think of the other stories we've got to follow alongside it?
I think right now, and unsurprisingly, it's a question between FaZe, EUnited, Optic, and not just between the 3 teams, but the trajectories that each of them are on. Right? Optic looking very different than they have the past 3 weeks until now, maybe. Right, the last week they looked so strong. FaZe continues to look like they are a better and better roster until last week. EUnited, I think we saw how they felt about Raleigh, an incredible documentary coming out from the EUnited organization. Make sure you take a look and watch that if you haven't already. Check out the clips from EUnited. Amazing look at that roster and how they have their sights set on the year, also their Raleigh performance. But what I'm getting at on set is those 3 teams are not just vying for second place, they're on very different trajectories. They're in different places in terms of performance. And I think this week and next week are going to give us a really interesting look at how these teams come in. And let's not forget, you talked about in the opening, there's not a foregone conclusion that Cloud9 will come in as the number 1 contender. We still have 2 weeks of play. So lots of exciting things to talk about. But wait a minute. Hold the phone. Raleigh's coming up, but also so is game number 1. And now, wait, no. Based on what we're seeing, it's not going to be coming up.
Andy, put the phone back down.
Hold your horses, folks. Don't get too excited. Looks like we're still seeing a little bit of antics here. It's actually going to be a ring around the Rosie Ryanoob trying to set.
No, this is an opening strategy from Ryanoob. He's one of the most micro, mechanical, high-level IQ, genre-defining, stuff from Ryanoob there that we're seeing at the start. And what he's actually done there is create a vortex top middle, which has unfortunately caused the player to fall out of the lobby. That's what Ryanoob does, though. He's a magician. He's an artist. And I'm going to stop talking because, let's be honest, it's starting to get embarrassing.
Back to Anaheim, though. We got to talk about it. Back to Anaheim. Excited to be there. One of the things outside of the top 8, of course, that are going to be qualifying in, we talked about during the opening of the show, but this is going to be a cutthroat open qualifier to get there because I don't know if we've ever, I can't think the last time, there's been some invitationals that have had a similar format over the years of competitive Halo, but it's very rare that you have an open qualifier to a LAN event where only 8 teams will get through. And it's not a question of seed. It's not a question of where you'll start an open bracket. It do or die. Of course, these are going to be matches from home for these AM teams, and if they don't show up on those qualifier days, they are not going to Anaheim. So you're going to see some high-stakes Halo in the open bracket for sure.
It's going to be a lot of fun to watch as well. And I find it very interesting, you're talking about teams to watch, and you were talking about, who you think are going to be up there. No mention of Sentinels. No mention at all of Sentinels from you there. No. Is that a conscious decision? Is that something that slipped your mind, or do you just think that they haven't shown enough to you in scrims with Royal 2 or with Form, whatever it might be, to be in that conversation right now.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both, to be honest. I think it's I think the fact that they didn't pop up is just looking at the past few weeks of play, of what we've seen from them, and looking at what I see as the three that are emerging behind Cloud9 in the race for number 2. That said, I couldn't agree more that Sentinels is your shadow team, and that they are a team that shows up when they really want to and need to. So by no means is my omission of them, a statement that I don't see them possibly breaking into that second spot. However, looking at this week as well, I just don't think they're there yet. So that's kind of my look on Sentinels right now. I think that, are they going to be part of the conversation? Sure, but right now I don't think they are.
It's going to be great to see. I will say this, though. It's going to be great to see them back as a full lineup at Anaheim. I think everyone's been waiting for it for quite some time. And, we have to, there's been drama, there's been the sagas. We know all about that, right? We've talked about it to death. I think social media almost had a meltdown at one point, and they had to actually reboot the Twitter servers. But it's great to see finally the kind of, the controversy behind us, right? And we're going to get to see Sentinels playing as their full roster, scrimming as their full roster consistently, and competing as their full roster, because we all know about the stories. If you're new to Halo Esports as well, it's kind of all the way through Halo 5, it was Sentinels and Splice, right? Who were kind of the two teams who were going back and forward. We had Envy in there a little bit, but essentially it's the Cloud9 roster of now, minus Shotzi plus Penguin, against this Sentinels lineup. And Sentinels haven't been there so far. They had to play with Formal, we all know about it. I just feel like they're waiting for their moment. And I think when they get back to that live setting, when all four of them are sat next to each other, I think everyone will be not surprised, but I think everyone's kind of counting them out a little bit too early here. But let's talk about that another time, Andy, because I'm going to guess something here, and that's that this game is going to play out. We are not going to have any disconnections. We're going to have a full game of Aquarius capture the flag, where EUnited need 5 and Optic need 3. And if that doesn't happen, that's all my fault.
I was going to say, you're a brave man for speaking that into existence here.
And
but
I'm like, oh, come on. Why did you do that?
I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it. I like the vibes. I like the energy, and we'll have to see what comes out from both of these teams. Kills being traded, 3 dead from Optic Gaming off the rip.
Yeah, Pistola, last player alive as well, and just trying to survive, but Nick's going to find him, and Nick will eliminate him. So now EUnited, what a start this is for them. APG and Ola still in that respawn screen, and look at Nick. He's just got the information as well. Oh, he misses the stick, and it's going to be a heat wave in his face as well, but manages to get the kill. Oh, that looks a little bit spooky there for Nick for just a few seconds, but while all of the action is going on the pink side, Spartan is eventually going to find the flag in his hands, and he's going to slam the first one home. So EUnited need 5. Well, there's the first one of them.
4 dead momentarily, though. Is this going to be a counter opportunity? There's 2 fresh spawners on the side of EUnited, so it's a run opportunity coming in. APG should be able to pick this one up, but doesn't. So we'll have to see. 1 dead. Optic with a little bit of ways to go here, looking to counter, though.
Flag already across the map, though. The damage that was done by APG there, yes, he was dead, but those 2 players from EUnited had no option but to wait for their shields inside of the base. So APG with the damage that doesn't reflect in the stats, which secures the cap for Optic.
Optic gonna be very happy with that. They conceded the first flag, but anyone who was watching the top right, anyone who's watching the kill feed, killing spree, double kill, by the way, for Lucid this early on in the game, as they will lead officially on the scoreboard 3-1. As you saw those kills fall, they were rapidly going down on the side of EUnited. Spartan was the last one in the back of the basin. Optic Gaming, a team that wastes no time. They strike when the iron is hot, and they counter cap immediately to regain the 2-flag lead.
Heat wave in the face of Spartan here. APG picks up a kill inside of the base. He'll get taken down, but the flag is moving. EUnited down 2 players as one has just come off the respawn. Spartan still waiting in that respawn screen once again. We're looking across the board here. Pistola, a little bit of a slow start for him. We should say just a few seconds into the game as he picks up his first kill now onto Ryan. But Lucid, a hot start for him. You mentioned the killing spree already. Rain looking to answer back here for EUnited. 5 kills to him as well.
Oh boy, Rain is just absolutely edge guarding up top, not letting anyone up top except for APG, who sneaks around back. Dynamos picks up another one. 2 dead right now for the side of Optic, and now it's going to be a camo. Despite having 2 dead, Lucid is able to grab that, so really props to the side of Optic. Despite losing players, they had the right positioning to lock this down, and also picking up some more kills as well.
Hey, look at that coordination coming in from Optic as well. Lucid only shot a couple of bullets, but the grenades were already flying down onto that player on the Dynamo side. And now this is what I wanted to see from EUnited, right? Using this courtyard area, picking up that thrust, and now Lucid going to be moving behind 3 players here. The Jaws music starts in my ears as he picks up 2. Last player alive is Rain. Can he find the grenade? Can he find the kill? No, Rain manages to make a stand.
Yeah, nice job there. Like we said, a lot of patience, a lot of good timing and coordination coming inside from Optic. However, Rain very wise to shut that down and make sure that they're going to have an opportunity to push in. Spartan and Rain now making the utility push.
Rain and Spartan trying to cover each other's angles here and each other's crosses. Lucid's going to be there to put pressure on once more. There's a dynamo grenade for you. There's a dynamo grenade for you. However, no kill's going to go down as EUnited now find themselves just one alive. Nick, the last player, trying to at least get a trade in this situation. But look at that escaping player. And now Nick under pressure once more, but likewise doing a pretty good job to stay alive for quite some time. Now we see a Kneeler in the hands of Lucid. Let's see if we can get some pick spikes into the back of one of these EUnited players.
Oh my god, even though he gets meleeed there, wins the battle against Rain, the timing on that super combine from the Needler and Infinite is just so fast. By the way, Lucid is 13-4 right now, so just absolutely steamrolling here. It's a great start from the side of Lucid.
Once again, EUnited having to play on the back foot here. Reminder that Optic only need to pick up 3 flags in this game. EUnited need 5 after the restarts that we've had. Oh my goodness, look at that. That's just like a jump scare for Trippy here. Halo Infinite is a horror game as 3 players appear on his screen, but somehow manages to survive as he's not going to be chased down by the Slender Man for now. Ryan down to 1 shot. Lucid sniffs that one out immediately, says, don't worry about that one, boys. I'll go pick up another kill. As he does manage to take down Ryan, but will be traded out as EUnited focus that fire and Spartan picks up a camo.
Camo thrust here for Spartan. We'll see what he can do. Camo double thrust for Spartan. He's going to have 4 in the pocket, an opportunity to push up and try to get some opening damage. Cannot do this alone, though. Needs to make sure that his coordination here is well-timed with his teammates, and looks like Ola's his first target.
Rain's going to steal that kill away. There's the thrust of Lucid! Almost managed to turn that one around. There is a grenade that come in. I'm not sure if that was a team grenade.
Yeah, I don't know.
They did actually pick up that kill, but yeah, a little bit frustrating. Maybe that situation to lose the camo, but at least they got the kills and created the opening.
I was going to say the same exact thing. It looked a little bit suspicious there with nades coming into the fridge. Doubtful that the nades would have come in from the other side, but 2 dead to the side of Optic here. 7 minutes on the clock, and like you say, only 2 flags needed for the side of Optic to close this one out. And I'm going to need several flags from the other side if we want to see this continue on the distance. Trades coming in there from Spartan.
That's a vital trade coming in from Spartan as well, because 2 players overextended. APG was the last player, or sorry, the second player to overextend after Lucid, but now there's 2 players inside of the base, and they know they've got to time this. APG in a big 1v1, and APG! That is a massive 4-shot, but here's Rain on the flank, forces his flag almost home. Rhinoob is there, but there's a player also from Optic in the vicinity. He's looking for a counter cap. That's 4 dead momentarily for EUnited. No! Trippy now coming off the respawn as he moves across towards top middle. It looks like EUnited have managed to get control of their base once more.
And looked like, yeah, for a moment there, just we were going to see a little bit more control coming in from the side of Optic Gaming, but the trades coming in. Spartan trading there is a huge trade. The fact that he was able to stay alive, get that 1 kill, prevented the similar counter cap that we saw earlier. So now we have a little bit more of a close game here with 6 minutes on the clock.
Oh, Trippy. Man's got big arms, and he shows it in game as well as he picks up 2 beatdowns to pick up a couple of kills inside of the base. Nick is last player alive. Now you can see all of them spawning on the fridge. This is a perfect situation here for Optic to run this flag home. EUnited trapped. There's not many places for him to escape, and Trippy's going to pick up the easiest backsmack of his life.
That flag should go home based on what we're seeing here. Yes, flag does go in. Now only 1 flag away, and with 3 dead, Optic looking to back-to-back here. If they can close out the game right now, Spartan wins a key battle in utility, but not over yet.
Yeah, he's dead. And Pistola has managed to pick up not only the heat wave, but the camouflage, and maybe even a flag as well. Just has to deal with a little hailstorm of grenades coming in towards where that flag is. Drops a grenade onto it. If he can buy enough time here for other players to push up, then maybe he can do something magic. And somehow the combination of Lucid and Ola means the flag is moving here for Optic. They take down the last player. Rhinoob's on the respawn. This will be the final flag going in here for Optic Gaming. They only needed 3 as Lucid will put in the final flag. Optic, take your first game of the series.
Oh my God, look at this. Lucid also popping off. A little bit of victory crouch coming in for him, and they should be very happy.
That's the Sunday night dance. That's officially known as now, by the way.
That's exactly what that is. They're going to bring that flag in, and if there's one player who stays alive on the utility doorway with the heat wave, it is I got your Pistola. Of course, as you pointed out, Lucid and APG there were there for the help as well, but so smart from Ola to play that way. They lose the flag. 3 are coming off the spawn. It's down in utility. He's got heat wave camo. Just backs off, waits and baits, throws the perfect nade on the staircase. That brings the last flag home. Optic Gaming looking strong.
I think the fact that we got what I feel was a correct result as well after the restarts as well. Optic Gaming did have the advantage going into the restarts from the fact that they were 2-0 up at the start of that first game that we did see. But it was a very similar pattern of play to what we saw. Optic were able to overextend on that P side so many times without feeling any pressure when EUnited seemed to have a semblance of control. But that's something that EUnited can put right, I feel. It's so noticeable for me watching from, you know, the third person position that we have. You know, we have all the POVs. It's great to see, but EUnited need to recognize those spawns a little bit quicker on the P side of the map to be able to convert a few more of those flag opportunities.
Absolutely, and just huge numbers coming in there. I mean, at this point in the game, Lucid is 17-7.
Helps.
It absolutely helps. So we're going to see that second flag that did go in for the side of Optic, and the entire, look at this, just the help coming in. You're going to see assists coming in, kills coming in from Ola, perfectly timed on the peak. That flag goes in, 19-7 from Lucid to close that one out. And Optic Gaming, if you're a fan, you like what you just saw as they are back in form. We saw them with a breakout performance last week to get back to the Optic Gaming that people know and love. And now, even though they're in the elimination quarterfinals here against EUnited, not an easy match, they're looking ahead to game number 2. It's going to be Slayer on Streets.
Slayer on Streets is going to be our game 2, like you say, after the extended edition of Aquarius capture the flag in our first one. And this is going to be an interesting game type as well, because one thing that's really stood out for me about EUnited as a team, as a roster, throughout all of the HCS competition that we've had so far is their strength in Slayers. Now, with this lineup, previous titles, you probably wouldn't have said that. It would have been an objective-based team, but they have stood out for me, being able to clutch up those Slayers, and their record is almost second to none.
Absolutely, on that Slayer Street. So we take a look at Optic just in terms of right now, 3-1 recently in this game type, 75% win rate for the side of Optic Gaming. We'll take a look at EUnited's as well just to see, and actually 100% from the side of EUnited. So this is going to be a fantastic match with these two teams.
I'm so glad you said it was 100% to back up what I just said as well. I thought you were going to go 12% or so. And I'm like, oh, come on, man. Like, I'm pretty sure that I'd read that one right. But yeah, I think you're completely right. It's going to be a very tight game, like you say. Optic 75% win rate, EUnited 100%. So they don't lose this very often. I think it might be one of those games that comes down to those final few minutes as well, Andy. You know, 48-48 again. I'd take that, to be honest with you. Love those kind of games.
Absolutely. I mean, especially between these two teams. And what's interesting is Slayer on Streets, very different from your other Slayers in the way that they play. We've talked about it before, but there's a lot of different areas of the map that can really slow down. Nooks and crannies, places to hide, places to get angles, flank routes that you can take. So this is one of those rare game types in Halo Infinite that can really slow down. And once teams have control of their respective sides of the map, it's going to come down to those moves. Who gets the opening damage? Who gets the rockets? Who's able to really clutch up with those weapons? And also just every single piece of weapon on the map. Who's getting angles from C-Balk? Who's using the Stalker Rifle more effectively? Things like that are what's going to make the difference, especially when you have two teams that have win rate percentages that are this close.
Yeah, one thing that EUnited do very well as well is control the spike grenades. I think they actually go out of their way a lot of the time to actually make sure they get them, especially if they're making a push from, you know, Tram towards that pink street, towards Cafe. It's such a good way of clearing out any players that might be hiding behind pillars, anyone that's hiding on that little gen round the corner, anyone that's back of a tower. They are such a devastating thing to use. They're almost as devastating as the Dynamos are, and as influential as the Dynamos on maps like Bazaar and Aquarius, like we just seen.
Yeah, especially when you talk about clearing out those exact spots that you talked about. The gen that's facing A, top A, back A, those are really annoying areas to have to check. And that's why you see a lot of players that are drop sliding into those areas, because they're so obnoxious to clear out. And you can compare to the hut on Bazaar. That's why the spikers are so effective on Bazaar as well. So definitely look for those to be a difference maker in this match on those pushes as well.
Well, here we go then. Map number 2 is ready to go. Optic Gaming up by 1 in the series. Just need to take this game to continue their elimination bracket run. For EUnited, it's a case of winning this game to send it to a game 3 where we'll decide who will progress in today's tournament. But you can see that beautiful logo, the PD. That's one spawn that's going to have to be controlled by teams. That P Street is going to be vital as well. Pistola again, the man to watch off the break.
Yeah, here we go. We're going to see exactly how this one ends up. Ola says he's out. No bad there, but he gets taken down right away. Tries to turn the head. First few kills going to go in for EUnited.
That's 4 dead for Optic. Well, 3 dead, I should say. Excuse me. Made that 4 dead now, as Lucid will finally be taken down, but the trade does come in. Thrust going to be picked up here by Spartan as well, so a little bit to play with. And this Stalker Rifle, this is the definition of an obnoxious weapon here, Andy.
Absolutely. So much damage you could do in such short time, whether you're winning 1v1s. Ryan Noob, by the way, with a Bulldog in hand, needs to get away from this damage that's coming in as well. But that Stalker Rifle can win 1v1s and also do tremendous damage across the map. Boom, and a smack coming in from Ryan Noob on Ola. Tough start for Ola and the rest of the team so far.
Lucid's going to be taken down to no shields. 2 players weak here for Optic Gaming, but Ryan just can't find the finish, and that's just great teamwork coming in from Optic Gaming. Both players just saying, stay alive, do not poke, and we can re-challenge as Lucid now has that Stalker rifle in his hands for Optic.
And just like that, off screen, several kills come in. Looked like it was going to be a moment of control for the side of EUnited. Instead, Optic Gaming just answered right back right away. And who else but APG to get 5 kills to his name, leading the game, and 4 more kills than anyone on his team. Lucid still not even with a kill on the board, and it's APG off of that respawn. We got to find out what he did, because it's a killing spree for him to give his team the lead here by 2, and look what looked like a pretty difficult situation.
1 kill the difference between the 2 teams. However, that push now from Optic has closed down the push that was coming in from EUnited. 3 kills the difference between the 2 teams after that little exchange. King Nick going to be picked off as Trippy introduces himself to a little bit of team SWAT. 11-7 now the score for Optic. Rocket's going to be coming up in 10 seconds here, so you can see that Trippy changing his attention towards that P Street. Anyone moving from L, that Bulldog, is going to find themselves in the line of sight, Trippy.
Yeah, all eyes on the boom booms here, about to pop in 1 second. We'll have to see if Trippy wants to drop, wants to just wait and bait. Rain is thinking the same thing. Take a look at Rain at the top of the C stairs. He knows that someone might be coming as well. Starts to get an angle here on Trippy and Tire, so Trippy wisely relocates there, and they're going to just look at this standoff here. This is what I'm talking about. This doesn't happen in every map in game type in Infinite, but with these rockets, you have this dead stalemate on this pickup.
We need some Western music playing in the background. That's exactly what kind of, sets it all up, right? A little bit of John Wayne action. Trippy going to be...
I think I just saw some tumbleweed come across, but looks like rockets are finally grabbed by Nick.
It is a new dynamic thing that's been added to Streets, the new event that's coming up. That's a leak, by the way, that is completely and utterly not true. Nick now with that rocket launcher in his hand, only 1 in the barrel to play with though, but needs to make it count. Because down by 2 here, EUnited. 1 opening with this rocket launcher can completely change the complex of this game, but it isn't going to connect. Trippy doing a great job to bait that rocket out.
Yeah, that's a tough angle that Nick tries to go. When you go try to PB Balka with the rocket, that has to be a very, very good rocket. Shots from Ryan Noob against APG. He will not lose that one. He will retire into Red Room for just a moment. And now Optic Gaming up by 3 here, but Ryan Noob with a Sentinel Beam, Microwave, and a Thrust and some Plasmas. So lots of tools in the tool belt as he goes up against Lucid on C-Balk.
Lucid manages to stay alive. And look at that sneaky position from Lucid as well. Hasn't dropped down, manages to stay alive for a few extra seconds, but here's APG. And he's going to take the utensils out of the hand of Ryan after he picked up 1 kill. 3 kills still the difference between the 2 teams. APG now with the Stalker rifle, but also with a Stalker, as there's a player inside a tram station looking to take him down.
Yeah, we're all big APG fans. I really can't blame him for chasing there. Would love to get a word with the guy if I can. And also Ryan Noob has his way with words in the way of a frag grenade. He'll pick up that one, so the game will stay within 2.
Nick looking for that instance play with the 2 plasmas as well, but now he's got to scarper away back to Red Room to have a think about his next move. Pistola tries to do what he can to finish off the kill, but now combines with Trippy and another teammate in Lucid. The teamwork from Optic starting to flourish a little bit here, Andy, but still just that 3 kill difference as the Rockets are up once more.
Yeah, here's the Rockets. Only a 3 kill game, not too dissimilar from the situation we found ourselves in the last rocket grab. Ola, though, knows that they need to get away from that angle. They're too exposed to neons. They go back to pillars instead. Rocket's still up, as you can see off screen.
Rocket's going to be stolen by Optic, and it's APG again. 8 and 6 for him, so slowed down a little bit after that hot start that he did have. But has an opportunity now to just completely control this back A area. Fires 1 rocket. Spartan once again just baiting it so well though. And that's something that's been kind of symptomatic of this game so far. Nobody being able to use the rockets. Both teams baiting both of the rockets out of the barrels before they do too much damage.
It's not the first time we've seen Optic get shut down with rockets across a bunch of maps. It feels like their rocket efficiency not as high as maybe they would like. So just like that, it will stay a 3 kill game. Those rockets certainly could have provided a swing, but EUnited shuts those down.
Spartan thinking about a little bit of a highlight play there. It just looked a little bit like a low light play, to be honest with you. After he picked up 1 kill and tried to look for that ninja, but Trippy with 3 kills to play with here, and here's those spike grenades that we're talking about. Somehow Pistola manages to avoid all damage because his name is Pistola. Spartan picks up 1 though. Another spike grenade going to be tossed towards the tires area. Trippy here to try and cover a teammate. Does have that Bulldog to play with, but you can see at the moment EUnited just controlling the high side of the map at the moment, and Optic is struggling to push.
Really interesting breakdown there. We saw Trippy get damage from ball spawn over to players that were just outside tires, and Ola tries to make the push and wrapping around from bottom middle. That is not an easy push to make, and unsurprisingly, he dies in what was a 1v2, and rockets aren't coming up. Optic had the lead. It feels like those pushes were unwarranted, unneeded, and now just like that, it's a tie game.
APG with the Bulldog in his hands, though. And even though the kills did go down to EUnited, not all of the weapons were scavenged from the map. Now, the question is, are EUnited going to pay for that a little bit? APG, 1v1, manages to use that thrust to just about escape with his life after the damage is done. Lucid moves in to clean up the kills as well, so that's a good trade across the board. Here's Trippy, finally a rocket is going to connect here for Optic Gaming. They've had the majority of them, but Rhino doing some damage across the map. It's going to mean that Trippy's going to be in a 1v1. He's going to be down to pretty low shields as well. Retreats to his teammates instead. 26-26.
Knows he might need a pre-fire rocket there, just waiting to see. I like how he's being so disciplined with his last rocket. Make sure to use it. Make sure to be effective. This game is far too close to be willing to throw away rockets.
Tumbleweed's back. As Trippy has one rocket still to play with. Now, can they make something happen? I want to see a little bit of aggression from someone else on Optic to create an opening here. Ola is going to be that player, and here we go. The map has now opened up for Optic. Trippy can move in, even though they just have the one kill advantage. He can now trap all of those players in Red Room, and even though the rocket didn't get the kill, the damage has been done. Rain somehow, though, will take down one. Pistola's going to move in alongside Trippy. 2 kills picked up now by Optic as Ryan is trapped inside a Red Room.
Ryan Noob just staying alive as long as he can. Look how obnoxious Ryan Noob is to kill. They will finally...
He's still alive.
No, he's not.
He's still alive.
Oh, my God.
How does he do it? Ryan Noob just one of those players who can make the best out of any kind of situation. 31-30 the score, and even though Optic had the toys to play with, EUnited say ain't playtime quite yet.
Ryan Noob just having an extended stay in the Red Room. Such an obnoxious kill. It takes 3 players on Optic to take him down. Just staying alive on the water cooler, bouncing up and down. We talk a lot about Ola's survivability and how difficult he is to kill, but Ryan Noob wants to make sure that he corrects the narrative that he is one of the hardest kills in professional Halo as well.
Look at that grenade from Pistola, though, and Rain having to escape now. Pistola looked almost dead to rights in that situation. It was the thrust that kept him alive, though. That's Ryan Noob now. Let's watch some of his POV after that crazy play we just saw. Rockets are coming up as well. And EUnited haven't had too much luck with those so far. There's a drop ball to try and make a play off them. There's a spike grenade, and now Ryan Noob has to try and escape. Trippy will take him down. Spartan last player alive here for EUnited, and there's the rockets. Trippy has them once more.
Great rocket from Trippy. Also doesn't even take any damage there. He's going to use both of them. That's a triple kill from Trippy. 37-34. They get a little bit of a lead here.
First time rockets have been used in a way that has turned into kills. And that means it's turned into a lead here for Optic. Back to that 3-kill margin. Now, what can they make of this situation? Rain picks up one. Trippy's been spotted out as well. Ryan picks up another, and Optic just kind of being caught being overly aggressive there after that first kill was picked up by EUnited. Now we find ourselves with EUnited back in the lead as Nick kills Ola.
Trippy almost gets away there. Decides he didn't want to stay in PD, even with a rocket left. Surprising. Tries to get back to Arcade. Almost gets away with it, but unable to do so. So just like that, tied game, neck and neck between these two in game number 2. As a reminder, do or die for EUnited. This is a best of 3.
Ryan just trying to escape now. Has an assault rifle to play with, but Stola's in front of him. Takes a little bit of damage from that frag grenade being dropped down in front of that neon site. And Rain once again picking up a kill. Here's Trippy. AR will help out in that situation. So will his teammate Nick. As now EUnited go into the lead by 1. 9 kills to go. Make that 8 as Rain once again picks up a kill. Rain has been popping off in the last few minutes.
Lucid gets caught out there. Thought he maybe had a little bit more help, a little bit more angles coming in from the side of C, maybe even from B on rail. Those angles were not there. That means it's a 3-kill lead for EUnited. Make that 4 now.
Optic are trapped. And EUnited recognize it as well. 4 kills the difference between the two teams. If the first kill in this fight goes to EUnited, then maybe this might be game over. But APG picks up one onto Nick. Trades come in though, 45-41. APG in a big 1v1 on tires. Lucid there to help him out.
Big confidence there coming in from Ryan Noob. Doesn't pay off though because Optic and team are ready on tires with that tires angle, so they're unable to trade out just like that. 2-kill game.
Lucid can be sliding down as well. Big 1v1. He has the thrust. Rain stays alive. Ola picks up the kill though, and now it's a 1-kill game.
Whoa! Rocket comes flying in.
Connect.
Second one will not hit in the end though. Those are wins for Optic. They pick up 2 kills off the back of it, so 46-45. Optic takes the lead.
I don't think that's bad for EUnited though. 2 rockets and no real damage done. Just a 1-kill advantage for Optic. You'll take that, especially in such a nail-biting situation. But this is the moment. Who wants to be the playmaker here for Optic? It looks like Lucid is trying to push forward first. APG is the man, though, with the flank. He picks up a double kill, and now He scarpers back to his teammate as Rain will bring this back to a 2-kill game.
Look at this. He knows someone's in PD. He knows Ryan who's in PD. Great awareness coming in from APG, the man who started this game off so hot, and now only 1 kill away.
APG has made plays at the end of this game here for Optic. Spots out all of the remaining players from EUnited. They're all trapped around that red room. One play.
Look at the angles.
1 kill here for Optic. And they will send EUnited out of the tournament for today. Lucid trying to make that flank here, Andy.
Oh, almost pre-nades Ola, actually. Needs to be careful here. They thought they had the wraparound. So rotate all the way to B, coming in from EUnited here. They still need to find that last kill.
Lucid has the thrust to play with as well. Pistola's trying to make a little bit of a play here. You can see on the outside of your screen. And Pistola will make the play with the assault rifle. We didn't catch it, but you can see it developing. Pistola stepping up to get that final kill, but APG, the man who stood up tallest there for Optic at the end of that game.
And who else but Ola? Off screen, you see 4 players from EUnited surrounding the gamer tag. I got your Pistola, and of course you just see a victory screen because somehow Ola pulls it out. He finds the kill. That's what the kid does. Picks up another one. Optic Gaming, very, very strong for them in game number 2 as well. Able 2-0.
That's going to be somewhat of a disappointing end to EUnited's action for today. They will fall out of the tournament, but Optic keep being involved in these nail biters, but they're starting to win them, starting to clutch up again and again. And I kind of pointed out how big a game Rain was having towards the end of the game, but I want to highlight APG. It's plays like that that make you the player that everybody wants on their team, taking the risk to flank in those big moments. Even though Ola got the last kill, I think APG was certainly the man to watch at the end.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the kills and deaths as well to see exactly how it all went down. 14 and 13 from APG, also 14 and 8 coming in from Trippy. Big assists coming in though from Lucid, Trippy, and Ola together. Just big numbers. And how, I mean, talk about the fact that you had such dominance, 4 dead from EUnited, and then all of a sudden the game is tied at 7 because APG has 5 kills. Amazing stuff. We didn't see it off screen, but like you said, APG standout performances in that game.
I would say as well, Ryan, something I caught there, 17 kills for him. Big game from Ryan in that Slayer. But it just wasn't quite enough, and I feel like Optic maybe will get a little bit worried towards the end of that game, just because of the fact that they had those rockets for them. I think what they had like 4 out of the 5 rockets that I saw on our screen for in that game, if my memory serves me correctly, and didn't really make the most of it. To get towards the end of the game and with being that tight with that many rockets is certainly something that Optic are going to look to improve next time they play this game type.
And look at how important all these kills were. If you take a look right here, also keep in mind, EUnited up 44-40. Let's not forget that.
Yeah, 45
quite
to
a
41
spree
yeah.
there. I mean, this was EUnited's game to lose, and that they did. Optic Gaming just going with the clean sweep there in 2 games.
This was the flank from APG. You got to be brave to make these plays, even though the comms might be there's 2 one-shots around the corner. We've all been there, right? You know that if it doesn't go right, if you get focused, you throw away that kill, you could be throwing away the game and the series. But APG, the man's got the experience to trust his teammates there and make that flank, and it means that 50-46 was the final score. 2-0, Optic Gaming take down EUnited.
And that's a 10-2 run. It was 44-40. Don't forget that. That game ends 50-46. Optic Gaming wins the last part of that game with a score of 10-2. So, Lottie, quite a performance from Optic.
Oh, just an unbelievable performance, especially, you know, coming into this being a little bit worried, you know, as we were setting up about Optic, just because of obviously the bump down that they had, and then going up against EUnited, who were looking pretty damn good against Cloud9. To be able to do that just speaks volumes about this team. I quickly, Clutch, really want to get your perspective on those final moments there of that Slayer, because APG made the call. He made that flank in mid. He went into bottom PD, got the 2 kills, and then was able to kind of notify his team where other, other oppositions were on the map, and that really led into that victory there. You know, talk to me about the heads-up plays from players taking control like that in final moments where you do take a risk by doing that, because you are leaving your teammates kind of open for the kills, and why those kind of pay off if you have the talent to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in a position like Optic was, it makes sense to be proactive. And so often we see teams start to turtle, or we see teams give up map control and space and then suffer the consequences because of it. You don't get the right angles, you don't have the right opportunities to scavenge for some of the sandbox. But it was really Optic that had that map control, and knowing that they had that map control, they were able to play in that proactive manner. They're able to look for an opening on some damage that they were able to provide from other angles, and you love to see that. It's in those clutch moments where teams either are made or they're broken, and Optic was the team that was made in that final moments with that push from APG. You want to look to see if they're continuously like that, especially as they continue through our bracket. It's much easier to do it when you have that map control, but to have the awareness that this is the right play, that shows veteranship. APG showing a little bit of veteranship, and he's been around for a long time, so he's had plenty of time to gain that opportunity.
It really does show, you know, the kind of level head you got to have, because those moments are made in seconds. Like, you have to make that decision so fast. But heads up plays from APG and the rest of Optic there, so GG's to everybody involved. Let's take a quick look though at the elimination bracket, because that's where we were sitting there in those quarterfinals, and Optic will continue their run here in the elimination bracket. They're going to be in the semi-finals going up against Pioneers, who have taken down G2 Esports. What a run from Pioneers at this point in time. That is absolutely huge. So I'm excited to see how they kind of come out here of the gates against Optic, and we'll be finding that one out a little bit later on. But let's take a look at the winners bracket right now, because we do have our winners finals lined up for you guys on the screen very shortly. Cloud9 versus FaZe. They're going to be going head to head to find out who is going to be taking that grand final spot and who will live to be fighting another day to try and bump back up into the safety net as well. So that's going to be quite the series actually. FaZe have obviously been really kind of going from strength to strength here, so I'm really excited to see where they're at in terms of their competition and how they're going to be going up against Cloud9, who seem to fancy themselves as the confident team on that pedestal, and going for the 3-peat as well. But we're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, we have our winners finals lined up for you. It's going to be FaZe versus Cloud9. We'll see you right after this.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Hey, welcome back to the Halo Championship Series North American Pro League here. We're in week number 3, and we've seen some amazing matches so far. Clutch and interesting brackets certainly this week, as we have seen some teams rise and certainly some other teams fall as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the biggest match so far throughout the tournament for me personally was G2 beating Kansas City Pioneers early in the tournament in the winners bracket. You're seeing, if you take a look at the elimination side of the bracket, the Pioneers has climbed all the way back, played G2 once again, and got that revenge, that sweet, sweet victory to knock G2 out of that tournament. So a big shout out to G2 and their performance today. But Pioneers, if you're not done, if you're not out until it's over, they had that opportunity for that revenge. And nothing sweeter than beating the team that knocked you into that elimination side later on in the tournament.
Certainly, we'll talk we'll talk about them more throughout their bracket as we see them face against some more top teams. But let's talk about also something to take a look at here. It's going to be some regional sniper skins. Now, you can support each of these. You might not have caught them in the in-game store, in the HCS part of the in-game store, but also some sweet LATAM, North America, ANZ, and EU sniper skins as well. Gotta say, myself, I'm rocking the LATAM. They're pretty sweet, but you can get them, of course, and represent your region or just support any region around the world that you want to. In addition to all of the HCS team skins, these also available as well. And I gotta say, they look pretty sweet, Clutch.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's one of the best parts about Halo Infinite is the cosmetic features that you're able to put on. And what better way to represent your region, right? By supporting not only this, but I think there's like something homely to it, right? It shows you like when you pick this up off a dead player's body and he's got that Panther tatted on his gun. I think that shows, hey, it tells you a little bit about that player, right? And I love the idea of being able to support and acknowledge your region and show you're strong, right? Like you're proud of where you're from, and hopefully you're also representing that in your gameplay as well. And maybe you can catch a couple of eyes in the North American servers playing with some of those skins and making plays that, hey, the rest of the world is here to play Infinite.
Absolutely. It's great to see regional representation there. Like you say, players also wearing their region's colors proudly. But even more exciting, I'd say, is this winners finals matchup. It's going to be Cloud9 versus FaZe, a matchup that we've seen time and time again, already matching up here in the winners finals. I'm excited to get into it, and I'm going to toss it over to you guys here. Onset and Clutch, take it away with our winners final.
Hey, look at that. We're ready to go. And we're straight into our next game here, Wes. And this is going to be a banger. It's a repeat of the finals from a couple of weeks ago. We have FaZe taking on Cloud9. And now, before we got started today, you were mentioning rivalries. And I get the feeling that this is starting to brew a little bit of bubbling starting to happen between these two teams. FaZe and Cloud9 have matched up a couple of times in recent weeks. And Cloud9 have seemed to come out on top the majority of the time.
Cloud9 has come out on top a majority of the time, but it's not off the back of some very close games throughout some of these series. The score lines, they may heavily favor Cloud9 as far as series are concerned, but you do see so often that Cloud9 or that FaZe is competitive in some of these games, right? They are pushing them to the brinks in some of these Slayers, some of these stronghold games. So what FaZe need to do is close the door on some of these close games, progress these series along the way, and then hopefully maybe we'll see a game 5 where FaZe can come out on top.
I think you've hit the nail on the head. It was the one thing I wanted to talk about is the difference between the two teams. I felt like in tournament play over recent weeks, it's just those final moments. The ability to clutch, have that ice. We talk about it all the time from Cloud9. It's something that just hasn't gone the way of FaZe. But maybe today is a new day. And maybe today is a different day for FaZe. And for FaZe fans, they're going to be wanting to get out to the highest start possible in this series, and taking down 3, make that 4 of Cloud9 is the perfect way to do so.
Yeah, FaZe up right now as they start the game hot as they can, snipe down and control this camo. And not only that, but you see multiple members with multiple kills so far through FaZe, just 30 seconds into the match, and that's going to bode well for their early control here.
Hey, you say that, but AC controlled by Cloud9, and even though kills are falling to FaZe, you have to wonder what the players off the back of this. They're putting pressure onto the respawners over at A. But it looks like C9 are just out-rotating them at the moment. They commit to C, and now they're all going to be trapped at C here, FaZe. What's kind of gone on there? Because it looked like everything was falling in the right place as far as kills were concerned for FaZe, but C9 just said, okay, cool, kills are cool. We're just going to get in the strongholds.
It's all about efficiency, right? It's what do you do with these kills? Where are you positioned at in order to play these objectives? Because Halo, yes, it does dictate based off a lot of these game modes are going to be able to be dictated off of the kills and the presence that you have on the map. But if you're not playing efficiently, that doesn't matter. And Cloud9, one of our most efficient teams now, somehow with over 30-point lead, outslayed so far in the first minute and a half. But it's not about the slays and strongholds. It's about what do these slays do for your map positioning and your control. So far, Cloud9 getting the better of FaZe, even though they're getting multiple kills.
Oh, poor Boo Boo. He had the head glitch. He thought, there's no way I can lose this. Gets repulsed into the icy depths of the back of C. C9 fighting for C though, and you can see the traps at the moment. Slays will be falling in the favor of FaZe. Not for the first time we've said that so far, as Renegade's going to be taking a 1v1. They'll be traded out bottom middle. Eco also finding themselves in the line of sight of a shock rifle here. AB in control of FaZe here, and they're holding it pretty solidly so far.
Yeah, but Cloud9 in trouble right now. The second camo is coming up. Bound is in a perfect position to pick that one up. You're seeing it's Falcated with this shock rifle. He's gonna be able to do a ton of damage, and Falcated already with the perfect shot on screen doing work.
Renegade inside a B stronghold, trying to cause a distraction. The grenades are going to come in, and just at the last second, also the kill will be picked up as well by FaZe. Great work here from Boo Boo, Bound, and Falcate to pick up and work together to get those kills. Cloud9, Eco, last player alive.
It'll be really interesting to see how FaZe play this one out, right? They have control of A and B. Do they want to push C? It looks like the answer from Falcated is yes. Unfortunately, he's by himself, runs into two members of Cloud9. He's taken down. And now Falcated just lost not only the grapple, not only the shock, but map control as well. So Cloud9 found the opening they need.
They found the opening, but also the flank came in from Snipe down. It looks like they're going to give up A control here as the respawns will be coming in over there for C9, looking at where players are positioned. So they transition to C. It's a momentary triple cap, but a momentary one is the best way to describe it, as AB are turned over as quick as you could possibly imagine by Cloud9, who are currently chasing the score of FaZe, 74-43, but C9 making that score a little bit closer as the seconds tick by.
Yeah, pay attention to what just happened, right? Falcated pushed with that shock rifle. He lost his life, and that opening allowed Cloud9 to push into A. The rest of FaZe was already planning on pushing C. Because they pushed C, they had to give up B and A. They got out-rotated just because of that one kill. Falcated opened the floodgates of Cloud9 right now, and that's a very dangerous thing to happen. Fortunately, it did look like FaZe was able to get a few kills for the moment, but just like that, you blink and Cloud9 get a double kill, and they once again are scoring in control.
Yeah, Renegade's starting to pick up numerous kills in the feed as well. It's not just one, it's usually a double, and it's usually an opening that is created off the back of that. But look at this commitment from FaZe, all dropping in towards B, not only to challenge Renegade here on the window, but also get that conversion. I love that from FaZe. One thing that maybe I questioned about this team a little bit, as Eco does pick up the double kill, excuse me, and the players do fall here for FaZe, is sometimes they're a little bit slow to commit to objective. That was a little bit of a change up from what I've seen from them previously.
Yeah, but they committed to it, but look at what they had to give for it. So many players were knocked to no shield from Renegade. The rest of Cloud9, even though B was taken over, were taken down because of the poor positioning from FaZe. They go 4 dead. Cloud9 now in a trip cap. And yes, they did get beat, right? They played efficient there, but because they went all 4 dead and had no answer as far as slays are concerned, now they're in the trap that Cloud9 knows all too well. We've seen what Cloud9 can do with this dominance of the map, and look at this. FaZe is going to be split spawning across the map multiple different times, and they're going to have to deal with the onslaught that is Cloud9.
Yeah, this is a slaughter right now, an absolute slaughter from Cloud9. I think this is about 12-1, maybe, in slays exchange between the two teams over the last few seconds since this triple cap has been here. And it's just been all Cloud9. They have been absolutely devastating. Penguin picks up one, Falcated picks up another, but look at this once again. FaZe find themselves 3 dead, and even though they get in B, scoring is still in the side of Cloud9. 155-90 now. C9, they only need one window of opportunity, Wes, and they have taken it with both hands.
I mean, they took it with both hands and slammed it into the ground right now. FaZe fighting for their game 1 lives right now. And yes, they spawned A. They were able to transfer it over, but look at how much pressure they're on. They're trying to create some space. Unfortunately, they keep running into players like Penguin that have that commander rifle, that do not miss shots. They continue to get slays in their favor. When they have these kind of numbers, it's so difficult to take it out of Cloud9's grasp.
FaZe spawning on the long haul side as well, so the push might come in onto C here, but Penguin and a teammate are already in position, and that kill from Renegade in the feed and another one from Eco is going to make the job even easier as they will continue scoring. They cross that 180 point mark now. Camouflage is going to be up as well, with C9 having FaZe members coming off the respawn. It should be pretty comfortable, but Boo Boo makes a play to take it out of commission.
A massive play from Bubadubu and the rest of FaZe. The sandwich on the Penguin right there. They get the timing to kill the Camo player immediately. With that, 3 go down for Cloud9. FaZe have created the space they need to take back control. What will they do with it now that they're down 100 points? How can they answer the climb that we saw Cloud9 have when they gain control? Because FaZe are going to have to hold this one for a while to catch back up.
The question is always, can you do to Cloud9 what they do so well? It looks like at the moment, FaZe are picking up the kills that they need to. They have 2 players alive against the 4 of FaZe here, Cloud9, and with another kill being picked up and Boomer with a sword inside of this A stronghold, Penguin should be eliminated and will be just about the last second. It should be a triple cap here as FaZe will get the reset onto C as well. They have everything they need to make this work.
Falcated needs to stay alive. He's got a trip cap, so it does not matter if C goes away right now. Falcated plays his life perfectly, gets back. His teammates are able to get him out, and I love this play by him. Doubles back, killing spree. Perfect kill with the shock rifle, ripping heads off, playing the objective, and making sure that his team continues the pressure that FaZe needs in order to hold these strongholds in their favor. Unfortunately, that death could be the result of FaZe losing control. Cloud9 once again in the driver's seat with AB, but they are within striking distance now that FaZe was able to keep that trip cap going for a little bit.
C9 crossed the 200 point mark though. Eco with a sword as well.
Didn't see him.
We'll be able to continue that conversion onto C here. A is in control of FaZe. Where is that player that was down low though? He's still alive, but Eco's managed to escape for now. It looks like a different route was taken. And again, he picks up the first kill. There is that player. Penguin picks up another, and now C9 have FaZe 2 dead once again, and we've already seen what happens when they have this kind of control.
Yeah, this movie is on repeat. We've seen it even at Raleigh, how dominant Cloud9 can be. They showed just a taste of what their Halo 5 dominance looks like. When they get complete map control, they do not give it up. Right now, 224 and climbing. Cloud9 have to play... It's FaZe that has to play perfect, and unfortunately they do get A, but right now Eco with the camo looking to push, able to find that first kill, remove that player out of the stronghold, and now that his friends are here, I mean, Cloud9's so aggressive, able to retake control right away, and FaZe can't have any room to breathe.
Yeah, I like how Bounders backed out of this one, though. It looked like they were just filtering kills towards Cloud9. By surviving, at least they can get some numbers back on the map. It's 4v4 on the map here for FaZe. They need to make a big push here. The repulsor's going to be pretty good to give a little bit of time here, maybe some Cloud9 teammates to get across. Boo Boo in a 1v1, but has to hit the reload. Penguin and Stellar in the feed. Renegade will have an easy conversion onto B, and with that, at the last second, ABC making a triple cap and making a 1-0 series lead for Cloud9.
Dominant performance from Cloud9. It's almost what you expect every single time we see them here in a winners finals. It's only game 1 of the series, but if that's any sample of what they have left in store, they are clicking on all cylinders, and it's off the back of Renegade's 19 kills here in game 1.
I mean, FaZe had a great start to that game. It was just that moment, that one moment that we kind of focused in on around, I'd say about just over a third of the way into the game, 2 quarters if you like. That's half. Look at me doing quick maths in front of everybody. But where they got that 2 dead, they got that 3 dead, and then it was just 4 dead, 4 dead, 4 dead in quick succession for FaZe. They just couldn't stay alive long enough to survive the C9 pushes.
It's all about out-controlling Cloud9, I feel, and that's so difficult to accomplish, right? When Cloud9 gets those trip caps, they get you split spawning. They put you in such a difficult position, especially with all the sandbox that they've been able to collect throughout their travel across the map, right? It's like you're fighting guys with commandos, with grapples, with repulsors, with camouflage, right? Even with sword here on screen, Stellar has an easy kill on the snipe down for the killing spree, and it forces FaZe to play reactionary Halo. And when you're playing reactionary Halo, it's very difficult to out-rotate a team, right?
Yeah. That shot that came in.
Shot.
Yeah, that shot from Falcated was the opening, maybe that gave FaZe the opportunity to get back in this game. But this play actually from Renegade inside of that B stronghold was enough to buy C9 the time. He picked up a double kill, I think, along the way as well, to not only get the conversion and draw eyes away to allow the respawns to come in for C9, but also, you know, just gave them those few seconds they needed to get a little bit of control back. And from there, it was pretty much home and dry for C9. But now we move on to Streets Slayer. And C9 and FaZe, we've seen them before on this game type, and if my memory doesn't serve me wrong, it was a bit of a banger.
It was a 50-48 off the back of Renegade's crazy play over by the Flowers. position, which allowed Cloud9 to steal that game too, because they were down the entire game the last time these two teams matched up. FaZe need to figure out a way to win these Slayers against Cloud9, because Cloud9 notorious. You've heard them say it in their own streams. Hey, we're weak at Slayers. We're a very strong objective team. As weak as Cloud9 might talk to themselves and say they are, they probably have a very dominant record in Slayers. It might not just be as good as some of their objective games, but this is the opening. These are the moments where FaZe have to clutch up, where they have to stay in this series if they want to push it the distance.
It's such a difficult balance though for them. You know, when you're playing against a team like Cloud9, you know if you lose that first kill in a fight that they're going to be flying towards you, and you've got to survive. If you can survive a few extra seconds, that can be the difference in these games for FaZe. And it goes without saying as well. We talk about all these, like, you know, meta strategy, everything that goes into it, the overriding thing. You got to win your 1v1s against Cloud9 as well. It sometimes is as simple as that in a Slayer game, where you have to win those straight up 1vs.
Yeah, you have to create numbers for your team's advantage, right? Like, that's the biggest thing in Halo Infinite right now is getting numbers. And then when you have that 5 seconds where it is a 4v3, how do you turn that into a 4v1? How do you continue that snowball to not only get those kills, but to get map control, to pressure the enemy team, to stop them from spreading out, to creating space, stopping them from getting angles? It's a game of numbers, right? Especially at this high of a level. We'll see which teams are able to create those openings. Already Penguin with one in the feed has given Cloud9 that entry and that opening that could potentially lead to these Rockets control.
2 dead off the break here for FaZe. Snipe Down still in the window. Oh, goodbye Snipe Down as Renegade and Penguin combine to get those kills. 4-2. Rockets in the hands of Renegade, who somehow manages to get a trade on his way down. But FaZe have at least managed to eliminate 3 players from C9. Rockets still down on the L.
Honestly, a good job by FaZe, because it was 4-1. Right after that first kill, you saw the rest of the domino effect come through for those numbers. You saw FaZe jump down into a massive deficit, but right now Cloud9 extending that lead 8-3 right now with map control. FaZe need to be very careful. These next few lives are going to be crucial to them staying in this series.
And somehow Renegade has managed to have a rocket in his hands after managing to scavenge that after the battles did go down. Penguin picks up yet another kill with the Commando, which is a weapon he's certainly favoring at the moment. Boo Boo, goodbye. He'll be taken down, and not only that, Bound gets eliminated as well. Renegade looking for the triple, but Eco's going to be there to finish off the kill onto Falcated. 13-5, and already you can probably, you know, feel the heartbeats of FaZe fans starting to rise here, because C9 are rolling once again.
They've got Snipe Down, locked up in the police department. He's taken down 15-6 now. You're seeing the kind of control that Cloud9 can run away with games with. Perfect shots from Eco. They're easy, they're smooth, and he makes it look like he can do it so consistently. I mean, Cloud9, they smell blood in the water. You can tell by the way they're playing.
Penguin again with a kill with that Commando in the feed, just creating an opening for his team. Usually it's Renegade who's that player who's the first one to make contact, but this time it's Penguin with a little bit of a longer range weapon that's creating the opportunity. Snipe Down will pick up one, Falcated and another, so 2 dead here for C9. Can FaZe finally get any kind of map control? Penguin last player alive. Boo Boo with the Rockets, but Penguin gets a trade.
I mean, but look, the second time Rockets come up, the game is 21-9. It's so difficult to try and even, like, use some of these power weapons to swing the momentum of this game, because it's already gotten so out of hand. FaZe are going to have to dominate the mid game if they want to stay in this. 14-22 now. They get 3 straight kills in their favor, and that's just what FaZe needs.
Stella gets taken down as well. Well, the grenade in the damage, no bounds, manages to stay alive. But again, Stella staying alive for those 3 seconds creates the opportunity for Cloud9 to get back on the map. And as you say, on the opposite of that, I can hear you screaming, Wes, and I know exactly why.
Bounce, no shield. Why is he jumping out like that? I know he wants to play fast. I know he wants to apply pressure and use the numbers to his advantage. But first and foremost, play your life. Because he jumps out, they're able to turn a 4v3 situation into a 3v3, and now Cloud9 have created that into some space. As you see Penguin pick up a kill, Renegade finds one as well, and now Cloud9, they were trapped into Tram right there, and now they're the ones pressuring FaZe.
You want to talk about a snowball effect? Well, you've just seen it in front of your very eyes. C9 having been on the back of a 4 dead, somehow now find themselves 3 alive, and with More kills going down to them as well. Bound picks up one just to slow things down momentarily, but slowing things down isn't good enough here for FaZe. They need to be the aggressors, and they need to be going 2 for 1 with every single kill at the moment, but that push is pretty good coming in from C9 once more. 30 to 21, 9 kills the difference between the two teams.
C9 rolling up with some squad goals right there, able to just outnumber the FaZe clan members that were standing over by Cafe. They do end up going 3 for 3, but unfortunately, when you've built the lead that Cloud9 has, FaZe needs to do better. To your point, they can't afford to trade. Bound picks up a massive kill across, and now Snipe down and Bound trying to work together, but they're pushing into multiple members. It's too fast. The rest of FaZe isn't in position, and Cloud9 make slight work of that push.
Bubu picks up 1 though. Bubu picks up 2 and will be eliminated, unfortunately, as Renegade is on that P Street. The battle just commencing here for that rocket launcher. There's a spike grenade going down. Penguin last player alive here for C9, and Penguin picks up the kill to keep those rockets down on the floor, and most importantly, out of the hands here of FaZe. There's Penguin with the rockets now. He picks up 1, and somehow Penguin has just gone wild. 10 kills between the two teams. I don't know what Penguin's just done, but it was pretty special to watch.
Yeah, Penguin not only gets the kill onto that rocket player, but actually goes for the rockets in the midst of all of the FaZe enemy lines. Unfortunately, FaZe was too slow to get to an angle to where they could see Penguin. Because of it, Penguin just does a 180 insane rocket, gets another kill, turns it into a few actually. And because one of the win conditions for FaZe to get back in this game was that set of rockets, Penguin uses those rockets against them and extends the lead, and now they're back to 7 with only 10 kills to go.
Penguin once again putting the pressure onto Bound. Bound in a 1v1. Bound needs to win this, and Penguin says no, no, no. This is our game here. 43 to 33, 10 kills. Make that 11 as Eco adds another one, and C9 just continuing to stomp here onto FaZe.
6 kills away from going up 2 to 0 in the winners finals right now. Cloud9 will secure their grand finals appearance with just one more map win after this. 5 kills to go, and you see Renegade just slow it down. He understands we have to massively screw up to lose this game. You see Renegade across the map now, looking on the prowl with the shotgun snipe. That doesn't expect him to be aggressive in this situation. Eco finds 1 as well, and 2 kills to go.
I have to be honest with you, this is somewhat of a slapping for FaZe. C9 continue their run, and the 3P is still on for them. They'll be in your grand finals. I mean, what else can you say, Wes, at the moment? I mean, it's pretty crazy, right? It's pretty crazy.
Dominant.
Watch these guys.
What it is.
Yeah, I don't know what to say.
It's a testament to these guys' mentality and their consistency with their ability to do this, because you look at the other teams at the top right now. You're seeing FaZe, you're seeing EUnited, Sentinels, Optic, all have high highs and all have very low lows, right? This Cloud9 team, it doesn't feel like they have a low. It doesn't feel like they take days off. It doesn't feel like they have bad games. They've lost games in series, yes, but every single time we've seen them compete at a high level in Infinite, especially since Raleigh. I mean, you have to play perfect to beat them, and unfortunately, teams are still figuring out how to play perfect Infinite Halo.
Yeah, it's just you're looking at FaZe now in this series, and how those first 2 games have gone. Wes, it's how do you pick yourself up as a team? You know, not only to add another game to the series here, to at least send it to a game 4, but to believe that you can actually beat this C9 roster, because those first 2 games, you can't see C9 losing games of Halo when they're playing this well.
No, EUnited came so close earlier, especially in a best of 3, where, in all honesty, that's probably your best bet to beat these guys right now. And unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. It felt like EUnited was even playing so well in that series. But I mean, you can play great Halo and still come out on the worst half of the series against a team like Cloud9 because of how consistent all 4 of these players are. I mean, the addition of Penguin, we can't speak volumes enough about it. Like, you wondered how they were going to replace Shotzzy, how they were going to find that same level of dominance without a player that was as good as Shotzzy was. But it looks like Penguin had a 16, 6, and 7 performance there in game 2. I mean, this Cloud9 has never looked better, in my opinion, right? And that's no knock to Shotzzy, but it's like these guys are continuing to push themselves ahead of the pack.
Yeah, it's a compliment to the way that they're playing at the moment. I think everyone can acknowledge that. But as we move on to our map 3 here, FaZe at least have an opportunity maybe with the game type to elongate things a little bit here. CTF Bazaar is one where at least FaZe maybe can just establish a little bit of map control, work their way back into a series, get 1 flag cap on board, and then they don't have to you know, play a crazy fast game. The pace of this game, I think, suits FaZe for sure. Cloud9 would much rather go to Opal Recharge or Slayer Livefire, I think, right now with the momentum that's on their side, but they're going to have to play a little bit more of an attritional game here on map 3.
You got to figure out a way to control the map better, right? And to force Cloud9 into disadvantageous areas and situations. Unfortunately, it's so difficult to do so. Rockets and Overshoot are going to be crucial to being in FaZe's control if they want a chance to stay in this series. And unfortunately, the man on screen right there, Renegade, is the best in the world at controlling both the Overshoot and the Rockets. It's hard to deny him of securing a lot of those power-ups and power weapons throughout the map, and we've already seen what those power weapons and power-ups can do in just a short period of time throughout this series.
It's almost like it's an all-star lineup at the moment for Cloud9, and understandably so, right? They ain't losing too many games, but every single player on the team just brings something different. There's just a wonderful chemistry about this lineup at the moment, where it's like every element you could want in a Halo player is on Cloud9. Everyone complements each other so well, and it's almost instinctive. It's natural for them to play together and play at this level.
It is, and that's the best thing about this Cloud9 roster is they're all on the same page about how they want to play. Sometimes it feels like it's recklessness, right? Sometimes they give up map control, playing so greedy, so aggressive, but they're all doing it, and that's why they consistently have the help they have. That's why they're consistently able to pick up on the damage that the other ones left off on, right? That's because their positioning is all on the same page as far as, hey, we're going to push this. And when they say we're going to push this, none of them hesitate.
Well, here's map number 3 then in this best of 5. Grand final spot still on the line here, but it's looking like C9 certainly have one foot there, looking for that 3-peat. Slidedown picks up a double. Stellar will trade it out though. 2 dead per side, although FaZe unfortunately have found themselves 3 dead now. Falcate needs to win this battle. Stellar has to reload, and that is a big win from Falcate. It's something as simple as that. Maybe it's a little confidence boost you need after the difficult first 2 games.
Yeah, with Rockets coming up right now, Falcate just gave his team the opportunity to take rocket control, and there it is. Booba with these rocks. He's got bound in the base already, and Falcate pushing him from the bar. You're seeing FaZe with the perfect setup and push opportunity right now. 2 kills go in their favor, but Stellar does find one before he goes down. And now in a 2v2 situation, Penguin actually the last guy alive for Cloud9. FaZe could potentially get a flag run going if they can take Penguin down quick.
He can't take him down quick though. Look at Penguin. Best friends with that pillar at the moment. A little shuffle shake from him, and stays alive long enough not only to allow his teammates to respawn here, but also picks up a kill on his way back to that death screen. That is such a good play from Penguin. And again, I talk about the butterfly effect of small plays, right? Cloud9 now all out of respawn. FaZe losing kills. It's mid-map control they're fighting for instead of chasing that flag out their base.
It's kills like that Cloud9 secure immediately, right? Penguin staying alive right there stopped an entire flag run opportunity that FaZe would have had. A phenomenal job by Penguin, but FaZe need to figure out ways to get those kills faster in order to get that flag moving.
Penguin in the feed once again. Renegade sees that and decides to slide out and challenge Snipedown. Snipedown gets taken down, and you know that someone's shooting pretty well when you're picking up kills like that. The flag is on the move here. 2 dead for FaZe. C9 with a flag already inside of the treehouse, and another kill being picked up along the way as well.
Yeah, I love this idea of Renegade throwing this flag out. Looks down, finds a kill on the bound, and Renegade's going to play his life. With this Bulldog shotgun, he's going to be able to deny any FaZe clan members leaving the base right now from the top side. He's going to watch tree and bar, and that's going to give his team not only so much information, but potentially this first flag as Eco looks like he's going to punch this one in for free.
Capture.
Beautiful from C9. It's surgical. It's almost, you know, difficult to stop, to be honest with you at times. You saw the shots coming in from Renegade. You see Eco now just controlling the base. It just seems like they haven't made a wrong decision yet. Like, one player on this C9 squad has not made the wrong choice in any of the games we've been watching so far.
That's the thing. If you want to beat Cloud9, it's not about them making mistakes. They're not going to make mistakes. You have to figure out ways to outplay them. You got to figure out a way to counter them. And unfortunately, it's easier said than done, because perfect Halo is what Cloud9 screens typically look like at a high level, right? And on a consistent basis, when they're able to play like this, it's just so difficult. Already up 1-0 in this game, but 9 minutes left. Plenty of time for the FaZe clan boys to get in action, but unfortunately, Eco ripping the rockets away from their hearts, and with that, finding a couple of kills, you would think.
How was he alive?
But no. Both players get away no shield. Eco himself gets away no shield. And right now, a battle for mid-map with just a needler in hand is Eco Smith.
Yeah, he's going to do some damage, though. The assist comes in from Stella. Once again, everybody on C9 just on the same page. Every single player just seems to have their eyes on the same player, the same target, and the same game plan as well. 1-0 still the score, but look at these spawns coming in now. Snipe down. It's raining pink, and it's not the kind of rain you want to experience.
You never want to get spawn killed by a kneeler, and unfortunately, that's what we were just witnessing. Snipe down, spawning bottom rockets, trying to get out of there, but unfortunately, Eco had the perfect play to get that kill. The flag return comes through, and unfortunately, it does look like FaZe are going to continue to be in a rough spot with Renegade getting that kill on a snipe down. That's another flag run that Cloud9 are going to have.
This time it's through the bar. 2 dead here for FaZe. Make that 3. Booby was the last player alive. He's the first spawner as well. Down low here. This is a massive kill. He needs to pick up. Luckily, he had the Bulldog alongside him to give him a little bit of assistance, but while all of this is going downwards, you can see that Eco has another power-up in his hands. This time it's the overshield.
Interesting decision there to try and run that bottom shotgun, the one place that he knew FaZe was going to be spawning, especially with his teammate Eco picking up that overshield in the middle of the map. You want to kind of have the flag in a situation where that overshield player may be able to dictate it. So maybe a little bit of a mistake there from Cloud9. Stop them from being able to secure that second cap, but FaZe stay in this game just down 1-0, still in striking distance.
2 players fall here for C9. Renegade just being sneaky on top of this door. The sneaky is usually a good way to pick up some kills. However, he's been sniffed out here. Re-challenge is going to come in, and somehow Renegade gets out of that situation with the trade, which allows now C9 to move up and put more pressure on. Boo has no idea that Stella is behind him in the tree. Last 2 players alive here for FaZe are down on the low ground. Falcated in a 1v1, but Stella's going to win that with the commando as well.
Those are not easy shots with the commander rifle, but Stellar makes it look easy, not missing a single bullet throughout this entire span. Does get dynamo-nated and ends up getting traded out, and 3 go down for Cloud9, so a good job by FaZe to somehow get to the map. Respawners came through, and it was Baum versus, I believe, Eco were the last 2 alive, and right now Eco knows that, so he's going to try and play his life and wait for his teammates to come off spawn. But if he's able to get a kill like he just was, it just keeps map control in Cloud9's favor.
I mean, that awareness of respawns and where those players are going to be coming in from Eco is just world class. There's no other way to put it. He has his reticle just pinned onto the pillars. He has first shot on a player who probably thinks, hey, I'm getting a call out of where I know Eco is. I'm going to be able to catch him off guard and get that first shot advantage. But no, Eco is just so aware of everything that's happening. Now Penguin's inside of the base. 2 players fall here for FaZe, and C9 once again have this pull.
This is all possible because Eco gets that first kill by the middle. Eco gained map control for his team. Now you're seeing Penguin with the shotgun and the grapple. You know how he got that? It's because his team had map control. Eco awarded his team that. He's going to grapple overshield to himself. Unfortunately, cuts it off with the wall. Is forced to go down and get it himself, but on the other side of the map, Stellar gets rockets and a complete control and a flag already across halfway for Cloud9. You can bet your ass this one's going in.
Falcated. The only thing he's going to be doing right now is flying up into the skies as a rocket will fall at his feet. 5 minutes 30 or so seconds left on the clock here, but Cloud9 at the moment, they're just stacking up some kills because the flag is back at the base. Stella picks up yet another. Stella now 19 and 10, a +9 for B as Eco puts the second flag home.
Unbelievable job by Cloud9. I mean, perfect timing where power-ups and power weapons were coming up. They were able to secure that and get a flag pull at the same time. So much going on the map that had to be chaotic for FaZe to try and deal with. Cloud9 perfectly execute all 3 areas, and because of it, they find themselves now up 2-0 with 5 minutes left, and the grand finals is on the line.
Eco now moving through the bar. You can see he's just playing his life at the moment, making sure that he's watching these players from FaZe who are trying to wrap through, trying to extend towards his base. Renegade's there to help him. The Hound will trade out the kill, though. 2 players fall here for C9. Penguin going to be caught out bottom middle as well. He'll be eliminated. And finally, Cloud9 find themselves on the back foot. Now, what can FaZe make of this, West? This has been the question that they haven't been able to answer so far. The first time they've had control in quite some time. They have the flag across halfway.
Big kills coming through right now for FaZe. That's going to be the first flag on the board for FaZe. Bound's going to be able to punch this one in very shortly. No one on Cloud9 in a position. And look at that. Actually, kills coming through still for FaZe. As Snipedown does get taken down, but FaZe able to keep map control while punching that one in. Bodes well for their opportunity to keep map control and potentially get a second one on the board. Maybe tie this thing up.
Bulldog in the hands of Falcated here, but he's trying to chase down that kill bottom middle. And Eco, once again, just being elusive as you like. Overshield going to be popping up as well. Renegade taken down. Big double kill coming in from Snipe Down, which is going to allow him to move in on the power up. Now, can they make something of this? 2 dead on either side of the map. FaZe once again looking to hold forward, and I gotta say, Wes, it's pretty much the second time I think we've seen FaZe inside of the Cloud9 base. They make a flag cap happen. So you have to say the objective efficiency is there, as you would expect. Can they do it again, though, to tie this game up?
Yeah, Snipedown actually loses all of that overshield before he can even get into the tree. Unfortunately, Stellar was behind enemy lines in his own corner. Stellar able to chip away that overshield just enough to where now his teammates don't have to worry about Snipedown pushing with an overshield, which probably would have been a very big opportunity for FaZe to get into that base like you just asked. But now, with no overshield, it's going to be just BR on BR action for Snipedown and the rest of the FaZe clan to get in. They get the first 2 picks. The 3 go down for Cloud9 with a beautiful double from Snipedown. And Rockets are coming up right now with no one on Cloud9 going to be in a position to pick them up. This could be where FaZe tie the game.
This will be where FaZe tie the game, because Penguin was the last player alive. He got taken down. Rockets now secured by FaZe. Bound with another kill. They have those respawners locked down, and all of a sudden, FaZe finally showing some life in this game and in this series. They tied things up 2-2 now with 2 minutes 45 on the clock.
Pay attention. Overshield went in the hands of Snipedown. They're able to keep control with that overshield, get kills when the rest of the team pushed up and was able to get into a position of entry frag. Because of that, Rockets were coming up a minute later. They're able to secure those Rockets with the same map control that overshield gave them. FaZe starting to really dictate the power up, power weapon control, and because of it, they tied themselves up in this game and are looking to push this series to a game 4.
Booby's got that flag on the move as well. He goes in the base though. Falcated chose to shoot across to give him a little bit of cover. 2-4 for C9. Big double kill though from Renegade. Bound's going to be caught out. This is a big play coming in from Bound. Eco's no shield. The touch comes in as well here. So Bound doing what he can to stay alive. Snipedown though will be taken down. Stella off the respawn picks up a huge double, and the flag will be sent back home.
The biggest kill there was Renegade jumping into the tree, no shield, getting that kill onto the other player. It's secured Eco this overshield with this control. The reset for the flag also comes through for Cloud9. And now Cloud9, they have that power up in hand. We've seen the damage that FaZe was able to do with it. We've seen what Cloud9 can do, and the objective efficiency for both these teams at a very high level. Cloud9 looks to try and end this series here.
Bound stays alive though. Penguin fell as well, so Bound being able to stay alive long enough to at least slow things down. But speaking of slowing things down, Renegade has no intentions of doing that himself as he flies in with the Bulldog. Finally, he will fall. As now Snipedown has a little bit of breathing room to at least get control of the lockers here. Try and help out a teammate. Falcated wins a 1v1 versus Penguin. FaZe now on the move forward again.
Unbelievable job by FaZe there to flush Cloud9 out of their base. I really thought Cloud9 was going to get a cap on the board with the situation that they were just in. But FaZe getting those kills, getting the Bulldog shotgun out of Renegade's hands was so massive for them. Now they're trying to fight for mid control, and unfortunately, Penguin's going to find that first pick. We'll see what Cloud9 can do now that they have numbers.
Look at the timing on the Bulldog here for Cloud9. Stella right on the money, as that weapon does pop up. Now he's going to have the flank onto Booby top Rockets as well. Falcated can be trapped in the lockets. Snipedown's going to be weak as well. Stella doing a lot of damage here, just waiting for his teammates maybe to pick up kills, but no, Falcated and Bound are the ones who will win their battles. Now Stella has to wrap back and try and do damage to help out his respawners. Renegade picks up one. Falcated though will take him down across the map, and now you're going to have one player flying at Stella here, but he survives as the grapple just fell a bit short.
The issue is that he survives and he has the Bulldog. FaZe do not know he has Bulldog. He does get knocked to no shield from that brew grenade. Keeps him to no shield, so maybe FaZe can take him down while his shields are low. But because he gets his shields back, he finds one. But a good job by FaZe to trade it out. Getting that Bulldog out of the hands of the enemy team is so important, especially when they're in control of something like your tree or your bar. Stellar was in a great position there to do a lot of damage. It's good that FaZe was able to shut him down before this overtime.
Penguin was about 0.1 seconds away from getting that touch for C9. You saw Snipedown maybe thought the game was over, so just to check his flag, and it was lucky he did, as Penguin was just a little bit short. But we're into overtime now. Next flag wins here between FaZe and C9. If C9 get it, it's series over. They're in the finals.
So at the start of this series, you asked, what does FaZe have to do? They have to win these close games. They get into close games with Cloud9 all the time. They haven't been able to close the door on any of them. I would love to see FaZe finally clutch one out, push this to a game 4, and it looks like they've won the starting fight towards Overshield, but all the meanwhile, Stellar able to pick up these rockets, and he's brought him back to his base for now, but I think he's going to be able to gain map control for his team very shortly.
Stella does some damage, but doesn't get the kill. However, this one should connect. No, that's 2 rockets. A rare bad play coming in from C9, and Stella will pay for it as well. C9 on the back foot, 2 dead. Flag moving here for FaZe as well.
You love to see the slide, the use of the sandbox off that ramp, gets into the tree so quickly, and because of it, it gives FaZe such an opportunity to continue running this. Unfortunately, they do lose 2, so a 2v2 situation, and Stellar already there to hop on the return. Unfortunately, everything looks great for FaZe, but they lose some initial fights as they try to get the flag in the tree, and because of it, we're gonna have a reset of the map.
Stellar and Eco pick up kills, and now Stellar's gonna be calling out a player in the opposite lockers. Grenades being tossed his way, but not gonna be able to take him down for now. And that kind of misplay that we saw from Stellar, the C9 rockets not quite hitting in the way that they normally do, FaZe weren't able to take advantage of it. And you say, and we said, Wes, C9 don't make too many mistakes. You have to take advantage when they do.
Yeah, they're going to be kicking themselves for that moment, because look at what's going on right now. The shotgun being put to work. All 4 dead for FaZe. They're going to be spawning still inside the base. It does look like they've managed to get a few kills onto the members of Cloud9 that were in their base, and they needed those kills because Cloud9 still on the prowl. Look to try and get a flagpole here. Unfortunately, Eco does lose a teammate. He's trying his best to hold this bar area, but Cloud9 had an opportunity there that FaZe took advantage of, and were able to play good enough defense to get the job done.
Yeah, Eco is running shuttles at the moment. He's dodging and diving, and he's staying alive and picking up kills with the Bulldog and that thrust, and creating, again, opportunities for C9 to push. 3-4 now for FaZe, and look at this. 2 players from C9 already inside of the base. Eco is on top of the rockets. You can see where the respawns are coming in as well. Bound should be taken down. Although it took a little bit longer than maybe C9 were hoping for, but Eco has control of top rockets. Falcated, he's going to find the sharp end and the teeth of the Bulldog in his face, as C9 still have that flag moving.
FaZe did have numbers for a brief second. It was a 3v2 before that kill from Eco. Eco trying to fight for this next touch, but a great job by Bubudubu. Maybe not to get the kill, but to get the return, reset the game, and hopefully push this into a map reset, because right now with 2 minutes left, you're seeing FaZe starting to really fight for their lives, right? It's so difficult when Cloud9 has that kind of control. Cloud9's had control for at least the last minute, but just like that, FaZe get a few kills. If they're able to take down Eco, secure these rockets, maybe they have one really good last push onto this flag.
2 dead here for C9. Renegade goes down as well. Stellar's going to be trying to clean up Bubu, who stays alive for just long enough here. But Stellar also managed to escape from his life. So 1 minute 40 on the clock. Snipedown has the rockets though, but he's been traded by Penguin, who's down at the bottom of rockets in the sewers at the moment. It looks like those rockets will be out of commission for now. Penguin going to be melted by the team fire coming in. 3 dead, 2 dead, excuse me, for C9. FaZe 4 alive. This is the chance they need.
Great job by Bubudubu this entire time to stay alive bottom middle. Unfortunately, he's gonna have to push and re-slay because they weren't quick enough to get into Cloud9 space. But look at that FaZe there. 2 dead. They get the 3rd player and Renegade on the flag. Renegade gets taken down as well. So 3 went just down for Cloud9. They're gonna be spawning bottom rockets, and Bubudubu is gonna get this fight in the middle with Overshield spawning up and a minute left. They could look to push this series to a game 4 with this last flag run.
Just force this flag. They need to force this flag here. They have the overshield. They have the opportunity. And that looks like Bubu has made the choice to do exactly that. Renegade picks up one in the feed. There's an overextender, though, from C9. Penguin's inside of the base, and now Bubu has pressure on his shoulders.
They have to get kills. FaZe have to slay out. Penguin being such a nuisance on their flag right now. They had no idea he was there. And because of it, you're seeing all 3 dead right now for FaZe. Last guy live allocated, trying to get a touch. Can't get there. And because of it, his flag, it's going the opposite direction. Cloud9 are looking to end this series.
Oh, look at this from C9. It's a big play from Penguin again. This time, it's a rescue mission. But they have that flag up to their bar. They have it inside of the treehouse, and C9 moments away from losing the game. Now have that flag back at their base, but is there anyone there to secure it? Bubu's managed to overextend, but here's Stellar to take him down. Eco picks up another one. Stellar now going in for the touch and will get it, but players from FaZe now flooding through the tree.
Last 2 players alive for FaZe. It's Bound and Snipedown. What can they do to stop this? Renegade with some beautiful grenades. Renegade with the double kill and the touch. It's going to be the Renegade special to end this series. 3-2 in game 3. 3-0 in the scoreline. Cloud9 are advancing to the grand finals.
If anyone's going to make a play, it's going to be Renegade. A huge moment at the end of that game. It could have been so different for FaZe. But it's the same old story, Wes. A close game, a nail biter, and Cloud9 come out on top once again against FaZe.
Gosh, man, ever since Renegade called himself the iciest player in the league, I've been waiting for him to mess up in some of these situations. I've been waiting for him to not have that ice, and I mean, it's true. You got to say it by now. How many times have we seen game on the line series to be extended for the other team? Renegade shuts the door immediately, 31 and 29, but it was those last 2 kills for him to go +2 that were the big ones that mattered most.
It's not even the ice, right? It's the ability to make the correct decision that you would make for the entirety of the game when it matters most, because we know how influential pressure is on players, right, Wes? You do stupid things sometimes when you're in that position, but just taking that second to breathe and make that right decision is something that's just synonymous with Renegade now. And I mean, that final play, we'll be seeing it for quite some time, because that was a series-defining play and a series-winning one for C9.
Yes, it was. And Cloud9 seemed to always have that play in their bag of tricks. Whenever you question, are they going to lose this? Is this series going the distance? You always see someone on Cloud9 step up. It was Renegade this time around. And for FaZe Clan, they leave us once again with some close opportunities, but still just one step away. Just one play away is all they need to push the series and continue their journey throughout that winner's bracket. Unfortunately, being bounced to the elimination side here in this tournament, they're going to have a little bit of a run to go through if they want another shot at Cloud9.
I say get back a few seconds before the play at the end of the game as well. FaZe had that flag back in their base. They had it through the double doors. There was a little bit of stutter along the way. They didn't pick up the slays they needed to, and it was indecision. Do we force this? Do we wait for the slays? And that allowed this man, Penguin, I'm so glad this is lined up, to get behind enemy lines and make a last-ditch play to get the double kill, to get the reset, and then get the flag moving. But Renegade, the iciest man in the league, Renegade, you can call him what you want to call him, but he wants to be known as an event winner, and that is what he's known as right now.
Best player in the game as of right now, winning just about everything since Raleigh, and playing like an absolute monster while doing so, clutching it up for his team, dominating in the slays category. It's really on the back of Renegade that this Cloud9 team is able to play, and that back seems to be wider than ever.
Indeed, I mean,
C9 are ridiculous. I just want to say this, by the way. Like, I just want to say, it's like, oh yeah, C9 are really good, but then next time we see them, they're better. I don't get that. Like, how can you be the best but then get better week on week? Like,
well, I think it's, you know, I think there's still, everyone is still learning, right? You know, they're still trying to figure out how they want to play things against one another. And I think the thing that Cloud9 are doing really well every single week is adapting to their competition, because there's no question, everyone's getting better. Cloud9 are as well, but they're having to adapt to these teams also getting better and also kind of producing the goods every single week and challenging them. Cloud9, their ability to ice up, but not only handle situations that are pretty difficult, you know, very pressurizing situations. The clock is coming down, they're tied up, and they're having pressure applied to them. And the fact that they're able to ice up, but so calmly as well, like Penguin making his way into their base, being able to apply the pressure when they're about to cap a flag and pull a flag instead as well, and get that return and jump down, and just absolutely incredible heads-up plays from these guys. And I gotta say it as well, another shout out to Eco. You know, I think in 20 seconds at one point he had grappled the rockets, used both of his dynamo grenades, used both of his rockets, then used the needler to also get an assist from Stellar as well. Huge stuff, and just a showcase of not only the sandbox but how to run mid-map and regain control and apply pressure there. That is huge. Moments like that Cloud9 are able to do to apply pressure is massive, and I think this is what is really making them kind of heads and tails above the rest here. Bro, I'm not even going to ask you a specific question. I'm going to let you pick and choose your moment there to talk about, because I want to know what you make Cloud9 at this point in time.
Yeah, I think there's two things that come to mind. One is last week we asked Cloud9 what their plan is while they continue winning, and I think we even heard in post-game interviews them saying, we know that everyone's getting better, so we have to get better as well, and we're already seeing them do that. I think another thing is, look at the plays that we see from Renegade. Not only does he get the double kill at the end of the game to get the flag home, but you might remember only about 2.5 minutes prior, there was a flag in the tree, 2 FaZe players in tree, and Renegade just pushes the 1v2 and gets a kill in a battle when he's already down in shield. So plays like that where Renegade can just push 1v2s, confidently win them, that makes C9 such a tough team to beat.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's just absolutely ridiculous. The stuff that they managed to come up with, it just leaves your jaw on the floor. But I'm excited to see more from them, obviously advancing into the grand final spot. And with that, let's check out the bracket right now and see where things lie and which teams have to battle it out right now in order to get into that grand finals position to join them. Now, we do have a winners bracket. As you can see, Cloud9 just took down FaZe 3-0. And if you're just joining us, welcome. You're just in the nick of time to see how things unfold here. But FaZe put up a very, very good fight against C9 despite the result there. Let's have a look at the elimination bracket though, because on the other side of things, in our safety net here in Pro Series, we have our elimination finals lined up. Optic Gaming take down Pioneers 2-0, convincing win for the Green Wall, but they will come up against FaZe, who are going to be a little bit salty after that one, coming so close against C9 in certain situations there. They're going to be out for blood, and they're definitely going to want a rematch. But so will Optic Gaming. As you remember, last week, our grand finals, they were against C9 as well. So both of these teams, this is going to be a pretty competitive series, I would have thought. Well, I'll tell you what, folks, we're going to have a quick break right now. I think our casters need to compose themselves after what was an incredible, bizarre CTF game. We will be back with our elimination finals. It is going to be Optic versus FaZe. Who will advance to the grand finals? You'll find out right after this.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under
We thought we'd give you a little teaser here.
Ha-ha.
Of course, we're actually coming on. We were just joking. We're just teasing. Welcome back, folks. Good to have you joining us again here for the NA Pro Series at the HCS. Now, we have the Elimination Finals coming very shortly. And before we kick things off, let's just quickly talk about it. We have Optic versus FaZe, two very high-level teams who are certainly going to be out to win this series as quick and fast as they possibly can. Brav, I want to get quickly your thoughts on this. You know, obviously two teams going head-to-head here, both with different play styles and both trying to find their feet here, especially Optic, I would say. What are your thoughts heading into this?
I think it's going to be a great series, maybe one of the best, not just of today, but of the entire NA Pro Series in the month of January. I think these two teams are really vying for right now alongside EUnited, but they've already been eliminated today. So it's really Optic and FaZe vying for not only who is in the second spot, but which team is going to be the biggest contender going into Anaheim as well. So I think this is going to be one of the best series that we have of the entire Pro Series, and I'm pretty excited that we get to see these two teams face off against each other once again.
Yeah, I do also agree with all of that. I'm very, very excited to see these two teams go head-to-head here. On set, obviously, you're going to have a little bit of a relaxer here, but while you're watching, is there anything you're looking out for specifically from either one of these teams that maybe the viewers at home want to take note of?
I'm going to be looking at who's playing in a way which is going to challenge C9 the best, because I think we've seen, you know, Optic play against them last week in the final. There were moments where we were like, oh, Optic playing really well, but they came up short. FaZe, we've just seen come up pretty short, apart from that last game against C9. So both teams need to step up to a level where I'm thinking, are they good enough to beat C9? And that's the question for me in this series. It's not so much who wins this series, it's is it good enough, whoever wins the series, to challenge the team that's in the final.
Well, beautiful stuff. We're going to have to find that one out. And as I hand it over to Brav and Clutch to cast this elimination final, Clutch, who do you think's got the edge in this one?
I'm going to give it to Optic. I think having taken the series last time these two teams played, having advanced to that grand finals with the losers or the eliminations side there in our second Pro Series last week, they're in the same situation here and now, and they've been on this little bit of an elimination bracket run ever since losing the first series of the day. Optic Gaming has climbed all the way back to find themselves once again here in our elimination finals up against FaZe Clan. And Andy, I think this Optic Gaming team is going to come in quite confident, knowing that they beat this FaZe Clan team in that elimination finals as of last week. Do you think that it's going to be a repeat, or do you think FaZe Clan are going to have something up their sleeves to deny Optic of seeing that grand finals?
I think Optic's going to be strong, but I think FaZe is going to be ready to go as well. It's just going to be a question of which team is playing. I think their potential, and I say that just because I don't think in the past 3 weeks of competitive play, and you might even say a little bit of this in Raleigh, certainly more for Optic, we have not seen the best of these squads. We saw great stuff from Optic Gaming at the beginning of competitive Halo Infinite. Their placings have changed quite a bit, but honestly, both of these squads, great potential, great skill ceiling, and we haven't even come close to it for either of them. It's an opportunity for one of them to go ahead here, certainly in week number 3.
Yeah, I think if all 4 players for either one of these teams start to catch fire, and if they can play at their highest ceiling, they're going to give Cloud9 a run, but they have to focus on this series here and now, and it's going to take a lot to have all 4 players clicking like that. So it's all about the individuals for me on the side of FaZe Clan that need to step up. We need to see highlight reels coming from Falcated. He's been a quiet player today. We need to see Boobadooboo step up in these moments and assist the slaying prowess of Snipe Down and Bound. And for Optic Gaming, we talk about Lucid, how he's potentially the best player in the game. Well, the best player in the game needs to find himself another win. He has to figure out a way to get this Optic Gaming team not just to the grand finals, not just past FaZe, but they got to come out on top against Cloud9 for that conversation to continue.
A few things to highlight here. Only one instance of live fire, that middle game. Optic Gaming might have an edge there, but that's the only instance, as we say, of live fire. Taking a look at Stronghold Streets, FaZe is 4-3. Optic, though, 0-6 in the past few weeks. 0% win rate on this game type. They'll need to turn that around if they want to start this series off on the right foot.
Yeah, I mean, we're taking a look at this series layout, and you're seeing already two streets are being played. Strongholds at the start and Slayer at the end. And both these games are going to be crucial to I believe, Optic Gaming's success here, because you talked about how they've fallen short in their Streets game. I don't think it's just Strongholds. I think they can fall short in that Slayer as well. They're going to need to pick up that Street Slayer prowess. And we saw them have some success earlier in the day on Streets with that APG push to end the game. Let's see if they're able to replicate that. Maybe they've gotten something down. It's still early in Halo Infinite. Teams are still working on the meta. They're still trying to find how they want to play these different situations, and Optic Gaming having a ton of practice under their belt now. maybe they've changed some things up to turn that 0-6 scoreline into a 1-6.
That's right now. FaZe versus Optic Gaming. About to get into this best of 5. Only one will advance on into our grand finals. This is the elimination finals. We'll have to see who wins this opening rush.
You're seeing Bound take his life all the way down to Rockets. Unfortunately, nobody really on the side of FaZe there to support him. And now APG, with those Rockets in hands, finds himself an early double kill. And with that, you're going to see Optic Gaming jump out to an early control.
Interesting play from Bound. That's what you expect to see from Bound, putting himself out there, trying to make those high-risk, high-reward plays. But right there, as you say, did not look like he had the support he needed to make that happen.
Yeah, you really want to see FaZe be on the same page there. And unfortunately, Bound kind of getting caught off guard with multiple members of Optic Gaming focused on him, gives his life, and with that, the numbers go in Optic Gaming's favor. And now Optic Gaming scoring. APG having a lot of pressure here back tower, finds himself in a one-on-one against Falcated, and Falcated takes him down, and that could be the opening that FaZe need to get back into this and score some of their own.
Cafe spawns, though, maintain the AC hold for the side of Optic Gaming. Bound gets tangled up with a Cafe table, but will find his way out of that mess. Pick up not just one, maybe two here. No, he'll fall, but still the AC hold. But looks like FaZe also working on C.
Yeah, I would have liked to see Bound play his life a little bit better, but I think that he thought that his team was going to be there to support him once again. Unfortunately, Optic Gaming getting the Slays, retaking B control, and now Lucid with a teammate here going to try and lock down this driveway position. He's got 3 members of FaZe that look to push him, and I love this by Lucid. Get the hell out of there. You got to run away. You got to play your life, because right now you lost 2 team members. And if he can just delay this B stronghold for a little bit, he's going to give Optic Gaming a lot of life, and that kill right there is it.
Exactly what he was looking for, and that is the name of the game here in Strongholds. And Lucid actually going to have a conversation around the water cooler, the same one that Ryan Nuke did. Tries to double melee. Snipedown surprisingly wins that one there, and a little bit of a tangle in the red room, but will stay alive as long as he did. Like you said, moments like that clutch where you could stay alive as one of the last players alive and just get the jump on someone trying to get a stronghold conversion, that will give you the upper hand time and time again and give your teammates a little bit more room off of respawn.
Just room and time, right? You just buy so much time for your teammates that are already coming off respawn. APG found that time, found that opening, has got these Rockets. 3 dead for FaZe, and it looks like it could potentially result in total control the way APG looks to push with these Rockets. His teammates are going to be taking over, I believe, the B stronghold behind him, and this pressure on the C, it's too much for FaZe. The Rockets come true, and APG applying that pressure all too well for the potential trip cap here for Optic Gaming.
Look at APG just working together also with Lucid in the back. Bound stayed alive so long in the back of C, but it didn't matter because Optic Gaming is still traveling in packs. They maintain BC 82-4 right now.
So they flipped the map, FaZe, spawn PD. They are able to get out of the trip cap, but at 87 points and climbing right now, Optic Gaming have a commanding lead here in game 1 of our elimination finals. APG still on these stairs, just being a nuisance. Dipping and diving in and out, being and finding a kill on the Boobadubu in that case. What a massive pick that was. Giving his team numbers here is the go sign. This is the green light to be aggressive on the snipe down in PD. And if they get this kill, like Trippy just did, they're going to get A control as well and flip the map once again.
It's a brave thing to do. Trippy just flies into a police department there with a bulldog out, and it pays off. And amazing plays, like you said, from those B stairs, picking up those extra picks and just maintaining 3 dead, 2 dead, 2 dead once again for FaZe. Really good slaying control here from Optic Gaming, and it is paying off on the scoreboard as well.
Heads up play by Trippy to immediately understand he needs to, it's his job to go back to A to get that reset to finish that stronghold. But because of it, it gave FaZe the opening they need to continue to keep beating Trippy. Even though he's on a killing spree, FaZe has been able to get control right now. He stays alive with a beautiful thrust. Falcated misses 1 shot, but that's all it takes for Trippy to play his life. Help comes in, and Optic Gaming once again in control and scoring points.
Very nice stuff here from Optic Gaming, and Trippy just flies in with a stalker rifle, gets the damage on pillars, then swaps with the bulldog, also gets the help. So really firing on all cylinders here and working together as a unit. 2 dead once again on each side.
Yeah, Trippy understands the situation there. Rockets are up. My team has numbers advantage. If I trade with snipe down here, we're going to get these rockets secured. But somehow Boobadubu sneaks between enemy lines, gets rockets of his own, but it only results in 1 kill. And when you pick up rockets, you think that they're going to be a little bit more of an opportunity to get some map control. But that 1 kill, it actually has given FaZe control. Look at the rest of FaZe in a perfect position to follow up on that kill. The space that they've been able to take advantage of now that Boobadubu got that kill. So Optic with a little bit of a blunder there, letting rockets go through. And I love this play from Snipe Down, now slow playing this situation. And now that Ola has gotten out of the hill, drop down in front, Snipe Down jumps in, finds himself a free Ola, finds himself a free Trippy. Boobadubu plays his life perfectly around the pillar. And what a patient play from Snipe Down.
So much patience, so much timing and discipline there from Snipetown to just sit and wait to engage perfectly. Even though he jumps on the stronghold first, sometimes risky depending on the stronghold and the situation, is able to get those 2 picks just like you say. Perfect timing. That's a trip cap from FaZe. And even though they have a long way to go, it's a very different game over these past few minutes.
Yes, absolutely. This is the win con for FaZe. They needed to get an opportunity to get Optic in a spawn trap, force a trip cap for even a brief moment. Just continue to get slays. Look, 2 go down for Optic. Optic fighting for A control, but Boo right there to get the reset on it and apply pressure onto C. I love what we're seeing out of FaZe in the second half of this game.
A little bit of deja vu there as we see him doing the exact same thing he did earlier on in this tournament. Picks up another set of kills, and on the perfect flank over at Cafe, he's going to also pick up a Bulldog kill on Ola, and they're once again going to go for that B trap.
Dubu gonna try and play his life. He's by himself, loses both the Stalker and the Bulldog, so Lucid comes through with the massive kill. Not only that, but gets the reset as well. Although FaZe is continuing to score, Lucid just had a massive play to stop that player from going on any more spree, but more importantly, to get his team out of a potential trip cap situation.
Certainly a big swing there. Also, notice Lucid there with the Stalker rifle just shooting the base of the drop shield there. Not something you see all pro players doing. A lot of players just trying to brute force their way through it. Instead, just makes quick work of that. But speaking of, Bound actually comes in on Ola with the back whack against him. 1 rocket still in the pocket as well. And it doesn't go out because Lucid sweeps in there with the Bulldog.
Bound did lose 1 rocket. We'll see what that turns into. It turns into a kill on the Snipetown. And unfortunately, that rocket is going to keep Optic Gaming in control of C right now, and because of it, they're going to be able to hopefully capture one of these other strongholds. APG across the map, he must have spawned A, so it's his job, and now you're seeing that AC stronghold that Sentinels likes to implement. You're seeing Optic Gaming have that in their bag of tricks as well.
Lucid 17-9, Trippy 14-8, the main slayers of Optic Gaming laying down the law here in our game number 1 of this series. Just picking up continuous kills and maintaining that B trap as well. Looks like A might go eventually, so they'll need to regain control and also decide how they want to push out of B.
I love how Lucid's playing this. He knows he's anchoring this C position. He expects the overextension from FaZe to come through. Lucid sees that C is getting controlled, so he's going to double back, go towards C. And with this Bulldog shotgun, he should have the advantage in any fight that he finds in this player. But Boobadooboo almost picture perfectly reading the situation, wisely backs out of that situation, creates some space between him and Lucid right now with that Bulldog. Lucid unable to get that kill, but they do recapture C. They are continuing to score, and with 199 points, make it 200 at this point. Optic Gaming have such little ways to go to claim this game 1. FaZe need to make a play and make it now.
Yeah, look at this, and Ola actually just sweeping around A. He wants to see exactly how they push out. He's going to actually find Snipetown all the way in the court. So this is a perfect pressure from Ola to go Neons. They're still locking down C, and there's not even any B contesting going on right now. Finally, the first kill will go down, but they're traded out, and guess what? Optic Gaming's perfectly happy with that.
Yeah, I feel like FaZe just slowed the game down right there, and unfortunately, like, you can't slow the game down. You can't afford to, because these points, they're starting to amount to this 225 score line. FaZe finally get A-B control, but Ola snuck away with rockets, and now they're going to have to deal with yet another set of Optic Gaming rockets. Ola in a perfect position to find one, does undefalcated. Lucid finds one in the kill feed, and because of it, Ola's going to turn around, and now we are Bound. Don't do it to him. 4 dead for FaZe, and with the A cap coming through, you're going to see them hop into B as well, and FaZe have one last-ditch effort to try and stay in this first game.
I'm sorry, but only I Got Your Pistola rolls into the A courtyard when he has 1 rocket left, rolls in with the BR, turns around, gets a reversal, Bound still in trouble at A. He cannot get out of dodge. Incredible stuff here from Ola in the late game. We have FaZe scoring, but it's 232 to 114 home stretch for Optic Gaming.
It's up to Falcated. He's up top. He's by himself. He's able to find 1 kill, able to find the second as well. 3 go down for Optic, so all of a sudden the AC strong hold captures come through for FaZe. They stay in this for now. 18 points is all Optic Gaming need, and perfect Halo is what FaZe is going to have to be required in order to create this upset.
Notice that Ola does not go A. He spawns back A, but does not grab it right away. Instead, he applies the pressure. However, despite those nice set of plays and nice patience from Ola, it doesn't pay off. They actually go 2 dead once again.
Valkated with a massive grenade right there. Keeps Trippy and numbers in his team's favor. Optic Gaming now need to figure out a way to get out of this. B and C now in control of phase. Falcated moving his way over to B, understanding that that's going to be Optic Gaming's next push. He catches Lucid off guard. Wow. Great shots by Falcated with a double kill, killing spree. That Stalker rifle. We talk about the DPS. Falcated just showed you the openings you can create with some great shots.
Optic Gaming, it's not over yet. You've gone about 85% of the way, but not done just yet. Triple cap in effect for FaZe. They are right back in this match, and I will very gladly stand corrected if this goes the other way, because this is quite a comeback from FaZe, applying perfect pressure. Rocket comes out of Boo Boo from the grave as well. They will maintain the A reset as well. Here they come, 207, and the trip cap continues.
Falcated with a massive trade there, but 3 dead for FaZe, as B is going to be on Optic's vision right now. They're looking to push. They have to push. Now just 10 points down is FaZe Clan, but still Optic don't even have A control yet. You see the nades come through. Ola able to stay alive, and now here comes the push that we've been talking about. Lucid finds the entry. Will it be enough for Optic Gaming?
239, 232, so quick. FaZe not only in the comeback, but also in the driver's seat right now. All eyes on B. Optic Gaming about to capture. They're scoring once again.
Falcated with the double on the flank. Huge kills for Falcated, 24 and 16. The play to match as well. They hop into A, and although FaZe Clan are going to lose C, Optic control B. It's only Trippy with APG coming to his assistance right now that have Optic on the ropes.
FaZe has numbers on B right now. That is where all eyes are on. This will be the game-winning battle. 247, 240, 39.
Oh my God, somehow Optic get the slays. They get the slays, they win the game. Only 11 points separate the two. And it looked like FaZe did everything to create that miracle perfect comeback, but Optic Gaming did just enough at the very end. APG and Trippy must have gotten some crucial kills in order to close the door on that one. But you have to think, Andy, if that game is 10 more points, I think it goes in FaZe's favor.
I'm with you. 10 more points, 10 more seconds. It could have gone either way. As soon as Optic, though, locked down B, that's such a difficult push coming out of A through tires or up the PD stairs. Such a difficult push to get into B. Optic Gaming able to maintain B there. Some crucial wins around B stairs as well as the B stronghold itself. We'll take a look at some of the stats.
I mean, it was incredible. Lucid at one point was 24 and 10, I believe, in that game, giving so much help and so much of a lead for Optic, but it was really Falcated that stepped up in the second half of that game and became that main slayer for this FaZe Clan that kept them in it, that allowed them to have that massive comeback. 26 and 17. There was a point in time where he had a perfect flank and was able to get 2 kills to keep his team scoring, but it just wasn't enough in that game 1. But if that game 1 bodes anything for the rest of the series, Andy, we have one hell of a contest on our hands.
Keep in mind, that game was 232 to about 114. You'll see it in the replays here on the highlights, just how far away Optic had ran with this game, but FaZe with an unbelievable run to not just bring the game back, but also take the lead late.
So many clutch kills, so many runs I felt like we saw from everyone. You talked about these teams needing to play perfect Halo and how what these teams' ceilings are. It feels like every time we switched to a screen, we were seeing unbelievable plays, either from Boobadooboo, from Falcated, from Saiyan, APG, everybody doing their stepping up, making plays. And when you have that happening, you're going to have not only these high contested matches, but the quality of Halo just unbelievable.
These were the plays you saw from Falcated early as well. Here we were, 245, 239. APG doing whatever he can to stay alive on the stairs. That kill's cleaned up, and all that B control, they just kept B contested long enough. 2 dead late game for FaZe. Not able to get inside B. It will be 250 to 239 in favor of Optic Gaming. Almost forfeiting a huge lead. Actually, excuse me, forfeiting a huge lead, but still pulling out the game. Can't discount what FaZe was able to do in that game, but FaZe has had no time to think about anything that happened in that game number 1. Now it's all eyes on game number 2. It's going to be map 2 Slayer live fire. It's going to be FaZe with the upper hand percentage-wise as well on this game type.
I'm not convinced it's live fire. It's going to be recharge or map layout at game 2 Slayer recharge, and I'm actually excited for some recharge because we get that opportunity for this camo plays, but more importantly, the shock rifle. Players these days are getting so talented with that shock rifle, landing multiple headshots. And you've already seen Falcated, what he can do with it today. You want to see it in Bound and Snipe Down's hands. You want to see it in Lucid's hands as well. And already Lucid's got that secured. trying to find a player towards elevators. He knows Bounds around here, rips Bounds face off, and already being put to use with the perfect kill. Lucid showing you just how much damage the shock rifle can do.
Look at this little bounce across. My God, if he hit that shot, we'd be talking about it for the next week. He will not connect there. Trying to also get away. Grapple slides away. But name a better duo. Lucid with the shock rifle. It's been in your Twitter feed for the past 2 months, and right now tied up at 5.
Almost a human highlight reel when he's able to pick up this weapon and find some comfort and space with it. Gonna predict players from coming from the elevator side. You're seeing that multiple players from FaZe are gonna be top elevators. So Lucid, suspecting this, able to find a kill on the Bound, but a beautiful nade from Bound takes him down. And that's a great trade to get that shock rifle out of his hands. The rest of the kills, they come through. And I believe it, yes, it is FaZe on top. 9-7 after the dust is cleared.
And dust is cleared, and it's all cleared in one single pile of goodies. That was a Mangler, Repulsor, Sword, all in the same spot in control, as that area of the map so highly contested, unsurprisingly, off of the opening, just like that 2-kill game. 1-kill game faced with a small lead.
Lucid with a double in the kill feed now as Booby starts to anchor this blue position. I actually love this with Sword. Unfortunately, he thought he had the only knockback, but the knockback, it respawns, it goes into Pistola's hands, knockback off the map, and now Ola he's created the opening for his team. 3 go down for FaZe, and you thought Booba was going to be in a perfect position to play his life there. Unfortunately, he's going to have to swim his way into the respawn screen as Lucid once again picks up another camo, and already you're seeing Optic. They have a 2-kill lead, yes, but they've dictated the game so far with their power-up and power weapon control.
Gotta think so important to time that equipment. You need to know as a Sword player, especially with Repulsor, if that next Repulsor or the latest Repulsor has spawned up in the tunnel, because it could be a very different fate for you. Lucid's able to pick up 2 on the double, but still a 1-kill game.
Good job by FaZe to trade that out. I know Lucid gets a double, and unfortunately you fall behind, but you stop Lucid's terror that he was potentially going to go on with that camouflage. We've seen how effective and efficient this Optic Gaming team can be with that camouflage. And now FaZe look to push and Optic look to push and take back blue control. They get 3 straight unanswered kills, and unfortunately somehow FaZe get those initial kills, but it's the respawners of Optic that found some aggressiveness and had some life, and now FaZe gonna be once again trying to fight for some space.
APG with the electricity in hand has that shock rifle, also help from Trippy and Long, so just gonna rotate it back, get some new angles here. It's pretty wise. As you could tell by connecting with Boo Boo, they were not ready for that rotate, and APG wisely just keeping her on the map. And this is dangerous territory for FaZe, because a nice, comfortable lead like this is all Optic Gaming needs to blow the game wide open.
Yeah, you see 2 kills come in their favor, and APG on the prowl, looking to be aggressive, doing APG things, able to retake this top pipes commando area. Spots a player, but can't land that quite headshot with the shock rifle. You almost wonder if he's going to drop this thing for Lucid if they find each other on the map at some point. But the game being played at such a fast pace, Optic Gaming don't want to let FaZe have any opportunity to slow down. Another Repulsor off the map. Can he get a second here? He's got a player right below him. Doesn't land the Repulsor, but the melee comes through. An assist from Trippy, and Snipedown gets taken down. Everything going right for Optic Gaming.
I got your Pistola, a Repulsor, put him back C. Throw in some melee wonkiness and insanity and 360s, and that's what you get. And you had to think as soon as he hit that first Repulsor, he was desperately waiting for the one to recharge so he could hit the second, somehow get some help as well. But what it translates to is a 12-kill lead for Optic Gaming. Still, shock rifle in the hands of APG. They're up 30-18 now and poised to go 2-0 in the series.
A 12-kill lead for Optic Gaming. Make it 13 when Trippy finds 1. And APG still with the shock rifle, still can't find kills, but just pinning FaZe down, stopping them from being able to take control of the middle of the map, being able to expand into different spaces. Massive, a massive combo one-shot from Lucid takes down the Sword player, and if he doesn't hit both those shots perfectly, he pays for it with his life. But Lucid, perfect shots come through. APG gonna have all the information, get these players weak, and the rest of Optic Gaming are able to capitalize on this damage.
What a bolt true there, just stopping the Sword lunge mid-flight. But like we said, you cannot let Optic Gaming get that 6-kill lead, because when they did, you got APG with the shock rifle, you got Ola doing Ola things with the Repulsor, and just like that, this game is not only blown wide open, but if you're FaZe, you are panicking, because it is not going to be easy to bring this game back.
15 kills is almost insurmountable at the highest competitive level. It'd have to be a massive blunder from Optic. FaZe do lose 2, make it 3, and a nice kill from Trippy here. Not often you see this disruptor used successfully, but Trippy has had a few opportunities this game to show you what it's all about. able to save his teammate's life back in blue, able to get that quick kill. Top commando on screen now, and I love this position by Trippy. He's not going to overextend. Finds Falcon. The disruptor, the chain comes through. He actually gets the kill at the end, and because of it, you're seeing it in the kill feed. Falcon gets the dot, comes through. Damage over time, ladies and gentlemen. That disruptor can do some serious work in the right hands.
I think we still have not seen its potential in competitive play. Anyone who has played enough Infinite knows just how deadly that disruptor can be, and I think we're going to continue to see that weapon increase in usage, even if it's not in the kills category. Double kill coming in for Trippy as well. Home stretch now. They're only 5 kills away from closing out game number 2.
Reminds me of the first couple weeks of Infinite, right? 16 for Lucid, 15 for Trippy, and it's these two main slayers on this squad that have really stepped up here in this series so far. Optic Gaming look to take this series in a 2-0 fashion, take the lead with just 2 more kills to go.
Optic Gaming made it look too easy in this game number 2, and FaZe not going to have time to think about this one much either. Full control of the control area of the map with just 2 kills to go.
It's so tough if you're FaZe too. You just went to the winners finals, you lost in the winners finals, and now you're having to play a red hot team from the elimination side. Optic Gaming get those last 2 kills. They close it out 50-36, and now FaZe have lost 5 straight games in a row, and if they lose a 6th, they'll be out of this tournament.
A perfect game from Optic Gaming. Keep in mind, these two teams are tied right around the 15 mark. But that changed very quickly. They go up 21-16, eventually 37-22, and from there, it was really just a victory lap for Optic Gaming on Slayer Recharge. Keep in mind, though, heading to live fire for that game number 3. And once again, Optic, of course, with a near perfect record, losing the game type for the first time last week. But you got to think Optic Gaming going to feel very strong with momentum here. But we'll take a look at the stats from game number 2.
Yeah, another tough game in this series for Bound. 10-22 in game 1, 5-14 in game 2. Bound being that superstar, that young gun for FaZe, the newest addition to that pro scene that we really think is going to be one of those human highlight reel players, right? He's going to have such a long career. Everyone knows Bound has that talent, but right now needs to figure out a way to sway momentum back in FaZe's favor, and it's going to be on the back of him and the responsibility of his own to start playing better as an individual to get his team back in this series.
And right here, you had to think that was the beginning of what would develop there, as FaZe is just continuing to trade 1v2. This is the play from Ola. I don't know where this repulsor hits. All of a sudden, players face to each other. He has the help there, thankfully, from Trippy in the back. It's a great killer coming in from Lucid on Snipe Down. Gets the bull true as well.
Yeah, and I mean, even this kill, right? The disruptor, it's still doing damage. We switch points of view to Lucid. Pay attention to the kill feed. It pops up right there. Trippy, 3 seconds later, gets that kill. And it's like just how Optic Gaming, we talked about it early when this game had come out and they were the most dominant team, right? They are so good at expanding upon everything on the map, right? They've even put the disruptor in their box of tricks. And because of it, they've cruised so far through this series. A 50-36 victory in game 2 is a very dominant performance. And you can feel the momentum that they built from that elimination bracket run. And it's all come down to this game 3 to push themselves into the grand finals with just one more map win.
It's also a tough fate for FaZe, being so close to closing out that Stronghold Streets. Now we got to go to live fire oddball. And FaZe, they got to figure out a way to pull out in this series here. Just try to see what they can do in these next 3 games, but of course, just take it one game at a time. Oddball live fire going to be your game number 3. We've talked about how dominant Optic Gaming is on this map, but I also think Clutch, stats aside, you got to think the energy coming in from Optic Gaming right now is maybe a bit too strong for the side of FaZe. The momentum, and Optic just not only firing on all cylinders, but rotating faster. They're also making sure to travel in packs, cleaning up kills, high assist numbers from Optic as well.
Yeah, something's not clicking right now for that FaZe roster, especially in that moment where they got 3 kills in a row. Looked like they were going to have control of the map on Recharge, and all of a sudden they lose 3 players immediately after. Not often you see that in Halo Infinite, right? Yeah, typically, if a team's able to gain that kind of control when they get those 3 kills, they're able to put themselves in a good position for a potential spawn trap or to potentially trade out successfully on the next round of slays, especially if they've gathered some of the equipment and the better weapons like the shock rifle or the mangler. Unfortunately, Optic was so quick coming off their spawns, they were able to apply some pressure, get out of what would have been a tough situation. And that's a testament to how quick Optic was playing on that mode. But FaZe has to be ready for those respawners. They have to be in a position to punish the next set of slays that Optic was going to give. Because they weren't able to do that, they fell continuously behind by more and more.
Couldn't agree more. I think one thing that Onsen pointed out earlier too was that FaZe was not being proactive enough when they had an advantage. And as we know in Halo Infinite, like many Halo titles before it, and maybe even on the strongest example of it, when you do have numbers, it's not about locking down an area and just hoping that you get the first shot off of a rush, right? You need to get new angles. You need to present yourself with new routes. You need to actually spawn trap, collapse, start to split. And we're not seeing FaZe set up anything of the sort. It feels like even when they do have an advantage, Optic is able to answer back all too easily.
Yeah, they're having a hard time in this series. We've seen FaZe have success, right? We've seen FaZe know how to play at that level, at that pace, apply that kind of pressure, and execute with those kind of strategies. It's just something that Optic is doing throughout this series that's kind of throwing FaZe off, right? I don't know if it's the pacing, if it's the routes that Optic is taking off spawn, but Optic is doing a phenomenal job of anytime it feels like FaZe are going to have that kind of control, Optic's finding the opening and creating the space they need in order to subside the push that FaZe would now have. So, I mean, that's a testament to Optic and their execution as far as, hey, we're in a tough spot right now. How do we get out of it? Well, there's players like on your team, like APG and Pistola, that can get your team out of tough situations and create that space by playing so fast and aggressive like they do.
I mean, we saw APG do it so perfectly in a Slayer Streets earlier, right? It's 4-1. All of a sudden, APG goes on a killing spree immediately and answers and gets his team out of that spawn. They go on to win the game. So we talked about the stats here. Keep in mind that Optic Gaming is still undefeated, specifically on Livefire Oddball. We saw them lose a Strongholds match. However, we have not seen them lose in Ball for the past few weeks. They're up 6-0. Excuse me, they are 6-0 with a 100% win rate. On the FaZe side, 8-2 as well. So if you're wondering how the numbers look in terms of how this game could go, FaZe certainly has the opportunity here. Even though we're on Livefire, they too have a great oddball rate on this map.
Yeah, I think if FaZe want to stay in this tournament and show some resiliency today, I mean, it's all come down to this game 3. It doesn't matter the map, the mode. It doesn't matter how good your opponent's record is on it. You got to find a way to create some plays and give your team some more life in this tournament. And I'm looking at Bound. And not to call him out statistically, but he is having a rough series, and he's typically that player on FaZe that when FaZe is at its highest, Bound has the best stats in the lobby. Bound is one of those players that we've seen continuously, even today, playing aggressive, but sometimes that aggressiveness comes back to bite you. His timing seemed to be a little off today. If he can rewrite that ship, step up here and have a big game 3, look for this FaZe team to have signs of life to push this series the distance to 5, because I believe that this FaZe team can have that reverse sweep potential, especially against a team like Optic. It's just a matter of everyone clicking on all cylinders and getting momentum, because right now, having lost 5 games in a row, your mentality has got to be in a dark place.
Certainly, couldn't agree more. And I think lucky for them, Oddball being round based now, they can take this one round at a time, right? They can, once they're able to get a little bit of control, you can hear it in their comms. Anyone who's listened to their scrims knows that once this team is all on the same page with the same small talk, getting a little bit of momentum, they can pick up some fire as well. They're going to have 3 rounds to do it in our game number 3. Also getting an update here from the side of our league ops, just letting us know that waiting for a player to get back into the lobby, so we'll get into this game number 3 as fast as we can. But I think that's exactly it. I think FaZe is going to have to take this just one moment at a time. They're a team that can certainly bounce back, and there's times where it looks less likely, but I think FaZe is a team that can bounce back in this series if they're able to just take this first round of oddball and then take it from there.
I want to see them do a better job of collecting these power-ups and power weapons too. Like, how often did we see the shock rifle in FaZe's hands last game? It felt like little, if
entire
any,
time,
right?
Yeah.
And these guys, they're electric when they get that shock rifle. No pun intended, but I mean, like, Snipe Down, we know what he can do. Falcated, we've seen the highlight reels that he can put on. Everybody on this FaZe team can snipe with almost some of the best. They're all 5-star snipers, right? So getting that snipe into their hands and allowing them to go off and create those openings for the rest of the team to find success in different spots is crucial to this FaZe team's success. So for FaZe Clan, they need to start off hot. They need to get these power weapons and then position themselves for Snipe Down to go off, right? Position themselves for Bound to now have success when Snipe Down's able to get a pick with that snipe. If they're able to do that, they're going to have so much more of an opportunity to take not only games in this series, but to crawl back and take this whole thing.
Right, we're not going to need to see only composure from the side of FaZe, but I think we're also going to need to see speed. And when they do have the advantages, pushing them. When they do know where their opponents are spawning, applying pressure from the right angles, a little bit of baiting and switching, and also being able to get that opening damage while not dropping any players. And that's not something, as Onset pointed out earlier, that's not something we've seen particularly from FaZe, especially over these past 5 games. It almost goes without saying. So not only do we want to see a little bit of coordination, but they also need to find a way to stop letting Optic dictate the pace of the game. They're being the shot callers. They're deciding where the FaZe has to go. Instead, we need to see FaZe getting certain angles, right? Going scoreboard to close down house pushes, getting nests to close down B spawns. Things like that are what it's going to take to win in this game number 3.
The last time we saw Optic Gaming playing Livefire Oddball, I believe it was either in the grand finals or the elimination finals of last week's tournament, and I specifically remember how big of a nuisance Pistola was the entire time, getting the ball immediately off, reset, rotating it just so perfectly. FaZe have to be aware of how efficient Ola was last week with that objective, with his ability to rotate, and they have to figure out a way to cut off those rotations and deny that extra bit of ball time that Ola was able to secure Optic Gaming. Yep. It feels like we talk about Optic's success on this map and how consistent they are and the numbers of the win-loss ratio they have on a map like Livefire, especially when it comes to Oddball. Well, it's off the back of the knowledge of all of these. Hey, we're getting pressure from here, let's rotate this direction. Hey, we're getting pressure from here, now let's rotate in this direction. And it feels like they always have that leg up as far as the chess game of where the pieces are moving. Andy, I beg to ask the question, what does FaZe need to do in order to cut off these rotations? What does FaZe, how do you get ahead of teams when they're becoming such a successful rotation team with the objective on a map like Livefire?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked, actually, because some people might have caught it. I believe it was Monday's scrims, if my days of the week, well, of course, in a pandemic, they've all blurred together, but I believe it was Monday's scrims. Thank you. We're getting an update here from production. It was Monday that they played Optic and FaZe. You might have caught the matches. Specifically, Oddball Livefire is a game type I remember very well between them because there's a few things that stuck out. First of all, Optic was so quick off of their pushes and their timed so well, no one shooting too early, that they actually prevented a lot of FaZe play balls. However, FaZe actually won it in 3 rounds. Just able to finally pull it together and able to squeak it out. So I guess what I'm getting at is just simply the fact that we've seen them win this game type against Optic only 2 days ago, and they did it pretty well with a lot of tower control. And even though they were down early and had a lot of trouble, they were able to win that game. So I think they already know what it takes. I think they already know the speed that Optic's going to play at, and they just need to focus on their own game without a doubt. And I think they also need to be ready for that Optic aggression, because what we actually see at Optic Clutch is when Lucid spawns Nest, he does not jump up Nest right away to get a bridge angle. He waits, right? He waits for someone to have a dummies angle. He waits for top mid angles. He waits for someone else to push pillars. And what you have is Optic starts shooting almost at the same time, even if they're not spawning together, which is so important in an oddball game because you can continually deny play balls, because all of a sudden your ball carrier is taking damage, goes down top tower, and all of a sudden someone else at C is going down. And all you hear in Optic scrims, and a lot of people who watch Optic scrims will be familiar with this, all they say when they're maybe 2 dead, 3 dead, just look for damage. That's it. Just look for opening damage. And what that means is get 2 shots into someone, stay alive, and that's all you need to push because someone's going to get the right angles. So FaZe needs to be ready for that exact push. But here we go, jumping into game number 3.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's the Elimination Finals. Optic Gaming find themselves up 2-0 against FaZe right now. It's game 3, Livefire Oddball for FaZe's tournament lives on the line here. Will they have what it takes? Will they be able to continue their tournament lives, push this series to at least a game 4? Overshield and Snipe are going to be utterly important. Lucid spawning in house, already making his way towards top middle. Some area denial grenades as he tries to expect players from pushing from the open field. Gets information that no one's there, but multiple members fly top mid as soon as they see Lucid by himself. And already FaZe with control. Snipe in Snipe Down's hands. This is what you wanted to see as a FaZe clan member. Now, someone come get this ball because Snipe Down wants to put this snipe to work.
3 were dead, but 2 are already dead for FaZe. So now with the overshield up, Snipedown has to figure out where his priority lies. Doesn't matter. 4 dead for FaZe. Optic answers back right away. And we saw some really great aggression coming in from the side of FaZe top middle, but not ready for the Optic spawns. They get caught off guard. And that's what we talked about before the game, is they cannot afford moments like that.
got to be aggravating from Snipedown's point of view. You did everything right. You got the snipe in your hands, and unfortunately, it's also your duty to do the ball. Snipedown gets caught trying to do a little bit too much because FaZe lose control. They lose that overshield, and Snipedown trying to compete for it. Wasn't able to make a play, but here's APG trying to land some shots with Snipe himself. Close up, can't do it. Boobadooboo can't land the close-up shot, so kills being traded everywhere. And it looks like Snipedown and the rest of FaZe are going to have control, at least for a brief moment, as Snipedown once again has ball in hand. You want to see him rotate this to potentially a safer location, but he's waiting on this information, and now Falcated with that information is going to give Snipedown the upper hand.
Absolute chaos, absolute carnage there all around scoreboard and scoreboard door. Shots coming in. Snipedown not going to connect, though. The assist will come in, but you have to think with that horizontal spread, he expected that last one certainly to connect. Regardless, though, it will be FaZe putting a few more points on the board on the B rotate.
Yeah, we talk about rotations and how good and how strong Ola was with it. This is the great rotation from Falcated on screen. Able to get this ball outside. Unfortunately, with that indicator over your head, when you jump up like that, you can almost guarantee a nade's going to hit you in the face, especially at this high of a level. Optic get 3 down immediately. Lucid looking to apply pressure, but this overshield battle between Ola and Bound has gone in Ola's favor. And now all of a sudden, Optic now have ball in hand. There's no play ball that comes through. An overshield to play with as well, and the ball rotated to tower. So phenomenal job there from Optic.
If you're on FaZe, you cannot allow APG, who's jumping pillars, to get a nade and one-shot kill on the ball carrier when you also have a player around Nest. It's completely unacceptable. That ball player should not be checking that angle. They should be aware that there's a player on pillars. Moments like that could define how fast this game ends.
Yeah, to your point, it was really a play to gather information, but unfortunately, when you have that indicator of your head, you're gonna get naded because it's telepathic, right? Like, you can see that that icon is going up in the air to check and get that information. A phenomenal job, like you said, with the grenade to take him down, and it's been all Optic ever since. But it does look like FaZe able to find the kill right there. Could be big. A double kill for Bound, and that's him starting to heat up. This is what you wanted to see for this to become a real series, is Bound start to heat up. Unfortunately, he's taken down by Trippy, and now Trippy by himself towards the tower is the last man standing in the brutal onslaught that we just witnessed between both teams.
2 dead here momentarily for each side. Trippy's just going to hold the Mangler top tower and be very happy to continue holding here. And if he needs to play the ball, he will. Looks like kills just being exchanged. Just going to hold. Look at this. Trippy just getting some free time here.
Yeah, Trippy was by himself for a very long time. Opts to play it. And now Bound, you know, Bound, once again, frustrated FaZe Clan member. Although he's 10-6, he wanted to keep that snipe in hand, but he felt pressed because he was the only player on his team in a position to push the ball. Trippy plays the ball. Not only that, but takes him down. And now Trippy still being such a nuisance. 3 dead for FaZe. APG and Ola, they found themselves the ball, rotated it outside by pillars, and Optic Gaming doing such a good job with the objective here. Even though the slays are relatively close, it's really been all Optic Gaming as far as the objective is concerned.
Looking at that overshield about to pop here. Not going to be available. 59-29, and Optic Gaming has perfectly traded the kills out over a tower in a way that just has allowed them to maintain control of tower. They maintain control of the heat wave of the sniper, and they also have overshield in hand now as well. They'll continue scoring.
Only so many overshields you can give up before a deficit of this magnitude is gathered, right? You're seeing Trippy heat wave, overshield, snipe, every bit of power in his hands. Check spot in middle. Know that there's a player there, but backs up. That player runs towards scoreboard, so quickly Trippy turns his positioning towards the tower. Snipedown wisely plays this ball. Trippy needs to get some of these kills a little bit quicker. He does find that one on the Snipedown, and fortunately for him, Lucid right there to find the second kill. Ball being reset is a little bit of a pain for Optic, but right now with a 40-point lead, Optic just don't want to make mistakes, right? They understand that keep your positioning, play perfect from here, and we're cruising to a round 1 win.
This has been minutes of tower control coming in for Optic Gaming. You saw Trippy earlier with the premature play ball so that he can win the Mangler battle against Bound, who's flying into C plat. Then you see Lucid stay alive there as long as he can. Then you see Trippy off the spawn take control once again. You could tell how much Optic is prioritizing C tower control, oftentimes over ball control, because of how important it is.
Trippy still alive with this heat wave, finds Falcated back tower. Snipedown and Bound both finds kills, but Trippy on the prowl, able to trade with Snipedown, make it a 1v1. It's Ola and Bound, the last 2 players alive, and Ola always on the ball, it feels, as he continues to score points for Optic Gaming. Oh no, this is Bound. Phenomenal job by Bound to make his way over here, and this is what FaZe needed. I'm sorry, I thought Ola was once again by the ball. It seems like he always is, but this is a great job by Bound and some significant time that he's able to actually rack up here as he gets information of players pushing him from top middle. It's going to be his job to play this very shortly as Trippy once again applies pressure to that ball back down.
And it was a risky play from Ola, who actually spawned on big door there and took the shots onto the ball carrier on B low pillars to try to maybe kill the ball carrier before he wraps around. But in doing so, he exposed his team at great risk, right? They were all getting house spawns, and he tried to win that 1v4 battle just to kill the ball carrier. It doesn't pay off, and it has put a lot of time on the clock for FaZe. We almost have a tie game here.
Yeah, FaZe right back in this off that Bound ball time right there. Unfortunately, Snipetown not able to find that kill on the APG. Does get good damage on the Ola. Knows that APG's around here somewhere, but APG's already made his way to bottom middle, so Snipetown anchoring this position. Bubaduba's got himself an overshield, so actually FaZe in a great position now with the overshield and snipe in hands. This is what we were talking about before the series started, before this game 3 started. They need to do a better job of controlling these power weapons. Bubaduba finds one. Unfortunately, somehow it's Lucid that gets the ball, but a nice headshot from Snipetown denies him from getting away, but he's got it into Ola's hands, and now Ola continuing to rack up a little bit of time, and only 10 points needed for Optic Gaming, so no room for error from FaZe from here on out in round 1.
Huge positioning error there coming in for FaZe. They let in a 2v4. They let Optic Gaming get an extra 6 seconds or so. FaZe will have to have some perfect control here right now at 85. It's a 4-point game.
It's a killing spree for Snipetown, but he's immediately taken down. That was 3 dead for FaZe. Falcated, last one alive. Pistola able to get that kill. And Falcated in no position to play the ball is going to end round 1 in Optic Gaming's favor because Ola's able to get there so quickly. And that's going to do it. Optic Gaming will take round 1, a very highly contested match. FaZe seemed like they had so much power when it comes to sniping overshields towards the end of that game, but they weren't able to manifest any ball time because of it. You saw how effective Optic Gaming was at getting the ball on their side of the map.
I cannot wait to see that in the highlights. You had complete slaying control from FaZe. You had 2 dead and 3 dead even momentarily, but it's actually Ola and APG just working together on scoreboard door, and they end up putting enough points on the board, enough pressure, where even though FaZe got a few kills after that, Optic Gaming sweeps in for the kill on C-Plat once again, and it's Ola who helps make that push possible. Honestly, that was FaZe's game to lose, and they did just that. Optic Gaming now only 1 round away from sweeping this series 3-0.
1 round away from knocking FaZe out of the tournament. It will be 6 straight losses for FaZe Clan. But Bound starting to heat up at the perfect time when FaZe needs him most. Snipe and overshield in hand, finds Lucid, finds himself a melee, but thank God Bubaduba's there because we might have seen that kill go into Lucid's favor, but now Bound able to reset, get his shield back, potentially make a play with the snipe, and now FaZe Clan get off to an early lead. This is just what FaZe need to stay in this game.
We talked about Bound as that X factor, sniper in hand. What does he have up his sleeve to get his team right back in this game and this series? The man needs to hit shots.
Unfortunately, he can't find an angle onto Trippy, who's pushing at a very close angle right there. Does find Lucid. Unfortunately, he finds the nade from Lucid as well. Lucid gets that kill, gets the snipe into his own hands with 4 bullets. We've seen how much damage he can do, and just like that, snap your fingers. FaZe's setup is completely broken, and a full setup for Optic Gaming. Snipe in Lucid's hands. This is a very dangerous point for FaZe Clan.
It was 3 dead for FaZe. Optic getting ready to rotate once again, all the way over, looks like to window if they can. Sniper still in the hands of Lucid, hitting bodies. Assists coming in, those will be traded out in the back of the base, but still it's Optic with a slaying upper hand.
Yeah, Ola does trade that out efficiently for Optic Gaming, able to stay alive, finds a second as he gets his shield back as well. So a big play by Ola with that heat wave to capitalize on Lucid's damage right there. Because they're able to get that, they're able to keep the setup, but with this overshield battle underway, Bubaduba and Bound both find kills. Trippy tries to be aggressive, but Bubaduba finds his second. It's up to Lucid. Lucid can't deny overshield going into Bubaduba's hands. They get the ball, they get the slays, and FaZe dominate the overshield story so far here in round 2, and because of it are going to have a 50-point lead to play around as Optic try to make their way off respawn.
It's not every game that you see the drop shield deployed on the overshield just for a little bit of extra cover. It's a fantastic strategy, and it works out for FaZe this time. They win those few battles. Also a pivotal battle there to get the kill against Trippy. That's another kill. You see Trippy and Lucid in the feed. They continue to have a man advantage here with 2 dead for Optic. They will continue scoring, looking to send this to a round 3 if they can. Here comes the B rotate as well.
Yeah, look at the rotation from buildup, though. Gets it to outside, understands that his teammates are spawning out here by green. They have the information that Optic are pushing bottom middle and top middle, so they get the ball outside. buildup plays the ball when he loses a few teammates, and FaZe doing a much better job here in round 2 of being in a position to reset the map with that play ball. Now that buildup got it off the map, Lucid has his hands full with a bunch of decisions he has to make. That first kill is going to create the opening that Optic Gaming need, and the ball, you already see it being secured. The rest of the slays come through for Optic, and Lucid, a little bit of a distraction there. I thought something may have happened to one of the players in the lobby as he stared at his teammate. I thought he was about to pull the trigger, but no. Interesting position here from Lucid, right? Bottom mid is not a typical place you see a sniper tend to stay, but Lucid very confident he can hold these angles.
Never going to pull the trigger against Sola. Hold it down bottom mid. Like you said, how about the play there from Lucid to not grab ball when 3 were dead and instead go Pillar's door to pick up the kill? It hasn't resulted, nice little no scope there against Snipe Down. Will hit the double against him. It hasn't resulted in huge time on the board, but it has resulted in continued control from Optic in the slaying department. They're slow playing this, confident certainly in their strategy. They do have the 1 round cushion. Hits the body in the window as well. He's gonna try to get away alive if he can with his life. Help comes in then from the other side. Trippy will pick up another kill on dummies. Yeah, Trippy finds himself a big kill. That's 2 dead currently for Optic, so it's up to Trippy to try and deny this ball from going into FaZe's favor. He's able to do just that. Pistola top tower. He's going to be forced to back down, but as long as he's alive, it's going to deny FaZe from being able to pick up this ball. You're already seeing a bunch of red names surround Ola, so he's done his job as far as staying alive. Now it's a 4v4 push, and FaZe look to try and take tower control away from Optic, but Ola being such a nuisance, getting his shield back here was massive. Able to play his life perfectly, and you're seeing Optic thrive in this situation because of it. Yep, Optic once again just going with this C tower strat. Notice how they're not getting points on the board. It's still 30-69. It's essentially been that score for the past few minutes of play, but Optic clearly continuing to prioritize that C tower hold, confident that as long as they're able to lock down that part of the map, they'll be able to at least continue control.
Yeah, but just like that, Optic lose 3 members and FaZe get the ball all the way from bottom middle to back tower, continue to extend this round 2 lead. The UI at the bottom of the screens, ladies and gentlemen, is messed up. It is going to be Optic with a round 1 lead, but FaZe need both rounds still to win this game. It looks like they're 9 points away from running round 2 here. Bound gets information that multiple members of Optic are pushing in this direction, able to find APG on the pillars, finds that first kill, knows that Pistola is going to be back tower as well. Maybe decides to try and nade the ball off the map, but no, wisely tries to back Ola down, and with just 9 points, Ola's going to be in such a tough position to try and make a play because so many members of FaZe are back tower protecting this ball carrier, and that's going to do it. This is going to push this game 3 to a round 3 with a dominant round in FaZe's favor in round 2.
And what can FaZe do with that momentum? That is the question. It's a convincing round number 2, very different from the round 1 that we saw. So here we go. Round 3 in game number 3, Optic versus FaZe. Of course, once again, do or die for FaZe here in the tournament.
Notice how the starting strats kind of switched up between rounds 1 and 3. Lucid, actually, you had a player from FaZe push outside onto Lucid thinking it was going to be a 1v1, but no, another member from Optic actually there to assist Lucid, and because of it, looks like Optic's won this opening break. Trippy with the snipe in hand, 5 seconds for overshield, and you're already seeing him set up for it. Has to hit this shot on the snipe down, does hit the body shot, finishes the play. Another no scope on to Falcated, and a beautiful play from Trippy is going to award his team overshield and potentially an early lead.
Great play from APG as well. Not afraid to push off of the tower momentarily, to push Bound down off of Nest Bridge, get him down back to bottom middle so that Ola can swing in with the overshield. Already a convincing lead here for Optic. And also, that's green gun though comes in, takes off that overshield.
Yeah, beautiful green gun there from buildup, able to rip that overshield right off. But look at this rotation. Once again, Optic being such a nuisance with this ball, making it so difficult for FaZe to try and catch up. They're continuing to have to chase, but that ball actually just stuck in the doorway. Doesn't give Lucid an angle with this snipe, and FaZe able to secure that ball, bring it back to house. But this setup, it's not for long because Lucid hits the shot onto Falcated, finds the angle on the snipe down, but can't hit that shot just quite. In a very difficult situation here, the no scope doesn't come through. FaZe get a couple of kills of their own, and now they're going to be right back in this round 3.
2 dead again, and one of them's a fresh spawner for the side of Optic. So right now, FaZe an opportunity to tie the game, maybe run away with it. And Optic Gaming not playing the advantage as much as they have in the rest of the series. You saw in the past round of Oddball, opting for Slayer control, opting for control of C plat and tower over ball time. We'll have to see if they change that up, because right now FaZe has taken the lead.
Look at that play. I love what Falcated was doing right there. He's going to be able to get the jump on Pistola, who was pushing bridge. You see him get the kill in the kill feed. Snipe down, found one. Overshield coming up and snipe down and bound. The duo working on getting this overshield secured while the ball is all rocking up time in the house. Boobadooboo just has nothing to worry about right now. FaZe swaying out as he's collecting time, and 53 to 26. You're seeing this amount to a very big lead for FaZe Clan.
APG doesn't even get melee damage there on that battle, which is big, because that's going to allow him now to push all the way up top as well to get damage onto A sandbags and pick up 2 kills. 3 dead for FaZe here, only 1 alive each side.
Snipe down and Trippy in a big 1v1 bottom middle. Trippy gets the better of him, but here comes the assistance. The snipe down bought enough time for Boobadooboo to get there. Boobadooboo immediately grabs the ball, gets it out the key door, and now jumps into a spot that's going to be very difficult for Optic Gaming to deal with him with. And nice shots from Boobadooboo. Unfortunately, it's going to leave Pistola just 1 shot. 1 player from FaZe Clan alive. It's snipe down with the nade. Denies maybe some ball time from going to their hands, but every second is going to matter. It is 4 dead for FaZe. A few seconds spot from snipe down, but it's not enough. They have information. The players are spawning from green. Perfect shots from Lucid. Get the first kill, but a trade does come through, and we're going to have to see if FaZe now in a 3v3 can break this setup once again.
Oh man, hits the kill. APG was playing the ball anyway there. He's able to pick up the first one. Looks like he might have even gotten a different angle. Picks up a double. Falcated, great plays there under heavy pressure to give FaZe an opportunity to get the ball grab here. 3 dead momentarily for Optic, but back and forth between these 2 squads.
But Boobadooboo brings it towards the Optic Gaming spawns. Lucid gets that kill, but not only that, but the ball goes right to him. Optic Gaming now has a perfect position to deny this ball, even though FaZe got the slays and won the battle bottom middle. The poor rotation decision as to where the enemy team was spawning is going to leave FaZe in a difficult situation, but Bound gets his team right out of that difficult situation with some great Mangler shots here. Finds himself potentially a 2nd kill, and that is massive out of Bound. That double kill right there creates so much of an opportunity now for FaZe. And not only that, but an overshield in hand. Bound is doing it all. And because of it, FaZe now have a 30-point lead in round 3.
Took the words out of my mouth. We talked about Bound being an X factor. If this man is taking chances, high risk, high reward plays, that's exactly what he's doing here. Overshield control continuing on the closet. Won't pick up the first one. Killing spree for him. Only 16 points away is FaZe from staying alive in the series.
40 points separate these 2 here in game 3. Optic has every bit of room to play with, though, being up 2-0 in the series. You know the pressure's on FaZe. You have to force them into difficult decision-making times right now. APG wants to get this ball to tower, but knows that there's players back tower from FaZe trying to apply some pressure. So it'll be very interesting to see where these kills go. Lucid, I love this angle. Doesn't hit the headshot, but the body shot's enough for Ola to find the first kill. Does spot Falcated, top middle. Falcated being aggressive, knocks Lucid all the way down to bottom middle. And if you're Lucid, you want to reposition, but you know the rest of FaZe is looking for you. It is Bound on the pillars that he runs into, and that's a massive kill once again from Bound to give not only his team numbers, but to get the snipe out of Lucid's hands, more importantly.
Ola was going for a Hail Mary play ball there. He wanted to get off a C plat if he could to get the ball off the edge of the map just behind Nest. It doesn't pay off though. Still 1 dead for the side of Optic. FaZe might be able to close this one out here.
I love the fact that FaZe was able to keep that ball on the map. Now they have numbers to play with, and look at that, 3 players back tower. And it's not the best positioning, but when you're together, you can use the teamwork to shut down Lucid. And this is going to be it. Bound finds the last second with the ball, and FaZe are not going to go down easy. They're not going to go down losing 3 games in a row in this series. They're going to take game 3. They're going to push this series to a game 4. And hopefully, as fans, we can see a game 5 with a little bit more from FaZe there in game 4. We're going to see this series go the distance.
This is what we came for, baby. FaZe and Optic, FaZe stay alive, and they look certainly the best they have in the past few hours. Defeat after defeat for them in their recent matches, but they managed to stay alive in round number 3 of game number 3, down to the wire. They fight through. They will force a game number 4. Here's a look at the stats.
And it's off the back of Bound, right? Look at his damage. The most damage on his team. And it was really the impact kills he was able to provide for his team. Yes. Created space, right? In the situations where it was a 4v4 and it was like the first kill in this battle is going to matter the most because it's going to give his team significant numbers advantage. Even though Bound goes -1, Bound was able to get those kills all the time. Like that entry frag to give your team, even if you get traded out, it's attention onto you that now your teammates can capitalize on, and Bound was doing it all game long.
This is such a great opportunity to highlight the difference between impact plays versus stats, right? Yes, Snipe Down goes +5, and yes, that's a difference maker, but Bounds plays at the end of the game to be picking up doubles bottom middle, then help rotate the ball, then fly to overshield, then to continue picking up kills in end of a round number 3. Absolutely huge. As we take a look at highlights for all 3 rounds here, it was Optic, of course, taking that first one. They look very strong, but a very different round 2, Clutch.
Yeah, round 2, it just felt like Optic really couldn't get anything going, and it was where FaZe really started to dominate the story of the snipe control and the overshield and the impact that those are going to have in a game like Live Fire Oddball, right? When we saw snipe get into their hands, the hands of FaZe, when we saw overshield get into their hands, they put him to work. Look at Falcated. He's able to find that player on the ball carrier, kill him, and not only that, but be aggressive and find a second kill. Just how much space he creates. And now Bound with this Mangler, able to do so much, able to look over, help his team maybe. He just got a kill in house as well, finds this kill onto Oa, and that kill's massive because it creates so much space in order to secure this next overshield. And with that overshield, FaZe is able to extend their lead even more.
Great stuff there from Bound, and I think there's a lot of pressure on this guy, and for good reason. We talk about him as an X factor. In the end, he steps up to ensure that FaZe stays alive in the tournament. Take a look at the scoreboard. 2-1 in favor of Optic Gaming. We'll have to see what Aquarius CTF might have in store.
Yeah, Aquarius is going to be a strong game type for both these teams. Optic Gaming, one of probably the most dominant Aquarius CTF teams we've seen. We know what Lucid's capable of when he's able to pair the Heat Wave with a thrust and get into your util control. We've seen it even today, how dominant Optic Gaming can be, but it's up to FaZe to decide, will this series go the distance? Will we see a game 5 in our elimination finals? FaZe have to continue to play at the level we saw in game 3, and it's going to be on the back of Bound and company to step up and dictate this game 4.
Here we go now. Underway, game number 4, Optic Gaming versus FaZe. Taking a look at the opening rush, and it's worth highlighting the stats, because you have Optic 4-2 in this game type over the past few weeks, but we got to talk about the fact that FaZe is 11-1 in this game type. 92% win rate. Can they force a game number 5?
I love the fact that Boobadooboo hyper focuses on those dynamo grenades at the start. It gets his team 3 dead for Optic Gaming, and right now it was actually all 4 dead for Optic. Optic trying to overextend, having spawn pink side of the map. You're seeing that FaZe absolutely understand that Optic are trying to overextend. Unfortunately, Boobadooboo can't find that second kill. The flag carrier, I believe, does get taken down as well, and Trippy in a beautiful position to try and get this return as he finishes Falcated. So the overextension, it works out in Optic's favor, and now they have a Trippy in their base to deal with.
Trippy able to stay alive there somehow in a very important battle that looked like it was not a crucial 1v1, but it certainly became one as that flag goes back home. So FaZe maybe starting to celebrate a little bit early. Trippy also getting a little bit trigger happy there and running past the flag, has to go back and maybe reset just a bit to make sure the slays come in. Wait. Oh my! Reversal, hold the phone! Takes down Falcated in the utility, and the Optic run will continue.
So what looked like was going to be an early lead for FaZe 1-0, that nade has just saved Optic's opportunity to try and take the lead themselves. This flag halfway now. They need a few more kills. 2 dead already for FaZe. Respawners are coming, so you want to see Optic close the distance on these kills quickly. Unfortunately, Optic lose 2 of their own, and FaZe showing you that they have a little bit of defense of their own to try and keep this game tight. I do believe the flag return comes through. No harm, no foul, but a phenomenal job by Trippy there to overextend, get the return his time around. FaZe did the exact same, stop the Optic flag run, and now Lucid with this heat wave looks like he's on a prowl, and we've seen the damage that he can do with this gun.
Man is running literal circles around bottom middle, fakes the way out, goes to bottom middle, also a little bit of jukes to manage to stay alive, not before taking down Boobadooboo, and we'll see if he can stay alive. He's eventually cleared out, but that flag run continues once again.
Yeah, phenomenal job by Sane to try and find damage with those nades after getting a few kills with that heat wave, like you said. But now we're hopping on board. It looks like 3, maybe make it 2, go down for each side. Boobadooboo with top mid control is going to show you that FaZe has control of the map right now, has information that, hey, all of Optic's going to be spawning in the back of their base. They're able to find one. Bound finds a double. If they can get this kill onto Ola with the heat wave, it's going to open up the Optic base completely, and FaZe are back in control of the map now that they've been able to weather the storm. The Optic flagpole, and look at this, the last 2 players alive, trapped in the back. should go down shortly, and this flag should be able to make it to utility.
What happens with that flag carrier? It looks like maybe a sneaky back whack comes in from the back of the base, and you had to wonder as the flag was pulled if they had done enough slaying, and the answer was no, they had not, and that flag's going to go back in. So it looked like it was all there, the numbers, every piece of the puzzle, but it looks like a sneaky back whack on the flag before it got to utility is going to bring that flag back home.
What was really those last two players alive for Optic that somehow won a 2v4 situation with Bubaduba raining down fire from top middle. That should never happen, but that's a testament to how skilled these Optic Gaming players are, how everyone in this lobby can just make a play at any given moment. 2 players knocked out 4 players for FaZe, and because of it, they were able to defend their flag for a little bit, but already Fallicated with some slays from his friends is able to get this flag across halfway, able to get it all the way to his pink stairs, and with that kill from Snipedown, that's going to tell Optic Gaming, hey, we don't have a chance of stopping this one, boys. We got to play for map reset. And right now, FaZe look to be the more dominant team, but unfortunately, taking a look at the observer mode, Andy, we have a player missing from the Optic Gaming side, and I can't tell if that was going to immediately impact that flag run or not, but you have to think that that player had been lagging out throughout that process. It's going to be up to the admins and the refs to decide kind of what that situation was, and was it a potential stoppable flag run? My guess is yes, but we'll have to wait for further notice.
We'll have to see. It did look like Falcated's road home was particularly easy. It also looked like there was a lot of numbers on the side of FaZe with Optic players dead. Luckily, not our call to make. We'll have to see what League Operations says in terms of if that flag only came in because of the reset, at what time it happened relative to the reset, etc. Like we said, not for us to worry about on the desk. We'll wait for that update to come in. But you have to think right now, FaZe looking pretty strong overall in terms of the way they've been able to play that out. However, you got to talk about the flag pull that happened just before that clutch. And I think it was pretty interesting because me watching and all of us watching who have watched a lot of Aquarius ETF, when you see a player top mid like Bubu, you do not expect a flag carrier to just run utility without kills on the board. Usually that player who's going to be your potential flag runner is clearing out the back of the base, maybe picking up 1 or 2 and then running. It felt like the run came in a little bit premature, so FaZe might need to work on the timing there just a little bit.
Well, there's actually 3 members of FaZe pushing into the base, and Bubaduba covering their back from top middle. You think that this damage is going to amount to these last 2 players in the back of the base dying. So I don't hate the idea of that first player grabbing that flag and trying to get it into the util, knowing that, hey, we have 2 dead. The rest of my team should be able to get these kills. It's really what happened on the other players' points of view that I'm very curious about, right? It's,
yeah, me too.
It's how do we not get those kills? How do we not get that flag secured into util? But like you said, those 3 players in the base, all 3 go down somehow, some way. Yeah. Maybe it was a great grenade. Maybe it was just predictive, like a predictive grenade or perfect shots from some of those players. But those last 2 players for Optic Gaming, the way they stayed alive in the back of the base cannot happen. When you get 2 dead like that and you have the players in position to pull the flag like that and pressure the last 2 alive, you got to come out on top. And especially, I mean, go back to the first run that we saw from FaZe, right? They had all 4 dead. They had them all spawn in pink side of the map. They even had the flag being run perfectly. They knew that Optic Gaming was overextending, but they almost overcommit to individual fights to those overextenders, and that's exactly what Optic want. They just want a living chance to be in a 1v1 from a disadvantageous position. Like, that's fine as long as they're not like being double teamed or triple teamed, right? In a situation where FaZe have the entire map to play around, it's only the pink side of the map, their pink side that they know these overextenders are coming from, that they have to worry about. But they take those one-on-one gunfights, they actually lose them with great shots from Trippy, and because of it, the flag gets completely stopped as well.
Yeah, it's a great point. I think that's exactly when you see a strong push like that from Optic with 2 players pushing planner side low, they want someone to overcommit to that so they can isolate that 1v1, and then Trippy can get in the back of the base, and that's exactly what happened. Then he just goes flag and drops for the reset. So I agree, maybe a little bit more of a contained push, right? Instead of challenging the players that are right there on the planner side, maybe you go flag. You get the shots in, and then you just hold your flag door. There's different options there that I think FaZe is going to have to exercise if they want to make sure to win this game number 4 and send us to a game number 5.
Yeah, 100%. I think FaZe can learn in real time, though. They know they made some mistakes. They know these guys are veterans. They're very high IQ players, so they're not going to make that mistake twice, I wouldn't think. But it's can they get themselves into a position like that again, because that was a very strong position they found themselves in for that first flag run that they let slip through their hands. And we talked about, hey, you almost have to play perfect to be Cloud9. Well, Optic's right there with them, right? Like, you have to almost play perfect. These kind of mistakes, when you're in a great position, you have to capitalize, especially when you're down in the series, trying to push it to a game 5. There's no room for errors. So
that's right.
at least this is a little bit of a break potentially for them to talk things over, maybe reanalyze the way they want to play these situations when they're in complete control, because they have to be kicking themselves that they weren't putting a second flag on the board at the very end there.
Yeah, certainly. I think one thing to highlight about Optic that we probably haven't talked about enough is during their off weeks, I think we saw the likes of Lucid and Trippy shut down quite a bit. I think we saw Ola and APG, they remain the consistent players on that team, and I think we expect to see great all-around and great objective work from them. Lucid and Trippy, though, in last week's tournament and this week's tournament, they are back. They are back in action. It seems like they are firing on all cylinders. Every time we check their stats, they both have about 17 and 16, respectively, something like that, and just really leading the game. And I think that continues to be a key to success, key to victory for any team playing against Optic, is try to shut down Lucid and Trippy, but it's certainly easier said than done.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at that play from Trippy in the closet, right? He gets the flag all the way to the closet. Falcated pushes him from low. A great nade one shot keeps Trippy alive. And not only that, it buys time, keeps that flag alive. And it really looked like he had created that opening that Optic needed to take the lead in that game. The rest of FaZe was able to somehow stop that flag at the halfway mark, bottom Dynamos. But I really thought that, I mean, Trippy has been making plays all day, right? Every time I feel like we go to his screen, he creates that opening, that potential opportunity for Optic Gaming. If enough of those opportunities are created, you better bet that Optic Gaming are going to be able to take advantage and find success.
Certainly, I think FaZe's going to have a long road here. We're still waiting to hear from league operations if it will be a flag on the board or not in this game reset. We'll get you that information as soon as it comes in our ears as well. But one thing we saw FaZe do earlier on is maybe have control of the map and even have control of slaying, but still let a little bit of objective sneak through. And Optic's a team you cannot give an inch, right? They're going to find ways to get that objective time. They're going to find ways to get those flag touches. So I think FaZe just needs to look at this as a marathon, this entire CTF game, regardless of if they have 2 flags on the board or not. As you bring everyone back in, I mean, we're going to need to see FaZe just play the entire duration of these games. But Lottie and Onset, good to have you back in with us. It's been quite a series so far.
Thank you so much. As Onset just brings himself back into the HCS world, I caught it. I caught the little backdrop there.
That would have been one of those things that no one would have noticed, apart from the entirety of Twitch chat that just would have gone wall of text unless you highlighted it. I expect nothing less from you, Lottie.
Of course, I gotta call you out. I gotta keep you on your toes. No, I'll tell you what though, keeping them on their toes, let's talk about that, because I mean, Optic, they really are on their toes at this point. FaZe are really answering back in a big way. Onset, I want to get your thoughts, man, to be perfectly honest with you, like on the first couple of games, because obviously they went in the way of Optic there, and you know, it was pretty tight actually, the first Strongholds game, and I think both teams really showed their potential here for the rest of the series. Talk about Optic though, because you know, on their side of things, they have things kind of down, but they have been a little bit flip-floppy here in terms of the way that they've actually produced the goods with wins. So it has been a bit up and down. What are you making of them so far?
I think it's just a battle of 2 really good teams at the moment. I think it would be a surprise for me to see either of these teams sweep each other aside in a 3-0 fashion and go through to that grand final. I think in the first couple of games, I was looking at FaZe and I was thinking they were being very reactive, especially in the Slayer that we saw. It was kind of like they'd get 3 or 4 dead and then they just kind of sit there. They wouldn't try and put any pressure onto the respawns coming in from Optic, and it seemed to cost them a little bit, to be honest with you. And then they kind of adjusted into game 3 and started to pick the pace up a little bit. And you saw Bound start to come to life a little bit. You saw Falcated start to be a little bit more aggressive as well and put the pressure back onto Optic. You can't just let the likes of Optic, C9, whoever it might be, play their game. You need to put pressure onto them. You need to take battles. You need to put, you know, shots onto players that are coming up the respawn. You can't allow them just to play their game, because otherwise you're going to be on those split spawns we always talk about. And that's where these teams do so much damage. So for FaZe, it's been a case of reacting to the series quickly, and I think they have done that. And for Optic, it's a case now of thinking, okay, FaZe are starting to flight us a little bit. Do we try and slow down? Do we play for a pick and then move from there? So it's kind of like a little bit of a chess battle at the moment between the 2.
Yeah, indeed. I've got to say, something that I want to talk about in terms of comparisons is player comparisons. And I can't help but feel like Falcated has really taken a kind of Lucid role for his team. Not only were they getting kind of similar numbers in the first map, but it's more than that. It's about what he's really achieving as the type of player that he wants to be for FaZe. And I'm really feeling that kind of Lucid-esque gameplay style from him. Really fast-paced, getting those slays, really using everything to his advantage. Are you kind of feeling that, Clutch? Or am I just kind of crazy?
I think Falcated has been a dominant Slayer in the scene for a long time now, honestly. Ever since 2018, like you saw like young Falcated really start to step up in big moments and put on big numbers for his team. I feel like he's found that level of consistency, and he's found a home on this FaZe roster that's allowed him to slay with some of the best of them. He hasn't had potentially like the best stats today that I've seen, but I was saying it the other day. I was in a Discord call with a bunch of pros, and they're like, who's like one of the most impressive players? Well, it's Falcated. Like, the fact that he's consistently top fragging in a lot of these games against Cloud9 or Optic Gaming, and Falcated's not a guy that we talk about a lot. I feel like he's a very quiet personality, but his gameplay, it's louder than ever, and it's off the back of an unbelievable shot that he has.
Well, I've actually just had note from production that it will be a full replay, no flag cap at all. It's a little bit complex, but things were worked out, things were slowed down just to double check everything. So will be a full replay of the map, and hopefully we will be getting that underway very shortly. But I gotta say, overall, a very highly contested series so far, really exciting stuff. I'm kind of hoping it goes to game 5, folks. I really am. I want to see the game 5. I want to see the game 5 Slayer for sure. And actually, speaking of that, while we are waiting to get into game real quick, I really quickly want to ask, on set before you leave again for the cast, we kind of talked about in the first Slayer that we saw, Recharge Slayer, that, it's difficult sometimes to really get the most out of numbers advantages and to be proactive. And at certain times we weren't really seeing FaZe being proactive when they had 4 dead, and how to then readjust to make the most of those kind of numbers. How do you do that? Like, what is the best way to be proactive when you do have the numbers?
You've got to have someone willing to take a chance top mid, or make a play where they expose themselves for a few seconds to respawners doing some damage to basically take more map off of your opposition. One thing that C9 do so well is exactly that. They're not afraid. You've got Eco, who will slide into a position where respawners are coming in, but also recognize that you don't overextend too much to just give away a life, right? You're doing damage and then you get back out. Those few seconds are massive. Those few seconds allow information to be relayed. It allows the rest of the team to get different angles, lines of sight, and put that pressure on as a unit. And that was the one thing that FaZe were lacking a little bit. I think we started to see Falcated and Bound sort of take that role a little bit more as the series has come on. They've gone, okay, we've got 2 or 3 dead here. I need to move up the map. I need to walk something out. I can't allow Optic to just all respawn comfortably and then formulate a push where they put us back under pressure. So that's the difficult thing. It's kind of like why I love, and I want to talk about players like APG, like players like Pistola, players like Lethal, and everyone always looks at their stats and they're like, oh, they're not going plus 20. They're not doing what Lucid does. They're not doing what Frosty does. They're not doing, what Renegade does. Well, those players can't do what they do unless you have the players, like I just mentioned, to create the space on the map, to do the initial damage, to create, opportunities for them to move up and finish off the kills that they started. So I think it's, someone has to, on this FaZe roster, take that responsibility. And I think Bound is happy doing it. Sometimes he does it a little bit too much, where he gives away a few deaths, but you can't be one player doing it. There has to be a couple of players, or whoever's in that situation, to recognize, hey, I need to be the guy to go here. I need to create the space for the rest of my team and put them under pressure.
Yeah, for sure. And I think on the other side of things, like, you mentioned him as well in there on set, is Bound. Like, we saw Bound also getting very impactful slays. Yes, he might not be the player to always, go ridiculous in terms of KD and his numbers doubling or tripling. However, he gets the impactful slays. And we were seeing that in that Edge of the Oddball match. And I mean, that was crazy. The way that he was clearing out for OV and managing to get overshield and managing to get those really impactful slays around Garage was huge, because it allowed his team to potentially get a really solid setup, especially heading over to Tower, which is obviously the preferred setup location. That was massive, and him being an X factor like that for his team is going to be everything when it comes down to these huge series against the likes of FaZe or against the likes of Optic or C9. Some of these massive teams, you need those impactful X factor players in order to get things going, really, and to keep things moving around and keep it fresh and adapt. But Brav, talk to me a little bit about FaZe here in terms of going up against Optic and what you've kind of noticed in terms of their play style. How are they adapting to the green wall as the series has gone on?
Yeah, I think they're starting to just really slow things down and take it one round at a time. Even after losing that first round of Oddball, you'd think they've lost 5 straight. They're about to get into another round here, but they somehow bring it back. But happy to bring Clutch back in here, because guess what, Clutch? We're going right back into map number 4, Optic Gaming versus FaZe, and you heard the call. We will start here 0-0, full game reset.
All right, pretend all the blunders we talked about in the first time we saw this game 4 kick off, they're out the window. None of them matter. It's Optic Gaming versus FaZe. It's game 4. Will Optic advance to our grand finals, or will FaZe be able to push this series to the distance Here we go. It's on board with Falcated, and we talked about how individually skilled that this player is, how he's starting to come into his own. He's going to need to have a hot start here, and now he's found the first kill for his team. Not only that, but got the camouflage secured, and now he needs to stay alive. He's actually by himself. All of his teammates have left top middle to be aggressive, and because of it, he's able to dip and dodge around that pole, finds the melee on the Lucid, and now able to kill him. That was a massive kill from Falcated to not only stay alive with that camo, but to take down Lucid in the process. Not many players on this planet could have done what he just did.
Oh my god, absolute carnage top middle. Nobody knew what was going on there. A wild melee camo battle as well. Somehow APG stays alive though. In the fridge, able to just control here with the heat wave and wants to get back into the base control as well.
Yeah, so the same overextension that happened the first time around in game 4, APG hits FaZe with that coming off spawn in that corner. Unfortunately, Falcated not able to find that kill on APG, and because of it, that flag run that they had gotten into the closet looks like it was stalled and stopped. But Snipedown and buildup still across the map running the flag. APG knows that he has to stay alive, play his life, and figure out a way to impact this flag run, because right now Optic Gaming need him now more than ever.
Wow. Bound able to win that battle in the back against the heat wave using the thrust. That's huge, because here comes Boo still 2 dead. This flag will go in, it will go home, and it will be FaZe back on the board 1-0 in favor of them as they look to send us to a potential game number 5.
So we saw it from APG's point of view, where he got that kill on the Falcated, was able to stay alive in the back of the base, but all that time Snipedown and the boys on FaZe were in his base making plays just like this one in order to get that first flag on the board. Snipedown still in the enemy base on a killing spree now, able to get this flagpole. They need to deal with APG before he gets too far, and APG actually trades on the Snipedown there. That was a big trade to delay this flag run from being advanced, but Falcated in a perfect position to not only help his teammates secure this camouflage top middle, but to get this flag across that bridge and down to Dynamos, continue this run, and Falcated now with the flag in hand has got it across halfway.
Got across halfway. He's got 2 dynamos in the pocket as well in case those become necessary. Kills continue to come in for FaZe though, and despite the fact that it's 2v2 right now, Trippy's the last player alive. That should have been called out. Falcated should be able to bring this one home. He's gonna, no, not just yet. It will stay alive, but that should still be Snipedown able to bring it in. There, a little bit of a lack of communication. Trippy, the only player alive, should have been an easier cap, but regardless, 2 on the board for FaZe. Optic though trying to answer back.
A much different start right now here in game 4 for FaZe, already up 2-0, not even 3 minutes into this game, and it looked like Optic Gaming was going to be in a position to get a counter cap opportunity. That first pick from Ola could be big, but he lost his teammates, I guess, in the process. So Ola finds himself by himself, bottom Dynamos, a big kill from Bound to trade him out, reset the map, and FaZe do a phenomenal job of getting that second cap with no risk of a counter cap. Not often you see that happen, especially when multiple members go down as the flag's going in. But I love what we're seeing out of FaZe so far, being aggressive, controlling this Dynamo side of the map, and already Bound with the Commander rifle, spots Lucid, top pink, able to get that kill, and they are shutting Lucid down so far here in this game. 3 and 7 is not a static line that you see from Lucid often, but FaZe doing a phenomenal job of when Lucid tries to get up top, they immediately shut him down.
FaZe 2 flags on the board, also outslaying by quite a bit here. Excuse the revealed sprinting UI bug on your screen here. For the moment, that will stick with us, but still, it's Bound 9 and 7. We talked about how Bound needs to be the one to make the plays, but also it's APG picking up a double of his own. That flag's coming home, and 2 dead still for FaZe with 2 players in utility. This one should be all the way in.
Trippy does get taken down from long-range shots, but yeah, there shouldn't be anyone from FaZe in a position to stop this cap. You want to see them give it up and fight for map control. A massive 2 kills from APG, but even better positioning from Trippy to be there to grab the flag and get it to that halfway mark as those 2 kills are coming in. It's efficiency from Optic Gaming that get that first flag for them on the board.
There we go, 2-1 now. So we have one heck of a game number 4, one heck of a series that we've seen so far. Camo still in the hands of Bound here, going to stay alive on the flag, and also Dipsy Doodle around. Lucid also has help from Snipedown to make it 2 dead once again. Slide off of the base is going to bring that flag all the way to bottom mid already. They need a few more kills though to bring this home.
Look at the overextenders once again for Optic Gaming. Will FaZe be able to shut this down for the first time? Falcated, buildup both find overextension kills, and because of it, FaZe now prime time to take this to a 3-1 lead as Bound unscathed gets into the base, able to punch this flag in, and a 3-1 lead for FaZe as it looks easy as ever for Bound now that they've caught on to the trend that Optic Gaming like to overextend off their spawns.
And FaZe showing up in the second half of this series without a doubt. Bound has help there from Snipe down. They're not afraid to push out together. Look at the movement from Bound just to get to these angles so quickly. Also just going to control around bottom planners. Knows there's somebody in the fridge and wants no part of that, but it's a good double team coming in from the side of Optic Gaming.
Yeah, somehow Trippy stays alive there. That's massive for his team's opportunity. You see Lucid trying to also apply pressure into his own util, but the rest of FaZe deal with Lucid once again, continue this flag run, and APG kind of stuck in a tough position, gets help from Ola on making that decision much easier for him. So now his job is to go help Trippy. Trippy's still alive at the enemy base, finally taken down from Bound, but APG here to potentially trade it out.
Wow.
Unfortunately, even though he trades, the rest of FaZe are able to trade him out as well. So FaZe doing a phenomenal job of not letting Optic have any opportunity at a second flag run there.
Bound actually using the geometry of the flag block to somehow avoid the tick-tick-ticks of the Dynamos there and able to actually push out and win a battle that was pretty difficult in that 1v2. So like you said, FaZe very strong off the back of the base. They will maintain this 3-1 scoreline. 5:51 left in the game.
You can tell Lucid wanted to grab that camo. Unfortunately, he's not able to, and I believe one of these FaZe members from that base has it. Great job by Optic to finish up some of those kills. Bottom middle, it does look like 3 go down for FaZe, and Optic have complete map control to play around. Trippy picks up the camo, a Kneeler in hand, some Dynamos to pair with it, and now Optic Gaming finally have control. Let's see if they can get a step closer to tying this game up.
Look at this now, dropping the sidekick in favor of the Kneeler. Wants to just clear out the back of the base. Falcated causing a lot of trouble though, not making it easy for Optic, and Optic actually loses 2 players, and this is not going to be that easy of a run. 2v2 here.
2v2, Trippy needs to play his life, and great shot from Boobadubu. Trade that one out. Camo's removed from this situation, and it's a good job by FaZe to deal with Trippy before he's able to do too much. Bound tries to pick up that scatter. I say tries, Bound does pick up that scatter, takes down Lucid, and that kill was actually pretty massive because that would have been Heat Wave going straight into Lucid's hands. Hand delivered by the slide from Bound, but Bound with some perfect shots. You know he was using the vertical lens there to get that kill.
We talked about it in the beginning of the show. The bottom planner spawn. Bound goes full Tony Hawk's Pro Skater with the Heat Wave, picks up the 2-shot, getting across the map so fast, and Lucid, a player who knows that route well, knows exactly how to hit those exact slides. But still, over the last 2 minutes of play, it's continuation of the same. Camo here in just a bit. We'll see what this next camo dictates in terms of a little bit of an advantage or a lead.
Now with 4 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, Andy, you have to start to ask yourself, how much time do you need to get 2 caps on the board? Because the clock is going to start to become a factor. From your experience, I mean, what is that comfort level, and when do you start to desperate and change your decision making based off the clock?
I think 4 minutes is still, right? You're not pulling the goalie yet. You're playing your exact game. I think once we start to see 3 minutes is where decisions need to change, just because there's enough timing where if you get the right slates, you can easily run back-to-back flags on this map. We've seen it time and time again. So in these moments here, I think we're going to still see the same from Optic Gaming, but in about 45 seconds or so are where things are going to change, and you're going to start to see some risky routes, some flanks, and maybe some overextensions.
I love this slow play by Pistola here with the camo. Tries to get the jump onto Boobadubu, or onto Bound in the closet. Unfortunately, he doesn't get the timing and it loses his life actually trying to fight a 1v1. He is spotted out, and that was a great job by FaZe once again to deal with the camouflage player that Optic was able to secure. Optic not finding a lot of success with these camos at all. Even though FaZe aren't able to get them, they're able to find these kills. 3 are dead currently for FaZe as kills come through for Optic Gaming, and you're seeing Lucid immediately sprint to the flag, get this thing in a closet, and with Heat Wave in hand, you want to see him drop this for APG and potentially secure the second flag on the board for Optic Gaming.
He does drop the flag there. Knows his shields need to recharge. Falcade is about to find the receiving end of the Heat Wave. There it is from Lucid. He's able to stay alive. Boo Boo needs to get the kill, though. That might stop that flag run.
I love this by Boobadubu, able to stay alive for just a little bit longer, maybe buy some time, and that flag
not over.
It's stalled, right? It's top Dynamos, nobody on Optic Gaming there in a position to capitalize on the slays that they just got. And unfortunately for Optic Gaming fans, you want to see that flag being moved across the map. Yes, it's finally being moved. The slays continuing to go in Optic's favor, and Trippy, you can see it across the map, is going to be able to punch this one in, takes fire across the map, but it's not enough to take him down. And Optic keep control of the map, punch that one in, and potentially have an opportunity now to tie this one up.
One dead for each side. Optic Gaming slow playing that. Lucid just sets the flag top middle. They get 2 dead once again. They take their time. They defended the area there. A little bit of zone defense to make sure that that flag could still go home. 2 dead on FaZe once again. Here comes Optic Gaming for maybe the game tying cap.
Yeah, Pistola, surrounded by enemy members of FaZe, is able to actually trade in this situation. That's impressive at the very least, but Trippy and APG have so much responsibility now on screen. Trippy finds one, a beautiful kill with the sidekick right there. Switches over to the heat wave, and this flag is still bottom middle. A teammate going for it, and Trippy, he knows it's his job to just slay out. Does find one, does find a second. Kills coming through once again for Optic Gaming, and a camouflage in APG's hand. It's going to be punched in. Optic Gaming have now tied this game, so now down 3-1 in this game. They have tied it up with 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining.
Exactly that. Right around the time that you asked me, Clutch, Optic Gaming, they were not panicking, and there was no reason to, because like we said, it's possible to back-to-back cap, even if you slow play those caps like they did, and they bring it in comfortably. They have 1 minute 12 left, and honestly, with the way this game is going, 3 still dead for FaZe, they could even end it here.
Yeah, Optic Gaming has dominated the maps ever since that question was asked. These 2 caps came on the back. Not a double cap situation, but they never lost control of the map. Beautiful shots from Lucid to help his team buy some time for them to advance themselves off the map. Bubadubu in a crucial 1v1 with APG that's about to turn into a 1v2 if he's not fast enough to get this kill. Is able to find the first one on APG. Trippy also taken down. So Snipe Down, he's advanced all the way to the enemy utility closet, and he's going to have the jump on any of these Optic Gaming players that are potentially spawning corner.
2 were dead though, so Snipe Down needs to slow play this, wait for help, to be very selective on who he shoots. He does get the call out for Ola. He's going to start the run, but he knows he'll need the help to bring it back.
No better feeling than being the flag carrier that gets the first kill, that potentially swings the numbers advantage in your team's favor. Bubadubu finds that second one, and now with 1 player coming off respawn from Optic, the rest of FaZe need to find the rest of these kills. Unfortunately, it's all Optic Gaming. The last 2 players alive were able to get the kills they needed. Valkated, these 2 players weak, but can't find either one of them, and FaZe lose all 4 players. The flag is reset, and now it looks like we're going into overtime.
Sudden death overtime, and nothing we want to see more between these 2 teams, and it's pretty even in the slaying department though. Optic edging out in the end as they start to get a few more kills on the board. We're going right into sudden death. Next flag will win. Once again, FaZe needs to stay alive here to force a game number 5, otherwise they will be eliminated.
So Optic Gaming has all the momentum from this game 4 riding on their side, having such a massive comeback from being down 3-1. Lucid able to get the first kill, able to secure camo as well. Needs to stay alive though, potentially put this camo to use, but Bubadubu, one of the best camo players in Halo, able to shut him down. The camo eyes are just as good for him, and that's a massive kill onto Lucid. Kills coming through from both sides, and FaZe's tournament lives on the line once again with 1 flag to determine who is going to advance to the grand finals, or are we seeing a game 5?
There we go. Trippy with the heat wave. Trying to do some damage here behind enemy lines. Trying to see if anyone's going to poke Dynamos. Not going to happen just yet. Wants to try to find a kill in the back of the base, and Snipe Down that he finds first will win that one. 3 dead here for FaZe, and it's the last player. Boo Boo saving the day, stopping the run.
A massive kill. The only player for Optic Gaming in the base of FaZe that's going to buy his team so much time. Bubadubu clutches up by finding that kill and just providing so much space and opportunity for his team coming off respawn. He is going to have pressure over here from APG, and I like the fact that he's anchoring his base. Is he going to expect APG to be hiding in his corner, though? He's spotted out, and thank God his teammate was able to check that angle for him, because it allowed Bubadubu to pick up that easy kill, and now he looks to be aggressive with this heat wave. Finds Ola top middle, finds Lucid bottom dinos, gets them both weak, and with the help of Bound, you would think they're able to get the kills, but Ola finds a nice double in the kill feed.
2 dead for each side then. APG there with a great angle, but as you say, very lucky for FaZe that APG was forced to start shooting and not able to stay alive at the front of the base. That front base position can just be such a pain in the neck, such a nuisance to try to take that player out. So hard to get the angles without exposing yourself to areas like top mid and top planners.
Somehow APG stays alive in that 1v2 situation, buys time for Lucid to help him out, and that was Optic Gaming, the last 2 members alive for them. So that kill actually massive for their opportunity to stop FaZe from getting a flagpole. You see how frustrating FaZe must be, knowing that that kill needs to come through just for them to get a flagpole. And because of it, it's allowed Lucid to secure this camo. Now he's able to be a nuisance front the base, and FaZe have to be spinning in circles trying to find out where Lucid is.
Lucid very happy, like you say, just to be in the back of the base, and get the side of FaZe worried about what's happening in the back. Not only is it you have Lucid in the back of your base, but also a camo player. But Boo takes the reins, knows that it's his responsibility to help with that kill in the back of the base, and they get it.
Trippy in a massive 1v1 right now against Snipedown. Unfortunately, he's got it bound to back down as well. So Trippy with so much responsibility right now. Snipedown's actually backed up. They want to reset the map. They want to allow Optic Gaming to spawn and then get one last set of slaves before trying to get this pull. Will it work out in their favor though? No. APG and Trippy find kills. There is a kill found top pink on the Lucid, but Bound is going to be the last player alive. APG gets into the utility very quickly, and now it's going to be FaZe with their heels on their back feet.
Oh boy, it's somehow a trade between those two despite the miss. Dynamo 3 dead for FaZe here. Trippy looking for the last player. It's sniped down, but Bound is a spawner as well, so they can't go just yet.
Trippy staying alive is so big right now. Wants to push into the space, but there's two members to deal with. The commando rifle shreds both members of Optic. Lucid gets a triple kill, gets the flag out as well, and Trippy actually has to pick that one up in the window, loses his life because of it, and a massive kill from Falcated as the last guy alive from FaZe onto that flag carrier slows this flag down, potentially gives FaZe one more spawn to try and deny Optic from putting this flag run in.
Falcated almost gets the trade there as well. Huge play from him to delay. We have 3 spawners on the side of FaZe. They just need the kills to stay alive here.
Big kills coming through bottom Dynamo grenades right now, but that flag still not returned. APG is still alive, and it's up to Falcated to once again slow this down. Boobadooboo and Bound just died. They just came off spawn. Snipedown goes down as well. So 2 players on FaZe coming off spawn. It's up to them to stop this flag from going in. APG takes it up the back ramp of his flag, wants to run it in, and there it is. Optic Gaming take game 4 in overtime to make it to the grand finals, and they will have a rematch of last week's grand finals against Cloud9.
My God, down to the wire between these two teams. We wouldn't have it any other way. FaZe putting up a fight in your elimination bracket finals, but it's Optic in game 4 overtime that closes it out with that final flag. Only about a minute left in overtime, but they do the thing, and each one of their flags slow played. They take their time, they get the slays, they bring it back home. Confidence and composure from the side of Optic Gaming. Let's take a look at the stats.
31, 23, and 16 from I Got Your Pistola.
My God.
In a closeout game, you get most assists, and those are stats that are so difficult to try and compete against. You see Slays on the other side, almost comparable, but just not enough, as Optic Gaming were able to squeeze this one out in game 4, 4-3, and take every single one of those kills from Pistola, every single one of those assists. But this damage, consistent across the board from Optic, is what got the job done.
Falcated there on 9,000 damage, only player almost at 9,500. This is a chaos to start the game. Lucid and Falcated, 2 players that you generally don't find in that messy of a battle, but Falcated was the one that came out on top. But one heck of a game number 4 that went all the way. That first flag for FaZe, and it looked like for a while, Clutch, it looked like we were going to a game number 5.
Yeah, I thought we would honestly see a game 5. It felt like FaZe was dictating the pace of that overtime round, so much of it. And all they needed was a couple more kills in certain situations, and they would have had a real opportunity to close the door on this game 4. But unfortunately, it was individual members on Optic that were able to just continuously find kills at their flag that delayed FaZe's ability to pull these flags in. Enough times it happened for Optic to find their feet on the ground, and once they did that, it was all Optic.
And you had to think, once Optic got off of that 3-1, they started to put flags in. It was dangerous. He called it though, Clutch. They only had 4 minutes to do it, and they did it in 3 with the back-to-back caps. Falcated trying to make something happen late. There was your round tie. But in the end, Optic Gaming slowly putting the pieces together. Look at that, Boo Boo staying alive. But as we often see, when you do have those hero moments, it's usually a sign that the other team is putting up the numbers to control. Look at Trippy staying alive there. Also triple kill on the pull from Lucid. What else can you ask for from the man? Lucid there for the support on the capture as well. That will be FaZe eliminated from the tournament. Quite a road for them, but it's Optic that will get the best of them this week. They win the elimination finals 3-1, and they will head to our grand finals yet again. It's going to be a repeat of last week. We get to see Cloud9 up against Optic Gaming.
It certainly is, boys. I mean, I can't actually believe my eyes. At one point in that CTF game, Optic being able to tie things up with 1 minute and 30 seconds left, back-to-back caps, I really thought it was honestly over. I thought we were going to a game 5 without a doubt. I really, there was no doubt in my mind about it. But I just want to get Onset's view on this, because I think we were talking, well, you boys were talking a little bit about taking a risk or overextending and not panicking and knowing to take those slow kind of caps. How do you kind of measure that as a pro player, as a team? You know, 1 minute 30 seconds left, and you're able to tie things up without panicking and without getting that overextension in, risking, but also playing pretty safe. Onset, where's the balance lie for you there?
I mean, for Optic, the balance was we don't have a choice, right? We have to go. We have to take risks. We have to be aggressive because we're down not by 1 flag, but by 2. It's a different situation if it's 1 flag, because you're kind of thinking, hey, if we get this wrong, then there's a counter cap opportunity, right? And the game's gone. But with 2, it forces your hand a little bit, right? You're like, okay, we've got to get in the base. We've got to start picking up some more slaves. We've got to throw ourselves a little bit more aggressively at our opposition. And to be fair to FaZe, up until that 4-minute point, they dealt with it pretty comfortably. Yeah. FaZe looked in control of the map. They weren't really under any pressure inside their base. They were picking up their kills, but it's great until 1 flag slips through your fingers. And when Optic have control, that becomes 2 very, very quickly. And for FaZe, I think as soon as the game was tied up, I only thought there was ever going to be 1 team winning it, because when you are that close to sending into a game 5 and it's stolen away from you, and all of a sudden you're thinking, oh, we shouldn't have left that go. Optic only needed 1 opportunity to cap, and they had it, and they capped it. It was a really good comeback from Optic. And also, kind of to just take a second here, relates to what I was saying earlier about Optic have been through some things, right, recently. And I'm going to say, you know, last week they got to the grand final, great performance. You're going to put that aside, but they've been through a lot. They've been through a lot as a team. There's been some questions asked. I think this performance coming in that kind of game doesn't happen, you know, a couple of weeks ago when they're down on the backs and the questions being asked. They're showing their resilience now. I think Optic are in this final, and I think they're not just in this final to take part. I think they want to prove to everyone that they can beat Cloud9 here.
Yeah, I think they certainly do. I mean, they're willing to take the risks and reap the rewards of it, and I kind of saw that in that final cap there in the overtime. I mean, taking the risk to push up the stairs of the FaZe's base when you know you have 2 players up there, just literally 1 just spawning in, but Trippy, I believe it was him, going up those stairs with Lucid not far behind him, being able to clean up those kills, push in, kind of overextend, honestly, to get that flag out of the base as well and push it down bottom mid. Being able to clean up the path around that, I mean, the resilience and the strategy coming in from Optic there was amazing. It was very risky, but my goodness, did they get the reward in the end. Let's take a quick look, though, at the bracket while I just process everything that just happened in front of us. Absolutely amazing. And like Onset said, winning is going to be the only thing that Optic are looking for right now as they head into the grand finals. They took down FaZe 3-1, but my goodness, it kind of felt like a game 5 there just for a split second. It was super, super close, very highly contested, but unfortunately FaZe will drop out this week. Optic find themselves up in the winners bracket once again. They haven't been there for a little while. You can see they actually went out in the quarterfinals to G2, but my goodness, what a comeback story that has been, and grand finals with Cloud9 right now, and hoping that they can take the Pro Series week number 3 under their belt as well. Well, gentlemen, that is going to do it from us. We're going to have a little bit of a reset here, and folks at home, go grab a cup of tea, a cup of coffee, whatever it is. I don't know what time it is for you, but you're going to need some caffeine if you want to get through this grand final, because Optic are looking to reset the bracket against Cloud9 right now, and we'll be back right after this break.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming, AMD, and the Marines.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the HCS NA Pro Series. We are into our grand final, and if you're just joining us and you just love the glory, that's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm not judging you right now, but we don't have time to talk about this. We actually have to get into the game right this second. So presenting your duo for the grand finals, it is Onset and Bravo.
Awesome stuff. It is grand finals time, everybody. And there's no time to hang about here, Andy, because we're getting straight into the series. This was just what we want to see. We've had enough breaks today. We've had enough lobby resets to last us for a lifetime. This is going to be a grand finals that everyone's going to remember, because it's Optic Gaming coming from that elimination bracket for a rematch against Cloud9 of Pro Series 1 finals, Andy, where we saw Cloud9 pick up that win. But I get a sneaky feeling it's not going to quite be as comfortable a journey here for C9 as maybe some C9 fans are wanting.
That's right. Optic Gaming showing up here in a big way. These past few weeks have been very different from them. And when we compare Raleigh and post-Raleigh, of course, not getting as much scrim time as they wanted. Things like Raleigh travel, holiday travel, getting maybe in the way of a little bit of scrim time for them. However, it's been a different story for the past few weeks for Optic. They have their opportunity for revenge against the current kings of the HCS, Cloud9.
Now, Optic Gaming coming off the back of that tough series against FaZe is certainly going to be in the right mood and in the right frame of mind to think that they can take down Cloud9. The only thing that's going to be maybe in the back of their minds is it's not just beating Cloud9 once here, Andy, if they want to call themselves champions. They're going to beat C9 twice.
Not easy, right? Difficult to do it once. Very, very difficult to do it twice. Not impossible, though, because we have seen some epic grand finals resets in the history of competitive Halo. We'll have to see if tonight is going to be one of those nights. I tell you what, I'm down for it if that's the case. The question is, can Optic bring it and send us all the way? Game number one actually going to be Aquarius CTF.
Well, Optic are going to be warmed up on Aquarius capture the flag. That's one thing that's certainly in their favor as we look at our series layout. Slayer recharged the second game as well, which they also just played against FaZe, which is interesting to see as well. Now, Oddball Streets is our game number 3, and then we go over to Stronghold's Live Fire. Slayer Bazaar is going to be our game 5 if we do need it before that bracket reset. But I'm looking at that series layout, and I tell you what, the game types I like to watch, Andy, which is the exciting thing, and we're not hanging about here, as that first one is going to be in front of us already. Is capture the flag on Aquarius, Optic versus Cloud9.
Fantastic to have a rematch here on our screens here from that last week, and teams that we've seen play against each other time and time again. Earlier on in Halo Infinite's lifespan, it was all about Optic, but now Cloud9, the reigning champs, they've three-peated in the last 3 events. They've won the last 2 Pro Series. The question is, can they win their 4th straight here? Get into game 1 right now.
Yes, that 4th straight would be some record being set already at the start of Halo Infinite for Cloud9. And the question is for everybody at the moment, who can beat Cloud9, right, Andy? Optic, we've already seen them win the 2 first events that we had in the Halo Championship Series before we got to Raleigh. Back-to-back was so impressive from them, and it's no surprise to see them returning to that form that we expect from them. I get the feeling that Optic might be one of those teams that Cloud9 certainly won't feel as comfortable against in comparison to some other teams.
Certainly, and we talked about Cloud9 knowing that their opponents continue to get better. They are not sitting back. They're not resting on their laurels. They are not thinking we're the #1 team in the world still. A lot of this team, of course, world champions. And they're not approaching it that way. They know that teams are getting better. They know that teams are scrimming and putting in the hours to catch up to them. And Cloud9 knows that they need to stay a step ahead. And so far, week after week, they've been able to do that. The question is, what has Optic done over the past week since that last Thursday, 7 days ago? What have they worked on? What have they improved in order to give Cloud9 a stronger fight in the grand finals?
It's a really good question. How do you approach Cloud9 now as Optic Gaming? What have you learned from those previous series, from scrims, from whatever it might be, VOD review, all that stuff that these top players and teams, of course, do to make sure that they're in the best position possible when they do get to these matches? But I'm going to ask you a straight question here, Andy. What do Optic have to do to stop Cloud9?
I think it's just push the advantage. We saw them do it time and time again against FaZe. Here we are now into game number 1, Optic Gaming versus Cloud9. It's going to be a best of 5 in your grand finals. If Optic Gaming win, they'll send us to a second best of 5. However, if Cloud9 win, they will be your week number 3 champions.
Well, if you wanted to wonder if Cloud9 were thinking, hey, you know what, we're coming off the back of a little bit of a break, a little bit of a rest, if they're going to be heated up enough, yes, they are. Off the break here, already Cloud9 inside of the Optic base, already getting that flag moving and already forcing Optic back inside of their base to play some defensive work. Stella getting that trade inside of the Optic base, or just outside of it in the closet. He's going to slow things down for a moment, but Optic having to play on the back foot almost immediately here.
Trippy just trying to stay alive in the utility, able to also refresh his angle, actually go up top middle. So a nice little route there. He knew he had the flag cover. He's able to get away with it, but just want to welcome everyone to our grand finals here. Once again, it's Optic versus Cloud9, a rivalry that's already been developing, and it's amazing to have you all joining us here this evening. It's been a fantastic day of Halo so far. A little dynamo action going down, and we know it's going to be a fantastic grand final as well.
Optic lose 3 though. C9 have to be aware of this player in the base. Lucid has to stay alive here. Eco will be taken down. That's going to create a little bit of a diversion on the map, and Lucid is going to recognize that. Look at this. Lucid, knowing that that flag is being pulled, decides to get a little bit fruity inside the base himself and get that flag back to the P side, where he's expecting maybe the Optic players to be respawning. Looks like they are. Renegade's going to be on the flank though and picks up one, and now Penguin's going to be sneaking behind enemy lines. He knows Pistola's here. Pistola's going to fly at him, and Pistola will get the kill and the touch.
Oh my God, talk about Ola things. Flies out there in a situation that you'd be positive was a trade. Ola stays alive. Now Trippy's going to be the one challenging. Stellar's going to get that. This flag's going to go home.
APG's in position to help him out as well, and Optic Gaming on the back foot to start things off, but now they're very much on the front foot. First flag goes in, a little start step coming in from Trippy. Optic strike first.
Ola staying alive there is unbelievable and huge. Just not forcing the trade, somehow comes away, as you say, with the kill and the touch. Keeps everything alive. 3 dead for Cloud9 again.
I'm gonna have to disagree with you for a very rare opportunity here, Andy. It's not surprising to see Pistola stay alive, because it's Pistola. It's the only player who doesn't surprise me when he does something like we've just seen. But Lucid has that camo in his hand now as Optic look to press more of an advantage. Penguin's gonna be flanking down bottom mid, but not only the camo, the thrust as well means 2 dead here for C9.
My God, the plays from Lucid in that angle, that's a very easy cleanup from the player on bottom when they only have to hit 1 shot. Lucid knows that, so times the thrust perfectly just to get the extra jump on those shots and wins that battle as well. Continues to do damage up top. Another perfect kill on Renegade.
There's the commando in his hands as well, but there's going to be a heat wave in front of him, and Stellar. Important kill coming in from him. APG is going to be chunked as well by that heat wave. However, re-challenges aggressively, and that's what we want to see, right? We want to see Optic taking the fight to C9. APG with that challenge showing that he does not fear any of these players.
Little pre-nades top middle as well. Optic Gaming off to a very good start. These two teams are pretty even in terms of slays right now. 1 flag on the board for Optic, but they know it's a very, very long game. They need to play. They need to be ready to put a number of flags on the board, or at least control the map for these full 12 minutes.
Renegade not really getting going statistic-wise at the moment. You can see 5 and 7 for him as he goes into the death screen once more. Stella now having to do some clean-up work. He gets the broom out to clean out the closet. As Pistola's actually going to stick behind him, and Stella just did not spot him. He also looked away from his monitor for 2 seconds, or just been out of that peripheral view, but Ola made him pay, and now Pistola once again inside of the base and up in the face of C9.
Ola gets a triple, not essentially a triple there, a trade on Renegade as well. Great job from him. APG also staying alive, so man, back and forth between these two teams, and if these first few minutes are any indicator, Optic Gaming is here to play in the grand finals.
Well, they've got 2 players inside the base here. Stella's going to fly, but he's only going to be met by APG. APG chunks away and picks up another kill inside of the base. Renegade's trapped to the back here, and this is fine. Oh my word! Somehow APG banks the shot off the wall and gets the kills. Renegade in the death screen, and you can see that flag already 3/4 of the way across the map here for Optic.
Every single piece of that heat wave spread had to hit on that bank shot. Unbelievable kill. You did not expect it to do that much damage, but APG places it perfectly in the back of the base. The flag will go back, but Optic still causing havoc. 2 dead for C9.
I was going to say, what's gone wrong there for Optic, though? Because it seemed like all the pieces were starting to click together, right? They had the flag moving, they had the kills inside of the base, and the other players were trapped on that respawn. So something hasn't quite added up there for Optic on that run. A little bit of miscommunication, maybe just a big play coming in. And speaking of which, Stella is now behind enemy lines, gets that slide, and also has the thrust to just bait out Pistola as well. Wow. What a play that is from Stella. So much to talk about there, Andy.
So much to break down. Stellar does a traditional toss. Here's the double. Also looking maybe for the triple. It'll get cleaned up. That flag should still continue running, but Stellar does the little drop side throw, but also thrust back. Not done yet. Kills up Trippy as well to maintain that anchor on the flag. Look at this killing spree. Double kill. That flag is still running. Hasn't made it across the halfway line yet, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Stellar right now. He's not a loud person, but I'm sure he's screaming at Eco, just run the flag. Just run the flag. I'm doing everything. I'm killing everyone. And that's exactly what Eco does. 1-1 now, tied up in our first map of the series.
Stellar 17-9. This guy pops off in games, and It all started with that flag toss. He's able to toss it out and hit the drop slide throw, but using the thrust to stay alive on the flag. Look how pivotal it was. Staying alive, then killing everything and everyone in utility and on the flag as well. Amazing stuff from Stellar to allow that flag to go in. We're tied up 1-1.
Pistola, last player alive. All other players on Optic coming off of respawn. However, APG and Pistola combine to make sure that they can get the numbers back on their side. Penguin going to be trapped, but Stellar once again in the feed. That's his 19th kill now. Stellar, he's plus 10 already in this game.
Crazy numbers from this guy, and if you're on the side of C9, you are so stoked on what Stellar's doing. You are fired up. Ola going to try to stay alive with this camo if he can. Could be a big difference maker in terms of map control. 2 kills fall in the favor of Optic. Pistola patrolling top middle. This is one place where historically Pistola has done his best work on any kind of arena map. What happened with that flag? It looks like it is going to be maybe not running the way that they wanted it to. Trippy's going to pick up a double, and now there will be an opportunity maybe after he picks up this kill to get it moving once more. It's actually APG who's inside of the base. It looks like maybe the flag was missed, the toss out. I think it's exactly what it was. I think you and I were both confused. I think everyone watching here on Twitch and YouTube also very confused. I think APG went for the drop slide and did not get the flag off of the flag stand. You saw him have to go back up the stairs, and that run does not happen. Pistola's going to pick up the pieces, and even though it hasn't been the cleanest of runs here from Optic, they're still slowly progressing across the map. Trippy's going to move and try and get this kill onto Stellar, and he manages to do so. If he can pick up this kill as well, but no, Eco goes for the 2-shot beat down there, and that was the difference on that battle being won. Lucid now sliding across for that touch. Can he get there in time? It doesn't look like he can. Lucid seconds away, and like you said, making sure to clear out Trippy off of top Dynamos was the difference maker. That flag will go back. So with 4:40 on the clock, tied 1-1 still. Eco gets taken down by Pistola. Pistola hit some really good shots today as well. He's currently 9 and 12, but has 9 assists to his name, most on his squad. Stellar now challenging from that closet. However, there's going to be Renegade just with a little tap to the back to put Pistola into the death screen once more. 2-4 here for Cloud9, excuse me. Optic once again trying to get that flag on the move. Trying to go to the back of the base here. Oh no! Penguin picking up a kill he shouldn't have. Stellar doing the same. I don't know how Stellar survived there, but he's alive and he's got a double kill as well. So Stellar doing some magical things. Renegade now thinking about getting that flag back home, as Optic did get it pretty far across the map. It looks like it has gone home, and now Renegade's actually running one of his own, so Optic now on the back foot. Renegade trying to make that play and stay alive. Stellar on the flank, can't quite connect. That's a big kill from Lucid, but Renegade should be here to clean it up. Eco with another. And now Pistola has to make some magic happen, and he gets one. Gets the kill, has help from Trippy as well. Another player goes down, so this should be an Optic return. Somehow, they fight back. The flag will go back home, and Cloud9 picking up kills they had no business picking up in the back of the base, but still the flag will reset and we stay at 1-1. Yeah, that was a ridiculous oh my sweet Jesus, Trippy. Some movement, a little bit of bouncing up and down, and a little bit of help as well. And now he's looking to repay the favor to Pistola inside of the base. Eco in a 1v1. Eco will win that one, but Trippy picking up kills means that he's going to be at least able to take one down from Cloud9, as now Eco moves towards that utility room. 3 players dead momentarily from Optic as well. Penguin with the assist as well, as Cloud9 starts to now swarm across the Optic base. Ooh, Stellar thought maybe he should have gotten that trade there. Well, not trade with the heat wave. Instead will die bottom middle to Lucid. Lucid probably going to get a top middle angle in a second. That's something Renegade has to be aware of as well. APG crossing 20 kills here as well for Optic. Penguin picking up a double. APG going to be ticking away. You can see the Renegade has his reticle focused onto the man in the back of the base. That's going to be him eliminated. Lucid spawning on the fridge will be taken down. And even though that is my favorite place to be inside of a fridge, Andy, unfortunately on Aquarius CTF is the last place you want to be on the respawn. I was going to say, tough place to respawn. Love going there all day, but tough place to respawn for sure. Stellar just trying to stay alive bottom middle once again. Wins a big battle against Lucid, and it's going to be 3 dead for Optic. He really is not losing battles, and with that, Eco is going to be running that flag. 2 dead here for Optic. Penguin's going to be top middle. He secures a camo, and more importantly, the second flag goes in for C9. They turn this one around. With less than 2 minutes as well. That could be the game-winning capture on the board, especially with his camo control here for Penguin. See what they could do here against this battle. It's going to be a traded out kill with APG, so that's going to just leave Penguin up top to control and patrol. Maybe take down Ola as well.
The confidence.
Makes easy work of him. Confidence, and will maintain camo as well.
Knew he had first shot and just went, okay, cool. You're shooting back. I'm going to win this fight. I'm going to win this fight. And that's one thing I love about the way that Penguin plays when he's playing at his best. Isn't afraid to take a fight. Here's another example as APG gets eliminated. Surely doesn't turn 3 here. Oh, I tell you what, it was close, but Ola gets a little helping hand from a friend. This time, it was Lucid.
Moments away there from seeing that triple develop. C9 continues this. Flag run going to be beginning with 1 minute on the clock. C9 might even win this game 3-1.
Lucid picks up 1. Top pick. Renegade, though. It's a race against those players from Optic respawning. Has the flag back into his utility. Penguin's on the flag as well. Lucid and APG, though, making that flank. Other players should be in position. Maybe there's a player behind Renegade, but it does not matter. Lucid is there, though. Stella is going to have to try and take him down, but no, Lucid survives. Help coming in, and C9 4 dead.
That was 4 dead for a second here. Can Optic turn this into a cap? 37 seconds left. They need to capture right here.
Not the first time we've seen Optic knowing they have to cap with just a few moments left. Penguin trying to take down Trippy.
Oh my.
Penguin does it as well. Double kill for him. Pistola knows he needs a touch on this flag. The dynamos are going to be enough to slow that down. C9 double stack that return, and with 18 seconds left, that might have been the play that saved C9.
Trippy's your guy. APG was on the flank. Trippy is the only one, I believe, already in the back of the C9 flag. He has to make something here. 8 seconds.
Penguin wrapping back behind as well. Keeping an eye, but there's a heat wave for Trippy, but Penguin is there. A killing spree, some great shots, and a map 1 win for Cloud9. They were down by 1, Andy, but they turned it on when it matters. And I tell you what, Stella, he is playing some lights out Halo Infinite at the moment.
1 kill away from a 30 bomb. I think he dropped 29 in that game. We'll take a look at the stats in a second, but a close game, but one that Cloud9 closes out comfortably in the final 2 minutes of the game. Also stopping that last run, a big double from Penguin and a dynamo push, 29 and 18 for Stellar on your screen there.
Yeah, 29 and 18, 9 assists alongside it as well. Killing sprees, double kills, everything you want from a performance in a grand final coming in from Stella once again. Almost repeating what we saw from him last week, Andy. He was the standout for C9, and he's looking to do it again in the finals.
Also 5 double kills. Just think about how that opens up a game. If you have a teammate going 29 and 18 with 5 doubles, that essentially is as long as everyone else is shooting, that opens up 5 opportunities for you to really get control of the map, really get control of the base as well. Here's a look at the damage.
Yeah, only Stella crossing that 7K mark. On the other side of things, Optic, you can see the damage coming in. Ola just not quite up there as much with the damage, but matching what Eco did for his team. So it's a very tight game between the two, but the story continues, Andy. Tight game, who wins? C9 win.
That's right. C9, very strong performance there, and look at this play. Here from Ola. Flies in. And look at this second shot. I mean, what on earth? Some of the shots bank, some of the shots hit directly, but here's the play from Stellar. Look at this toss. Flag toss goes down for Penguin. That allows Stellar midship style to anchor from the flag. He right away starts to just run loops around utility. There's another kill for the double. Almost gets the triple kill on Lucid as well. Guess what? Not done yet. Jumps up on the flag. He's going to pick up this one yet. He's killing everything. And like you said, he's like, someone please run this flag.
Eco finally obliged, but I mean, what a run that was from Stella as Eco put home that flag to was eventually the winning flag as well between the two teams, but Optic did have chances. This play from Penguin as well. Look at that little drop slide just to get the momentum. And poor old APG in that position, it's so tough, especially on controller, to just whip your reticle across at a player moving at that speed, Andy. That was the difference in that fight for Penguin.
That was the Trippy push at the end as a killing spree for Penguin. Penguin knew there was one player who might have overextended. It was indeed Trippy. Trippy in a very difficult situation. Just has to win a huge risk 1v1, unable to close it out, but it was the entire game that Cloud9 was able to get control of towards the end. They will win game number 1, 2-1. Getting ready for game number 2, Slayer here.
Now, C9, before we started this show today, we heard from the last week, they're saying our Slayers aren't as strong maybe as some of our objective game types. Well, if they've been working on it, then they might be in a position here to put themselves in a very healthy position. However, at the start of this game, the only team that's in a healthy position is Optic. They have 3 kills to their name, and most importantly, almost as importantly, I should say, Pistola has the camouflage.
Got the camo and the repulsor in hand. We saw just how deadly he was with that repulsor earlier today, and we've seen him do some wild wizard things in the back. 6-1 to lead here for Optic Gaming, answering back in game number 2.
Sword going to be picked up as well by Pistola, and he still has some camo to work with, so that is a scary combination. Here's Lucid with a shock rifle at the moment. Let's see if he can raise the energy prices across the world even more than they are at the moment. With a couple of headshots. As Renegade now challenges down on those batteries. Lucid is going to hit one in the feed. Renegade going to be traded out at the moment. We change away from Lucid with the power weapon. Hey, surprise, surprise, he picks up 2 headshots with it.
Look at that play from Renegade. That is a rehearsed play. Nice shot here from Lucid to stay alive against Stellar, but Renegade off of the bad ledge, predating bottom control like that. I mean, that is a set play that you know that man has worked on. It gets him a little bit closer now. 11-6 in favor of Optic.
Where are the power weapons, though? Eco, at the moment, doesn't have any to work with. Does have some frag grenades, though. Lucid now going to be put under pressure by Penguin. Penguin with a couple of grenades to go down. The plasma's not quite connecting. Ola is there to pick up a kill on Renegade in the feed as well. And at the moment, you can just see that C9 are just kind of trapped. This is what C9 do to people, and Optic are doing it to C9.
Right, 15-8 here now. Optic's going to be very happy with how these last few moments went, just because it looked like the game was going to get a little bit closer and maybe even go the way of Cloud9. But Optic continuing to trade out at a good cadence here. Long haul control for Cloud9. We'll see how the side of Optic can push out of control, and also Blue.
Renegades create the opening here. He's picked up that first kill in the 4v4 situation, which now means they can push. But Trippy's there with a sword, but traded out almost immediately. Now you see APG pick up one, but this push is initiated by C9. This is what they do so well. You get that first kill, they're not afraid to then push the numbers. But while all this is happening, Pistola has his second camo of the game.
Look at Ola. Sneaky, sneaky Ola. Grabbing that camo once again. Knows that some things might be a little bit safer around yellow and tower, so just gonna take a look at this little bit of batteries route. If he gets eagle out here, it could be a problem, but he makes it across, grabs a needler, and now gonna make this elevator push.
It almost feels like Pistola's in spectator mode right now. He's just kind of walking across top middle, kind of just taking in everything, but not finding any targets. But he does have a needler, and he does have a penguin in front of him. Unfortunately, he's also got the rest of Cloud9. If he could stay alive, that would be massive, but a trade there for C9. Not the worst of the situations, as Stella with some wonderful shots once more with that battle rifle will bring this one even closer.
Yeah, Ola gets caught out of it. He does trade there. He had good angles. The needles didn't connect just because you had a player scurrying away over to blue, and it's unfortunate. Cloud9 really wins that engagement. They shut down the camo, and you didn't have the exact long-haul C-push that you might have wanted from the side of Optic in that moment, so it was 3 dead just like that. 3-kill game.
Yeah, Renegade just did something pretty nutty off screen as well. I think he got a stick and picked up a double kill because of it, where it was one of those situations where you think that maybe Renegade's dead to rights. With that, they have complete control. They now are only down by 3. Renegade also has a grapple and a shock rifle. He also has Pistola in front of him, and he takes him down. And now, with that one play from Renegade, it's a 2-kill game. APG's going to challenge. Renegade accepts it, but neither player will fall.
Renegade not afraid to challenge that angle. A man we know that can hit shots when he needs to. Just like you say, a 1-kill game here. What was just an Optic Gaming 5 or 6 kill lead. Just like that. Now a 2-kill game, 23-21. Renegade, though, shock rifle in hand, has a little bit of ammo and might be able to break the game open again.
Trade for either side here. Optic, though, even though that play came in from Renegade and C9 did make that push. Wow. Managed to pick up a couple of kills. Trippy versus Renegade. Trippy, oh, he doesn't know where he is. He's lost himself on the GPS, and he gets taken down as he realized he wasn't able to close that gap as Renegade now. And C9 have slowed this game down. They have the camo as well. And there's a little gift from Renegade to his teammate Eco.
Oh boy, and look at this. They're just controlling this from back elevator, able to get that play. And like you said, Trippy trying to go for like a little bit of a slide around the elevator top pillar just to avoid damage for a second, then pop back out for a sword lunge. It doesn't pay off. Eco with that sword camo. Sword is out, but not before the damage was done. Essentially a tied game here.
Trippy picks up one in the feed, though. That's going to just give that 2-kill cushion, back to Optic. Here's the rest of Optic. Eco, oh dear, that doesn't look good for him. Trippy doesn't get taken down. Renegade's there to try and trade damage, but the kill will be picked up by Pistola, and that's another sword picked up by Optic now. They've had control of this weapon for the majority of the game.
Ola getting call-outs there that someone might have been bottom A. Looks like they're going to try to see if they're able to get that, but as you can see on screen, a lot of players here across yellow pipes, as well as top control. APG also getting a nice angle, so Optic Gaming extending their lead once again. We'll have to see if they can continue this or if C9 answers back off of this next respawn.
And again, it's someone having to make a play on either team to give the opportunity to pick up kills and a couple in quick succession. This time it was Optic Gaming. APG with that shock rifle picked up one and then was able to push onto the second to give them that cushion back. Lucid going to be challenging Renegade, who's got that new shock rifle. So now, Renegade, can you do what APG just did and give your team the numbers advantage to try and pull this back?
First shot doesn't connect. Ola just staying alive, bottom middle. Worth noting here that Cloud9 does have a winning record. Kill will come in. Optic having a losing record on this game type. So Cloud9 in a dangerous position here where they could certainly take this game back. They're only down by 3 now.
Trippy was last alive here for Optic as well. They tried to make a play and C9 shut it down. Camo popping in 3 seconds, and with a 2-kill game in our hands, you feel like this camo could well be the difference maker.
Certainly, there it is, has popped. And all these teams are going to be focusing on it. Lucy gets the first kill. Potential opening opportunity for the side of Optic. That's a second kill as well.
Pistola. That is a brave decision to take that battle. If you lose it, you might lose a lot of angles and a lot of control, but no, he does not. But this time he's got a flying Renegade who's got a shock rifle. He hits some shots and Renegade picks up a double. 1 kill the difference, make it 2 again as Lucid trades out Stella.
You might have noticed it there. That was Trippy with camo. He went up to the sneaky ledge, tried to push in with Ola. They did not have the numbers. They did not have the composition they needed. And that is camo completely burned. Not just that, but they forfeit 2 kills with the camo. Still somehow holding on to a 2-kill lead, though.
This is going to tell us a lot about Optic. It's 39-40. It's 1 kill. Make it 40 all. We're back to one of those situations, Andy, where it's so tight between the 2 teams for the majority of the game. But in the last knockings, when it matters, C9 take the lead. They're up by 1. Make that more as they go up by 4. Renegade with a double.
Renegade either gets repulsed there or just amazing drop slide to fly over his opponents just like that. It's 45-40. You said it perfectly on set. Cloud9 in the late game, they step up, and now what might be an insurmountable deficit for Optic Gaming.
Well, you wondered how Renegade got from point A to point B so quickly. He had the grapple. He picked up the double in pipes. He then once again puts the pressure onto Optic, takes down Ola, and now C9. They smell blood in the water here, and for Optic, once again, they find themselves in the same position. They have the game in their hands. They have the lead. But this ain't anyone. This is C9.
48-44. Not over yet here. Cloud9 knows they need to be careful in how they get these kills and extract them. Trippy holding the head glitch. Renegade is going to hold control here. 4-kill lead, 4 minutes left.
Optic still in this. If they pick up a couple of kills here, and they are the first to engage, they will be able to maybe create an opening. There's APG doing exactly that. Now Renegade has to retreat because he's going to come under pressure, but he finds Lucid on his way back to his teammates, and now it's just 1 kill for C9. Trippy, unfortunately, the sword isn't enough as Cloud9 once again are colder than the waters at the back of Recharge. They're up by 2 in the series, and again, they're just clutch.
And I tell you what, those are some cold, cold waters in the back of Recharge. Many a Halo player have fallen back there. Optic Gaming, the ones that fall in that game. Cloud9 with a huge, not just come from behind win, but they bring the game to 45-40, blow it wide open, and it feels like when Cloud9 wants to turn it on, they just turn it on, and they take the lead whenever they please. Oftentimes, it's a late game.
Yeah, who is the kind of player who's brave enough to make a play in those kind of situations? It's Renegade, and there's certain players that fall into the category of playmakers, right? Renegade's one of them. Renegade, you look at Lucid, like I mentioned earlier, Frosty on Sentinels. Over the years, if there's a stalemate situation, someone needs to make something happen. These players do it more often than not, and Renegade 19-9 in the game, but the 2 most important kills were off the back of that grapple into pipes.
Absolutely, he called it perfectly there, and I saw he had the grapple, but I didn't think about it. We caught it just a second late. He must have, like you said, grappled across, maybe from top yellow, maybe coming up yellow stairs, grapples over 2 players there on Optic, catches them completely off guard to pick up that double, which gave them that 5-kill lead, and guess what? They win the game by 5, a huge part of that game.
Yeah, I mean, you have to remember that Optic, until that 40-kill mark, were winning the game. You know, part 40-50. C9 won the game. It really is as simple as that. I know that sounds like a really obvious thing to say, but to win essentially 4/5 of the game and then fall in those final moments, it's just heartbreak again for Optic. But it's also a reminder to everyone that you have to be perfect against C9. And we use that term a lot, right? We use the term perfect a lot, but it's true. And it really is in this situation about as true as it can be. It was back-to-back doubles from Renegade that we just saw that basically gave them the opening to come back in this game. And from there, momentum is everything for C9.
This angle from Penguin too, look how he takes down Lucid, and you have Renegade doing this in pipes, like you said, off of the grapple. Lucid's not expecting a blue tunnel angle there to also join in that fight against Top Control. These little moments and team shots were the absolute difference maker for the side of C9. An incredible performance from them. And they just wait until their time to strike. They keep the game close, and they know they have the whole time. They play the entire game so perfectly. It's excellent game management from Cloud9.
It's just brilliant Halo from Cloud9. There's not much more you can say about it. You just have to kind of sit back and appreciate it for what it is. And now they're one game away from winning our grand finals, for winning 3 online tournaments back-to-back. To add to that land in Raleigh, can Optic, though, find a way to make C9 bleed? If they can elongate the series, maybe just get under the skin of C9 a little bit. They're going to have to do it sooner rather than later, because C9 are looking like they just want to put another win on the board.
And it would, oh my, look at the perfect shot. Renegade with the confidence, flying in PD stairs into PD, even against someone like Pistola. Just flies right in and picks up the perfect kill. Not done yet, picks up another kill on APG. Oh my, doing everything across the map, picks up a double kill on B stairs as well.
This is the best Renegade. This is the best of Renegade, I should say. It is also the best Renegade because he is hitting everything at the moment. Finally, the oddball is in the hands of C9 as well. And they have a back tower set up, and they have all players alive. They also have the Stalker rifle back to try and give that ball some protection. 2 kills fall in their favor. There is a player trying to flank in PD at the moment. It's Trippy, but here's the help, and there's Renegade as well. And you just don't kill Renegade in this game. The man is just playing like he's on a mission.
Yeah, sorry, if you were coming here to kill Renegade, it's just not going to happen today. You might want to try another time because he has all the help. In a situation where you're positive he's going to die pack PD, he jumps up, perfectly jukes around the planter, and then even gets a little bit of help. As well, they will continue scoring.
22-0. Optic just not being able to get going at the moment. And it's not a detriment to how they're playing. It's just C9 are just playing really, really good. I know it's not the most analytical thing I could possibly say, Andy, but it's not true. I mean, it's not wrong. It is true. Oh my goodness.
They've left you speechless for words here on set. Just Cloud9 absolutely dominating, and they look so good. I gotta say though, despite all that slaying control, only up 32-3 here. So I think we're seeing amazing slaying, amazing map control, also great team shots, but not really translating to perfect objective efficiency just yet, as this game is still within 20.
I don't think it was speechless. I just didn't form a sentence that made sense. To be honest.
I'm trying to help you out here, man. I'm trying.
That's all right. I know where my flaws are. It's all good, but you're completely right. Optic finally have some control here. They have APG with the rockets. They have Renegade, and somehow or other, Renegade manages to position himself well enough that APG has to hit almost a pixel perfect rockets, taken down, takes no damage, and then what happens? Renegade jumps back out with a bulldog to make him pay.
Trippy keeping this game close. Take a look at this, man. He's 7.
Yeah.
Oh my. Quite a statement coming in there from Renegade, shutting that down, and they will continue scoring once again, Cloud9. Not just looking over the body, but also even a shake of the head there.
Yeah.
And then a thrust to stay alive. Renegade, he's able to come in, do the trash talk, also pop some shots into seed, throws back. The man is on fire right now.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about dance floors that I've seen on Sunday night an event, right? And some of the dances that, you know, you've been involved in yourself. That's after you've had a few too many. And I'm looking down on the floor and I'm thinking, come on, Andy, it's time for you to go back to your room. For Pistola, he's going to need maybe some confidence starting to flow through him. The bulldog in his hand, Stella taken down. Optic starting to at least get some points on the board here, and we have to remember that this isn't over quite yet. Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no!
God.
What just happened there? Pistola had his life saved because that looked like a scary moment, but Pistola once again somehow managed to survive where others may not have.
Absolutely. Now, here's the thing, though. We're talking about Cloud9's dominance. The question about objective efficiency stands because it's still 55-24 in a game where we've seen a lot of control from Cloud9, but Optic still with a lot of slays on the board, and it remains still a 20-point game. This is not over yet.
APG, last player alive, taken down. Trippy comes off the respawn, and now this will be an opportunity to set up here for Penguin. If he can just get around this corner, but Penguin gets taken down. Trippy with a vital kill here, and mid-map control is in Optic's hands. Not for the first time we've seen them with rockets now. Can they put them to use?
Trippy trade there, did not want to waste the rocket. You have to hope that he has help along neons, and it looks like based on map composition that they will have someone who's able to go neons for those rockets, so there still should be 2 left for them, but C9's been scoring all this time, and it's no longer a 20-point game, now it's a 40-point game.
Double boot coming in from Renegade. Unfortunately, he gets taken down by that grenade. which was left on the floor for him as a little parting gift. APG tries to push. Stella gets the help from Penguin, though. There's a back smack, but doesn't count. Doesn't matter too much because the second one is there. Look at the score, though. First time it's seen this ball back in Tram here for Cloud9. 79 points and rising. Optic only really have 1 or 2 pushes left here, or the first round will go to the side of Cloud9.
Cloud9 just taking advantage of the chaos of the carnage and a little bit of kills exchange at mid-map, but they don't care. They're continuing to score here now into the 92-point mark.
Stella's on his bike as well. Recognizes the pressure coming in. Trippy trying to take some angles. Penguin going to be dropping out bottom mid. Look at that team fire and grenades, though, from C9. It just feels like whenever you have a few quick shots onto a member of C9 at the moment, if you're Optic, the help always comes in just as you feel you're about to secure the kill and you die yourself.
Watch the numbers here. We're going to need to see some great Halo from Optic if they want to bring this game back. Now they have the Tram hold, but like you said, Cloud9's going to wait for each other. They're going to start to shoot together. Stellar's the first to go down. Renegade 2, though, so we could see a run here from Optic Gaming.
It needs to be a run. Penguin just playing sneaky on those grenades as well. You can see, hasn't been seen. He's managed to sneak down. Lucid knows there's someone there. Finally, the call comes in because Trippy is doing the damage. And speaking of which, perfect shots with that Stalker rifle. Are going to remove another player. Renegade going to be challenging, and Renegade fears no one. And Renegade puts him on his back.
Lucid takes that nade damage there at the C door and still confidently goes out, and Renegade unsurprisingly takes him down. I'm surprised to see Lucid fight that when he didn't necessarily need to at that exact time.
Yeah, I agree. I think maybe that's a little bit of a hangover from Renegade, a little bit of a shake of the head saying you ain't good enough to challenge me. Well, Renegade wins that fight. And Renegade wins the round with the ball in his hands as C9 move 1 round away from being your champs.
Surprised to see that from Lucid there. I mean, great to see the confidence, but it feels like a low percentage play, and also a play that you don't often see from Lucid as he's such a high percentage player. Now, here we go, though. Cloud9 only 1 round away from closing out another tournament with a 3-0 grand final.
2 kills fall in their favor. Make that 3. As they have control of the map, the oddball, and the rockets. They also have the Stalker rifle now as Lucid will be taken down. So the perfect start from Cloud9 here. It could not have been cleaner. It could not have been better for, you know, if you could have drawn it up on a piece of paper.
And one thing that I was knocking, of course, was as 3 dead for the side of Optic. Trippy gonna be the last player alive on Neons. Oh my God, Renegade, do not do this.
Surely not.
Somehow Trippy in the end wins that, but Renegade almost pulling off what seemed impossible. But, you know, I was doing a lot of knocking C9's objective efficiency just because the game was within 20 points for what seemed like an extended duration. You got to give credit to Cloud9. They keep these games close. They go tit for tat against their opponents, picking up all the kills they need to. And then once the opportunity to really get these holds presents itself, that's when C9 strikes, and they're continuing to do that game after game.
I mean, wherever Pistola looked there was a C9 member, and it was a different one every single time. Renegade doing some work with that pulse carbine as well, just to drop some shields. And let me tell you, you pick that thing up and you hit a full burst with it, those shields drop almost immediately. Renegade using everything in the sandbox at the moment, but Pistola will finally slow it down.
Once again, it's a 14-point lead, but you could tell that Cloud9 is playing Slayer-heavy oddball. They're playing control-heavy oddball. They would rather keep this game close and maintain control for 4 or 5 minutes of play and then win the game with a solid tram hold rather than trying to all in and get all the points that they can on the board. They play a much more disciplined, a much slower-paced oddball, and as you can see, it pays off on the scoreboard and on the rounds.
Penguin drops no shield. Stalker rifle in the hands of Trippy means he'll be able to hold that peace streak for quite some time. Stella will have to be careful as well, but look at the confidence in the shots from Stella, saying which Trippy says, okay, nice shots. I'm going to have a little bit of a rebuttal myself, and manages to peel him off of that balcony with the nice headshot. Rockets in the hands of Pistola, Optic with the hold at PD.
Look at Ola not wanting to be all the way into tires to try to force this angle. I like this. It's too easy to get naded out. It's too easy to get double teamed. Instead, he's sitting back. Look, I like this play from Ola. Pre-fires, back arcade. That doesn't connect, but Optic Gaming now with a lead here in this game. We'll see if they can put another round on the board. 3 dead for their side, though.
What a push. What a push from Cloud9. 3 dead for Optic. C9 back with the ball in their hands. Optic did get some time on the board, though. 36 points for them, but as C9 crossed that 20-point margin, you can see that Renegade's already waiting on that Bulldog. Lucid with the first kill, though, and a Stalker rifle. 2 kills full. As Cloud9 find themselves on the back foot for now.
Nice little rotate. Get that away from A, get it back to Neons. It's much harder now for Optic to get this ball out of Neons. And look at the pressure. Gonna come right away on the side of Neons. Eco and Cell are gonna push out together, but Lucid has something to say about that.
A little bit trapped though at the moment. You can see as a player is flanking, that's going to be Stella. Stella with a double kill on the flank. APG taken down as well. 3 dead here. Trippy last alive. Grabs the elbow and says, peace out, boys.
It's actually a nice little rotate for a second, and a nice kill from Trippy as well. Might even be able to do more damage. Finally gets taken down. A nice little toss of the ball and a pickup kill. And also, look at that once again. So just little plays like that start to add up. We'll see if Optic can stay alive in this game.
Yeah, it's a little bit of scrappy time here or there. Is given Optic the lead that they currently have. Eco, wow, some shots onto Pistola there. Trippy does manage to get the trade almost immediately. Penguin last alive now for Cloud9. It looks like Optic is starting to up the pace a little bit here. They know they need to take the fight to C9. It might make the game a little bit scrappy here, but it's working in their favor.
Nice triple team coming in from Optic. You cannot allow Penguin to trade there, and if there's anyone who could do it, it's Penguin. They all send all 3 players back A to clean up that kill. Do not let the trade come in. If you do, it spells disaster. It also makes this rocket grab harder. So like you said, some momentum, some energy for the side of Optic. They have rockets and control.
They need to play this perfectly though, and Lucid has a lot of pressure on his shoulders. You can see one player's chasing. Penguin manages to survive. Eco, he'll be taken down. So this play from Lucid has allowed the ball carrier to A, survive, and B, get out of dodge. Penguin's gonna be challenging, and some shots from Penguin are gonna put Lucid down. Oh my word, re-challenges confidently onto the P streak. And if you needed an indication, people at home, of how much confidence C9 have in each other's comms, that was a perfect example, Andy.
C9 overloads the ball perfectly, even though we saw great rocket damage out of Rocket 1 from Lucid and the second Rocket Connect. They still end up with control, and they really isolated the battles around ball to get that ball down before it could be rotated all the way through Neons and all the way into Tram.
Stella last alive here for Cloud9. Ball is on his side of the map, and you can see that he might be able to scrap up a few seconds of time, because it looks like his teammates are actually going to be spawning with him as Optic spawn out towards Tram. So surviving there for Stella, once again, instrumental to influencing where those spawns were going to come in. And with that, Cloud9 all of a sudden tie the game up and take the lead.
Look at that. The little play from Seller to drop and shoot Trippy on the ball spawn. Those little moments. And guess what? Right away in the feed, even though you didn't see an assist pop, that kill gets cleaned up. The awareness of when to drop and shoot and which angles to help Cloud9 is once again head and shoulders above their competition. Renegade on the C flank as well. Now this could be the home stretch, and it's a perfect Tram rotate from Cloud9.
It's just ridiculous what we're seeing from Cloud9 at the moment. They are finding form at the best possible time, and this is their final form, or is there more to come from them? Optic needs to step up, and they need to step up now. They don't have much time to play with. C9 just around 21 points, or exactly 21 points, I should say, from closing out our grand finals.
Look at Cloud9 in the kill feed, just 10, 10, 10, 10. Finally, we see who get 11, but these guys are lockstep in terms of their strategy and even their kills on the board as well. Right now, 21 points away from closing this one out. Look at Renegade, so clinical. Hits the melee thrust back to not let any melee damage come into him, and then hits the Bulldog. It's going to be a double kill for him as well, and that's going to lead to even more ball time. 20 points left.
First round, when C9 won, it was with Renegade with the ball in his hands. This time, he gives it off to a teammate because he has that Stalker rifle. Eco has the rockets, and with that, Optic haven't got much chance. He picks up one with a Stalker. Stella manages to survive this little push that is coming in, as APG does finally manage to slow things down as the ball is dropped for a few seconds. Optic make the break.
Somehow they break it there. The 93-point mark is going to see a little bit of ball time here from APG. Gets knitted out right away, though. 2 dead for both sides.
93 points. Optic know they need to pressurize that ball. They cannot let C9 escape with it, but that's exactly what's happened. 97 and rising. A trade comes in. Trippy is going to have all of C9 flying at him.
No.
Stella picks up that ball. Stella will pick up the win, and Cloud9 go back to back to back in the Pro Series. They will be your champs.
3 weeks in a row of Pro Series. They stacked that on top of an HCS Raleigh win. Undefeated in their last 4 is Cloud9. And not only are they on top, but they continue to get better week after week.
Ridiculous. Sublime. There's so many words that can be used to describe the performance we've just seen from Cloud9, but it was pretty much perfect. It's the only real way you can put it. I have not seen Halo Infinite played so consistently at such a high level with so few mistakes, Andy, since the game dropped.
So few mistakes, and you hear Penguin himself saying, we take each situation as if it's 0-0. We get the damage we need, we get the picks we need, we stay alive. Take a look at some highlights from that game number 3 because C9 just looks too strong.
Yeah, I mean, Renegade was, you could tell that he was feeling himself in that last game as well. The confidence was there, the bulldog shots, the thrust, everything he needed to put into that cauldron to get that result that they were looking for. And it just seemed like Optic, even when they had rockets, even when they had power weapons, they'd pick up a couple of kills, but across the map, teammates would be falling. Somehow C9 would make the most of a different situation, and it's tough to play against this team at the moment, especially when they're feeling so confident.
Gotta say, Renegade's shake of the head did not make the highlight reel. That's too hot for TV.
I'm not sure about that. Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
This is a family program. We can't have that kind of things here. Too hot for the broadcast. Renegade did, of course, show some disrespect during that game, a little shake of the head. And after that round, it just felt like no matter what lead Optic got, they were up by 30 at one point in this game. But in the end, Cloud9, once again, they know how to play these games, and it's perfect game management from C9. Whenever they're down, they know exactly how to get back in the game.
I think one thing that stood out for me from those highlights is it's so difficult to track all of C9 sometimes. You saw a few occasions where Renegade was just walking behind players who had no idea they were there. It's just because of the pace that the team was moving at. And that leaves us with the series score. As you can see it in front of you, Optic fall to Cloud9. 2-1 Aquarius capture the flag. That was a tight game. 50-45. Maybe Optic will look back on that one and think we should have won that one, but Oddball Streets 2-0. That was a Cloud9 clinic.
Absolute Cloud9 clinic, and they continue their reign. Looks like right now, no signs of slowing, Lottie.
No signs of slowing whatsoever. They're in gear 6 at this point. I mean, Cloud9, just unbelievable stuff. I gotta say though, my unofficial MVP of the grand final has to be Renegade. That guy he was hitting different today. He was nasty. He's always pretty nasty, but today, my goodness, there is times where I am genuinely speechless, and this is one of those times. I mean, just what he was doing for his team today, it was just unbelievable. Talk about paving the way in terms of kills, but the impact that he had, especially in that oddball game, I really quickly want to talk about it with Clutch, because I was actually kind of typing to Clutch while we were watching it and asking about, the particular nuances of oddball and what you have to do in order to get that ball time, because at the beginning there, we kind of noticed that there wasn't exactly the most perfect objective efficiency coming out of Cloud9, obviously only getting around about 30 points in terms of how much they were slaying, but that kind of came down to the fact that their two main slayers at the time were the ones getting the ball time and the other two weren't. But Clutch, talk to me about the balance of that and kind of how you adapt to it, because afterwards, Cloud9 just ran away with that first round.
I think it's a testament, first off, to Optic and how well they were playing, because, I mean, we no doubt, even though this series was a 3-0 and a few of those games might have gotten out of hand towards the end, or maybe the score lines weren't as close as you thought they might have been, Optic was playing very scrappy and was able to, delay the inevitable of Cloud9 and the dominant performance that they put on. It really came down to, yes, you want Renegade and Stellar to be able to go off, and you never want them holding the oddball. But this Cloud9 team, they're not going to give up map control to have a player come from a better position that is in a position to do something and apply pressure somewhere else to just come get this ball. Like, no, Renegade's going to pick that up. Stellar's going to pick it up as well. That's the thing about this Cloud9 roster. They're all capable of playing in any situation, and they understand who's in what situation and what needs to be done from their position, which makes them the best team in the world.
Indeed, it definitely does. The fact that they are all willing to do what it takes to win, especially objectively, because you do find the kind of imbalances in teams. So yeah, just absolutely lights out play, and especially from Renegade himself. And speaking of, we actually do have Renegade joining us right now for a post-match interview in the grand finals. We have him here, Renegade. Dude, I was just saying to everybody how ridiculous you have been today, sir. I mean, you've been hitting different. Absolutely incredible. I got to ask you first of all, I don't mean to embarrass you, but what were you doing different today, man? You weren't missing a shot. You were just heads up playing, making plays all around the maps. Talk to me about how you're feeling today.
I feel like today, I personally feel like I was playing better because I had to. Because I feel like the past couple days going into this tournament, I was not playing good at all. So I think yesterday I kind of started watching VOD and locked in a little bit better. And yeah, I came to play.
John, I mean, there's tons of nicknames flying around right now. I mean, you've won the past 4 Halo Infinite tournaments. You had a dominant Halo 5 career. A lot of nicknames going around with your name. Is it Renegade? Is it Demon Mode? I like Renebron personally. What nickname do you prefer?
I like Demon Mode, man. Demon Mode goes crazy. I don't know where that came from, to be completely honest. People started riding with it. Maybe like, I think I had it in my service tag in Halo 5 for like a little bit, but people started liking it, so I was like, why not?
Yeah, I definitely see the Demon Mode in the gameplay that you provide. I mean, and I know you're acting humble in the interview, saying you were having a bad couple of days, but I haven't played with you recently. I mean, it's kind of crazy to me how consistent you are playing at such a high level.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I
thank
mean,
you. That's premium.
Yeah, Renegade, you really are pretty damn outstanding. I want to ask you, because obviously, you know, it's been 3 times now in the Pro Series that you guys have taken the dub here in the Grand Final, and, you know, no one seems to be able to touch you really in the Grand Finals. You're not really dropping a map in the series whatsoever, but I think the biggest question that I have at this point is, we know you're really good, but how are you measuring yourselves? Because obviously you're not really, you know, losing maps, you're not really losing series at all. You haven't had a losers bracket run whatsoever. So how are you measuring yourselves, and how are you improving every week?
I think the way we improve is based on like our performance, I guess. Like, I mean, I don't think we scrimmed that much this week, but at least for me personally, I had a chip on my shoulder this week because, as I said, I didn't think I was playing good for the past couple days. Like, I wasn't playing. I just felt like I just couldn't get in the hang of it. So I think I had a personal chip on my shoulder, but I think like it goes for my entire team. Like, these guys don't get talked about. Like, Stellar is literally one of the best Halo players to ever do it, like literally, and no one talks about him. I think like stuff like that, being so like underrated, I guess. I think like we all have a chip on our shoulder every week when we go into these. We just want to keep like showing how good we are.
Don't worry, Renegade. We talk about you a lot. You guys at the moment, we can't get enough of you. You guys are ridiculous, and all 4 of you, in fact, an absolute dream team. And congratulations once again, the 3-peat. You guys have done it. I'm excited to see what you're going to bring for us next week, man. So thank you so much, and congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Awesome stuff. Well, we have it. Grand Finals. The Halo completed it, mate. They've done it. They've done it again. The 3-peat has happened. We love the word 3-peat as well. I think for every player, every team, a 3-peat is a big achievement. Let's take a look at their journey through the winners bracket. They didn't drop a series yet again. Perfect performance out of Cloud9. Look at those numbers across the board. 2-0 against Sentinels, 2-1 against EUnited. Winners finals, Cloud9 reign supreme against FaZe again, 3-0 in the Grand Finals. Optic Gaming bounce up, but it wasn't good enough. Cloud9 do take that one 3-0, and quite the swift fashion as well. Just absolutely incredible, making work of it here. Congratulations once again to Cloud9, but a big congratulations as well to all 8 teams that automatically qualify for Pro Series 4. We have Cloud9, FaZe, EUnited, Optic, Pioneers, G2, Space Station Gaming, and Sentinels. They will be back next week, and so will we. Gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure as usual. An epic way to close out week number 3 here at the Pro Series. I hope you guys at home have enjoyed it, but don't worry, we'll be back next week, January 27th. The Pro Series does continue. I have plenty more Halo Infinite for you, plenty more series, plenty more action, lots more winning, and we'll see if it will be Cloud9 yet again for another week. And until then, good night, and see you soon.